Chapter 1 Terminal Disease. Pathological Examination Report Card of the 3rd People's Hospital of Yangchang. Name Lin Qingyi. Sex, male. Age, 23 years old. Pathological diagnosis: gastric sinus, gastric angle, low differentiated adenocarcinoma, gastric body imprinted cell carcinoma, and extensive intra-abdominal spread. Lin Qingyi walked down the street in his bewildered hands, with the dialogue with Director Chen constantly lingering in his mind. Am I? This cancer serious? Extensive intra-abdominal spread, meaning that the cancer cells have spread to the lungs, liver and other organs, that is, advanced stomach cancer. Then, how long can I live? You are already in a serious condition with this advanced stage of stomach cancer. The prognosis is 3 months, not more than 1 year. There's no need for treatment anymore, lad, my condolences. Any unfinished business, make good use of your last moments to enjoy. Lin Qingyi couldn't remember a single word of Director Chan's later words, not even how he left the hospital. Lin Qingyi, an investment analyst at Dechuang Investment Company Limited, is proposed to be turned into an investment manager next month due to his excellent work. He can be responsible for leading the project and the team, and is in charge of advancing all aspects of the project, including investment decision-making, project management, and risk control. At that time, he will create the company's fastest promotion record of 2 consecutive promotions in 1 year, and become the company's youngest investment manager. Unfortunately, the sky does not meet the wishes of man. Just 2 days ago, Lin Qingyi for the company and successfully took a project. The company held a celebration banquet. He, as the protagonist, naturally drank a lot of wine, this drink out of the stomach hemorrhage, sent to the hospital to check the preliminary diagnosis of stomach cancer. After 2 days of review, he was finally diagnosed with advanced stomach cancer. Lin Qingyi felt as if his mind was hit hard by an invisible hammer and went blank. He did not know how to face this cruel reality, just a blank stare and stagnant, a blank walk on the street. Pedestrians rushed by on the street, and he seemed to be in a completely unfamiliar world. The shops, cafes, and the voices of people talking happily on both sides of the street became a blurred background. He felt himself drifting away from this busy world. At that moment, the sky became overcast. A light rain fell. Those without umbrellas sought shelter, and those with umbrellas left in a hurry. And Lin Qingyi seemed oblivious. The rain got heavier and heavier, and the cold rain splashed all over his face. Suddenly, Lin Qingyi roared loudly towards the sky, "Why? Heavens! Why are you doing this to me?" Rumble. The heavens seemed to have heard Lin Qingyi's roar and let out a merciless mockery. Oh! Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Lin Qingyi's mind kept reviewing his own life, and he couldn't help but laugh more and more maniacally. At the age of 5, his parents died, and his second uncle became his only relative. The second uncle never married, although not deliberately harsh treatment, he did not get too much love. Childhood lack of love makes Lin Qingyi from childhood has become silent, introverted, and withdrawn. However, even in such a difficult situation, Lin Qingyi has never given up his vision for the future. He knew that the only way to change his fate was to study hard. So, since childhood, his academic performance is among the best. The college entrance examination with the city's top 10 scores admitted to the 211 famous school Xuanyashan University. And during his sophomore year, by chance he met his current girlfriend, Lin Qingyi. She is gentle, pretty and understanding, which makes his lonely life a touch more colorful. During the course of the relationship, as smart as he was, he naturally saw that Lin Qingyi came from an extraordinary background, and he set his mind to provide his girlfriend with a privileged life, and he tried to make himself a man worthy of her. Therefore, after graduation, he worked hard and tried to do his best in everything, and it was true, he became the fastest promoted and youngest investment manager in the company with his outstanding performance, and it was foreseeable that a great future was just around the corner. However, God played a joke on him and completely blocked his future when he was about to see the dawn of his life. He hated God for being so unfair, and he hated his fate for being so full of trials and tribulations. But no matter how hysterical he was, the fact that he was terminally ill could not be changed. Lin Qingyi didn't know how he got back to his flat. He didn't even change his drenched clothes, so he just sat on the sofa for the rest of the night. When dawn came, he still tidied himself up and came to the office. Seeing Lin Qingyi's figure, the people in the company whispered. Why did he come? Wasn't he diagnosed with terminal stomach cancer a few days ago? Maybe he came to hand over the work, right? But looking at him today, he seems to be in good spirits. Could it be that the hospital misdiagnosed him? This probability is extremely low. In fact, his cancer had precursors. Do you remember some time ago he had symptoms of coughing up blood, only he has been busy with work, did not pay attention to it. I admire him not only for his work, but also for his hard work. Unfortunately, he's not the only one who's jealous of his talent. What's there to sigh for? You don't think he's going to get us killed when he comes to the company? I'd say that's retribution. Cut it out. Lin Yunzhou walked all the way through the office, hardly saying hello to any of his other colleagues, which was his usual style of handling things. Just like that, he walked straight to the front of his top boss's office. Duck duck. Please come in. Lin Yunzhou stepped inside. A luxurious large class table sat in front of a national character face, middle-aged, was reviewing documents. He looked up and found it was Lin Yunzhou. His expression could not help but pause for a moment, eyes full of sympathy. He very much hoped that this is an accident. Want to say, small Ling. Lin Yunzhou said calmly, diagnosed. Stomach cancer, advanced stage. Bar. The pen in the middle-aged man with the country face unconsciously fell on the table. Mr. Fong, I am here to hand over my work. Lin Yunzhou said still calmly. Good. Fong Tianhong only then reacted, your work 2 days ago Su Ling has taken over one after another, today and then do a little bit of closing is almost, after finishing, go to the finance to withdraw your salary. In view of your special circumstances, I give you a special grant of additional subsidies for half a year's salary, after leaving the formalities of the 3 days to hit your card. Thank you, Mr. Fong, I'll go and hand over the work. Go on. After seeing Lin Yunzhou's figure leave the office, Fong Tianhong leaned back in his chair. The loss of a strong general made him feel extremely sorry. Lin Yunzhou just returned to his office, a professional dress, tall figure, and a pair of moving face of the woman then walked in. She was also an investment analyst at the same level as Lin Yunzhou, Su Ling. Su Ling is 3 years older than Lin Yunzhou, 2 years earlier than Lin Yunzhou joined the industry, and her work ability is also extremely outstanding. Originally, if there is no Lin Yunzhou, she is the next investment manager. It can be said that Lin Yunzhou robbed her of the opportunity to be promoted, but the little bit of resentment in her heart originally because of Lin Yunzhou's cancer has dissipated, and now when she sees Lin Yunzhou, she has more sympathy in her heart instead. Sister Su, come, I will hand over the work with you. Lin Yunzhou methodically handed over to Su Ling, although 2 days ago Su Ling had already taken over the work in Lin Yunzhou's hands, and she was also confident that with her ability she could follow up on the clients in Lin Yunzhou's hands, but she still listened to his explanation carefully. Real estate through do not touch, can say an era has passed. Longqi Photoelectric, the main research calcium titanium or battery, photovoltaic section of the prospects are very broad, now although it has been C-round. Try to get a little bit more share to Longqi Photoelectric behind the capital in less than a year will be able to go public, after the listing of the market value of doubling or less. Clothing brand Ducalon, although the development of good, but still do not touch, uncertainty is too high. When all the work was handed over and completed, it was already almost time to go off work. Originally, Su Ling was still confident, but after listening to Lin Yunzhou's explanation, he found that there was really a big gap between himself and Lin Yunzhou, so it's no wonder that he was the first to get a promotion. After handing over the work and completing the exit formalities, Lin Yunzhou and Su Ling stood in front of the company. Yunzhou, thanks for today, let's go. I'll treat you to dinner. Su Ling said. Sister Su, if you really want to thank me, just do me a favor. Su Ling looked at Lin Yunzhou with a critical gaze. Chapter 2, Breaking Up. Don't worry, it's not a bad thing. Lin Yunzhou said seriously. Then let's hear it. Su Ling didn't reject it with a single breath. Lin Yunzhou then told Su Ling about his idea. After hearing it, Su Ling asked him with a shocked face, are you sure you want to do this? Please, Sister Su, count me as begging you to help me with this. Su Ling sighed, well then, just don't regret it. Thank you, Sister Su. Okay, cut the crap and get in my car. Slow Time Music Bar. This is a bar full of romantic atmosphere. When you step into the door of the bar, the first thing that catches your eyes is the soft and warm lighting. The bar is decorated with vintage-style furniture and decorations, and the wooden tables and chairs are covered with soft and comfortable cushions, which gives you a feeling of being at home and relaxing. Soft classical music was playing in the dining bar, as if it could bring people into a beautiful and peaceful world. Lin Yunzhou chose a seat without any barriers against the center. The two of them each ordered a meal. While waiting, the two fell into silence. Su Ling took out her mobile phone to play before she was embarrassed. Ling Yunzhou, on the other hand, looked around as if searching for someone. Around 10 minutes or so, the two people's meals came up. Su Ling put down her mobile phone and ate slowly and methodically. Although Ling Yunzhou didn't look around anymore, his eyes were always focused on the direction of the door. Anyone who entered the bar couldn't escape his perception. Su Ling took the opportunity of drinking juice to ask, "Yunzhou, are you sure your girlfriend will come here for dinner today?" In the past few days, her best friend came to Yangqing to play with her, and the two of them would inevitably come here for a meal once they met, and this time would be no exception. Now it is almost dinner time, according to her character in less than 10 minutes should come. Ling Yunzhou said. Yo, it seems that you know your girlfriend very well. You've been together for many years, right? 4 years. I've been with her since I was a sophomore. Ling Yunzhou didn't intend to cover up. Su Ling had a question to answer. Your girlfriend likes to come here to eat. She must be a gentle and pretty person and has a good family. Su Ling guessed, you work so hard because you want to make yourself worthy of her, right? Ling Yunzhou's face darkened, his clenched fists proving how unwilling he was in his heart at the moment. But he quickly relieved himself again, revealing a self-deprecating smile. Yes. She is so perfect in my mind, I cannot match her. Now I let go as the best choice. Good for her, good for me. Hearing this, Su Ling had a slight pain in her heart for no reason. She didn't think that Ling Yunzhou, who was usually quiet and focused on working hard, would have this side. Sister Su, do not talk about this. Later you have to pay attention. Do not wear help. Don't worry. Day-to-day contact with so many customers, see the opportunity to act this ability or have. I'm sure you'll be fine. Ling Yunzhou nodded his head, his eyes glanced towards the door. A familiar figure came into view, the instant tenderness in his eyes, containing endless infatuation and love. Su Ling also knew that the rightful owner had arrived and secretly turned her head to look. Only to see a woman with long hair hanging like a waterfall to her waist, black and silky, gently fluttering in the breeze, revealing a classical temperament, walked in. Her plain and clean face, her high and slightly thin nose outlined a delicate silhouette. Her lips were lightly pink, soft and delicate, bringing a touch of moving beauty when she smiled. Su Ling couldn't help but sigh in his heart. What a fair as jade, delicate and lovely beauty. Slightly a little bit of beauty is on the thin side, looks close to 170, I'm afraid that 100 pounds or less than that, looks gentle and soft, makes one's heart desire to protect. She is Ling Yunzhou's girlfriend Lin Qingyi, and her side is also a pretty slightly baby fat girl as her best friend Gui Yunxin. Cough cough. Ling Yunzhou saw that Su Ling had not yet entered her role and could not help but dryly cough twice to remind her. When reminded, Su Ling immediately looked at Ling Yunzhou with deep emotion. Ling Yunzhou also responded with affection, his eyes kept falling on Su Ling's delicate face, and he called out in a loud voice, "Waiter!" The location that Ling Yunzhou chose was originally a place that could easily attract gazes from the surroundings. This shout naturally caught the attention of Lin Qingyi and Gui Yunxin. Ling Yunzhou, Gui Yunxin naturally also recognized, both were in the same class at university, and was about to pull Lin Qingyi forward, but was stopped by Lin Qingyi. What's wrong? Gui Yunxin is a little puzzled. Take a look first, maybe. Yunzhou is talking about work. Lin Qingyi spotted Su Ling's figure and keenly sensed that the gazes of the two were not normal. Only to see that a valet walked up to Ling Yunzhou and smiled, "Sir, what help do you need?" Ling Yunzhou's gaze never moved from Su Ling's face, and 4 words spat out from his mouth, "A bottle of red wine." Okay, wait a moment. After the waiter left, Ling Yunzhou then picked up the knife and fork and elegantly cut the steak, during which he glanced at Su Ling from time to time with affection. When the steak was cut, Ling Yunzhou handed the cut steak to Su Ling. "Linger, come on, try the steak." Linger, come on, try the steak." Good. Su Ling smiled as she took the steak and used her fork to fork a piece into her mouth, nodding her head uncontrollably. Delicious. Then, she forked another piece and sent it to Ling Yunzhou. "Yunzhou, you come and have a piece too." "I'll do it myself." Ling Yunzhou blushed a little and said. "No, I'll feed you." "I'll feed you." Su Ling pouted. A blush crept up on Ling Yunzhou's face as he slightly opened his mouth and took a bite with a very enjoyable expression. On the other side. What do you care if he's working? Gui Yunxin's miso anger instantly surged up, and she couldn't help but pull Lin Qingyi forward. Ling Yunzhou seemed to be filled with Su Ling, not even noticing that there were 2 beautiful women angrily walking towards him. Yunzhou, you've met my parents, they don't have any objections to us dating. Why don't we go and register at 520, and then open up for the wedding when the time comes? What do you think? What do you think? At this time, Lin Qingyi only felt that suddenly a thunderbolt from the sky roared and exploded in her head, and she was almost unsteady on her feet. Gui Yunxin felt a huge force coming from her hand, her eyes full of worry glanced at Lin Qingyi, whose face was pale and incomparable, and after helping her to sit on a chair on the side, she immediately walked to Ling Yunzhou in large strides, and then swung up her palm. Splat! A crunching sound came. I'll whip you to death, scum! Gui Yunxin roared in anger and once again swung her palm up to smack Ling Yunzhou in the face. Bang! Su Ling's quick eyes and hands grabbed Gui Yunxin's hand and shouted angrily, "Who are you? Why hit people?" Yunxin. Ling Yunzhou eyes dodged a little, turned his head and finally found Lin Qingyi, whose face was so pale that she could not stand. Who am I? You ask him who I am. Gui Yunxin responded angrily. Yunzhou, what's going on? Su Ling questioned Ling Yunzhou. Linger, can you go back first? I'll explain it to you later, you have to trust me, you're the only one I love. Ling Yunzhou said. Okay, I'll go first, I'll wait for your explanation. Su Ling knew that her role was over, and it was up to Ling Yunzhou himself behind her. Without hesitation, she picked up her bag, stood up and walked to the front desk to pay the money and then left. Ling Yunzhou walked over to Lin Qingyi with a look of being caught in bed and an incredibly ugly expression on his face. Lin Qingyi stared at Ling Yunzhou with big watery eyes that were about to shed tears, inwardly still expecting him to give her an explanation and clear up the misunderstanding. And Ling Yunzhou's eyes seemed to struggle for several times, and finally, as if he made some decision, instantly firm up, said, "Like clothes, let's break up." Chapter 3 Bad News After Bad News. The expected explanation did not come, but instead ushered in another answer. Lin Qingyi's body could not help but twitch, but the tears in her eyes did not fall under her forced control. On the side, Gui Yunxin growled instead, "What did you say? How much has Lighty paid for you, you?" Enough. Yunxin, let's go. Lin Qingyi held the table and stood up trembling, suddenly stumbling about to fall. Ling Yunzhou's heart was filled with pain, reaching out his hand to come forward to assist, but immediately stopped in the air. He knew that he couldn't be soft now, with Lin Qingyi's sharp senses maybe she would find out something with this contact, he couldn't give up. Snap. Gui Yunxin opened Ling Yunzhou's hand and stepped forward to help Lin Qingyi walk outside. In the end, she didn't forget to turn around and spit at Ling Yunzhou again. Yuck. Scummy man. Negative man. He shall not die a good death. Waiting for the silhouettes of the two women to disappear from sight, Ling Yunzhou only laughed at himself under his breath. I shall not die well. I shall not die well. As he spoke, his tears could no longer hold back. Diagnosed with a terminal disease, he did not shed tears, but now the loss of his beloved, aggrieved, unwilling, painful, lost his soul and all kinds of emotions intertwined, so that he felt a kind of never-before-experienced gripping pain. At this time, Su Ling walked up and handed him a tissue. I will send you home. Ling Yunzhou took the tissue, wiped his eyes, looked at Su Ling with dead gray eyes, and squeezed out two words with difficulty, thank you. Back in the flat. Lin Qingyi pushed Gui Yunxin out the door. I want to be quiet. Gui Yunxin was full of worry. I am Jingjing, I miss you too, let me accompany you, okay? Lin Qingyi barely managed to squeeze out a smile and said, don't joke, I just want to give myself time and space to sort out the feelings between me and him. Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid. Then. Well. You mustn't do anything stupid. Call me if anything happens. Lin Qingyi finished responding and closed the door with a bang. After closing the door, she could no longer afford to take a step, leaning her back against the door, slowly sliding down until she was sitting on the floor. Until this moment, her tears finally could no longer hold back from falling. It wasn't that she wouldn't shed tears, only that she didn't want to show her vulnerable side to others. This night, she cried her heart out. Growing up amidst all the stars, she cried so sadly for the first time. The sky had just dawned. Lin Qingyi, who had cried all night, still followed her usual habit of going to bed early and waking up early, and walked into the bathroom to start washing up. After a bit of dressing up, she began to pack her bags. She decided to leave this sad city. Ling Yunzhou, who also had a sleepless night, suddenly received a phone call the next morning. It was from a landline, and the area code was from her hometown, Shirin City. Ling Yunzhou muddle-headedly pressed the answer button. "Hello, are you Ling Yunzhou?" "I am." Ling Yunzhou replied breathlessly. "This is beginning in City Suiyun District Public Security Bureau. Do you know Ling Yingwang? He's my second uncle." "What's wrong?" "I have some unfortunate news to tell you. Ling Yingwang is dead, died of murder. You come back as soon as possible to help deal with it." Ling Yunzhou Tang jumped up, trembling. "You? What did you say?" "Condolences. Your second uncle died. You come back as soon as possible to deal with it." Ling Yunzhou, for no reason in his heart, is another burst of pain. He quickly hung up the phone. Then, trembling fingers in the recent call record to find the second uncle's mobile phone number, pressed several times before calling. Beep. Beep. Only 2 rings. The phone side was connected, but then rang the familiar voice just now. "Ling Yunzhou, no need to confirm, you come back a trip will know." Ling Yunzhou was no longer suspicious, and sat on the floor at the end of the bed with a bang. Bewildered eyes looked at the ceiling. At the age of 5, he lost both parents painfully. It was his second uncle who raised him. His second uncle has been his only relative. No matter what, Ling Yunzhou is still very affectionate towards him. A few days ago, from the diagnosis to the diagnosis of cancer, in fact, he has also played the second uncle's phone, but has not been able to reach, always off state, did not expect the bad news one after another, and today received the news of the death of the second uncle. Ling Yunzhou hands scratched the scalp, eyes flooded a fierce light. "Uncle, no matter who, I must let the murderer pay, even if it costs me this rotten life." Ling Yunzhou no longer hesitated, hurriedly packed a few sets of clothes, and then directly booked the latest flight to Shirin City. Beginning in City, Funeral Parlor. The scene is a bit bloody. "Are you sure you want to see it?" Officer Zhang asked. "I want to see my second uncle for the last time," Ling Yunzhou said with firm eyes. "All right then, be prepared. I'm sure you'll be ready." Officer Zhang led Ling Yunzhou to a morgue. There was only one bed in the room, covered with a white cloth. Ling Yunzhou walked along with Officer Zhang's footsteps. Officer Zhang said as he walked, "After forensic identification, the deceased died on the 13th of April, 4 days ago between 3 p.m. and 5 p.m. The cause of death was blood loss." The two have come to the bed. Officer Zhang slowly pulled open the white cloth. Mouth continued to say, "The deceased should have been encountered in a siege before life, leaving 18 wounds on the body cut by sharp instruments, and finally there is a long sword through the abdomen left on him." Ling Yunzhou looked towards the corpse on the bed. The well-proportioned and robust body had a deep wound densely covered on it, which showed how grueling the battle Uncle Tu had gone through before his death. Ling Yunzhou's already sickly white face turned even whiter, his legs and feet went limp, and Officer Zhang stepped forward in time to grab his shoulders, so that he didn't fall to the ground. Ling Yunzhou stabilized his body for a while, and Officer Zhang put the white cloth over it. "Let's go. According to the process, you still have to go back to the police station with me to record a statement." "I'm not sure if I can do that." Suiyun District Public Security Bureau. Officer Zhang asked, "You should be Ling Yingwang's only relative, right?" Ling Yunzhou's heart ached, but he was still strong. "Yes." "Do you know what your second uncle does?" "From our ancestors, our family has been in the antique street Ningyan Street to open antique shops, mainly selling antiques, artifacts, jade, gold and silver jewelry and so on." For this result, Zhang police officer was not surprised. Apparently early investigation continued to ask, "How much do you know about your second uncle's interpersonal relations? Did he make friends with some people on the road?" "There should be no. I graduated from college and stayed in Yancheng work, relatively few back, but I am sure that the second uncle is a law-abiding and disciplined citizen," Ling Yunzhou said. Officer Zhang stood up and said, "Okay. Then today's inquiry will end here. You'd better not leave beginning in City lately. If there is any news, you may still need to cooperate." "Good. I will stay in beginning in City for this period of time." Ling Yunzhou returned. "Right, does Officer Zhang murderer have any news?" Well, Officer Zhang said with some deliberation, "The fingerprints on the only murder weapon have been extracted, but the murderer has no clues for the time being. However, there is one thing very strange. Your second uncle died when he was found in the shop. The scene, a little traces of destruction are not, like wounds suddenly appeared in his body. Death is a little strange." "Okay, these are your uncle's belongings. Sign your name and you can take them back." "Good." After signing, Ling Yunzhou took a bag. Inside was a mobile phone and keys, a wallet. The wallet had 2 bank cards in addition to more than $500 in cash, and finally a jade pendant. After collecting the relics, before leaving, Lin Yunzhou made a request to Officer Zhang. Officer Zhang, can you show me the murder weapon? Officer Zhang frowned slightly and stared at him for a while Lin Yunzhou always had a bland expression. In the end, it was Officer Zhang who compromised. Yes. The long sword was 3 fingers wide, the sword body was about 60 centimeters long. The hilt of the sword had a gyre carved at the end of it, and next to the gyre were 2 words, swimming dragon. Lin Yunzhou remembered the appearance of the long sword clearly and then walked out of the Public Security Bureau, and then walked towards his home. Chapter 4 Collecting Debts. Lin Yunzhou's home was in the shop on Ningyun Street. This shop was passed down from his grandparents. After his grandparents passed away, it was Lin Yunzhou's father who took care of it in the beginning, and his second uncle took over after both of his parents' accidents. The shop wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. The front shop was about 80 square feet, and there was a 100 sq feet courtyard in the back. Lin Yunzhou and his second uncle usually lived in this small courtyard. After Lin Yunzhou put his luggage away, he came to the front of the shop. Next to the main shop was a pantry for meeting guests, and the second uncle was the one who died directly on the eunuch chair in the pantry. Because the street was next to the pantry, a few days after the second uncle died, the smell emanated out, and that's when the neighbors reported it to the police. Lin Yunzhou looked round the pantry. He also felt strange. The second uncle had so many injuries on his body, it was obvious that he died after a struggle, but the whole pantry did not have a trace of destruction. The blood on the chair was gone. According to the police officer in charge of the case, when the second uncle's body was dragged away, it was Grandpa Lu from next door who helped clean up the place. There is also a doubt. The original shop are equipped with surveillance, do not know when the second uncle removed them all, so now want to restore the truth is difficult. Lin Yunzhou sat on the tutor chair, his mind always lingered on how the second uncle died. Clueless, he took out his second uncle's belongings and looked at them. The mobile phone is Huawei, several years ago version, has been cracked by the police. Lin Yunzhou directly open up and look up. Inside the app is very little, turned over and failed to find any valuable information. Wallet also nothing to find. Finally Lin Yunzhou picked up the jade pendant, rubbing up. The jade pendant was warm and delicate, with some lines carved on it, but these lines seemed to be incomplete, so I couldn't see what it was trying to express. Looking closely again, these lines inexplicably gave off an ancient and mysterious feeling. Bang bang. At this time, a violent knock suddenly sounded outside the shop door, interrupting Lin Yunzhou's thoughts. Lin Yunzhou placed the jade pendant on the coffee table, then walked to the door and opened it. As soon as the door opened, 7 or 8 strong men broke in with a hoot. "Who are you guys? What are you doing here?" Lin Yunzhou questioned. The leader is a burly man with tattoos all over his neck. As soon as he came in, he spat out a mouthful of smoke, then slowly threw the cigarette in his hand, which still had most of it left, to the ground, and then stomped on it hard, and said in a single word. "Want, debt, of. I don't know you, and I don't owe you any money." Lin Yunzhou calmly said. "Your name is Lin Yunzhou, right? I know you. Your second uncle Ling Yingwang owes me $500,000, the note is here." The tattooed man finished by bringing out an IOU. Lin Yunzhou took a look. The handwriting of the signature is the second uncle's right, and then to the content of the loan, the face suddenly a little ugly up. Borrowing amount of 500,000, monthly interest 5 points, borrowing time half a year, the expiry of the principal and interest together with 650,000, borrowing time half a month ago. This is usury Kid, the loan written in black and white clearly. I tell you, no one dares to owe me Zhang Liang's money in Shirin City. Zhang Liang round eyes stared at Lin Yunzhou said. Why did my second uncle borrow so much money from you? Surely you won't borrow money from people for no reason, right? Lin Yunzhou asked. Seeing that Lin Yunzhou did not directly deny the loan, Zhang Liang seemed to be in a better mood, and his tone eased quite a bit, and returned, half a month ago, your second uncle brought a bottle of wine to us, and we drank that wine, and it was really good. And he has the formula of this wine, and then fine us to borrow money is also in order to plate Hohot Winery, continue to produce that wine, but did not expect this accident. Now the formalities of the winery are all done, but the person is gone. This matter you can go to find Hohot Winery ask will know. Hohot Distillery Lin Yunzhou familiar, is a more famous local distillery, not far from here. After a pause, Zhang Liang said, owed money, I give you up to a month time, now has passed half, that is to say, you now only half a month time to raise money, when the time comes to return 525,000 together with interest. Or else. Otherwise, when the time comes, the house against the debt. The little brother on the side chimed in. Lin Yunzhou's eyes suddenly turned cold. This house is something passed down from their ancestors, although he will not live long, but until the last moment, Lin Yunzhou does not want to sell the house. What, kid, do you still want to renege on the debt? Another little brother showed his teeth and forced his way up, and pushed Lin Yunzhou's shoulder. After coming out to work for a long time to stay up late, Lin Yunzhou's physique is relatively weak, was pushed by him to stomp back a few steps. In a panic, he grabbed the counter with one hand. Who knew that there was a barb on the counter, and with a clatter it cut a long bloody gash on his arm, and blood immediately seeped out. But Lin Yunzhou seemed not to feel the pain. Calm eyes staring at Zhang Liang said, "My Ling family does not owe money not to return. From now on, give me 3 months' time. 3 months after the repayment is not, the house at your disposal." Zhang Liang lit up a cigarette, took a puff and said, "Okay. 3 months with interest." Zhang Liang will only suck a mouthful of cigarettes thrown on the ground, the smoke stamped out, greeted the little brother, "Let's go. Brother Liang, are we leaving like this? If we don't let him mortgage the house book to us first, or else he will sell the house in these 3 months and leave with the money, where can we find someone?" "No, he won't. He won't, and he doesn't dare." Zhang Liang glanced back at Lin Yunzhou, whose face remained calm, before turning his head to leave. When Zhang Liang and the others had left, Lin Yunzhou went up and closed the door behind him before heading towards the pantry. Lin Yunzhou extracted several tissues in a row from the paper box on the coffee table and wiped the blood from his hands. While he didn't pay attention, there happened to be a few drops of blood that dripped down onto the jade pendant on the coffee table. Suddenly, the jade pendant bloomed with a haze of light. Lin Yunzhou, who was treating his wounds, had his gaze instantly attracted by it. Turning his head to look, the haze on the jade pendant grew brighter and brighter. Lin Yunzhou unconsciously reached out and picked up the jade pendant. Right at the moment he picked up the jade pendant suddenly shone brightly, stimulating him to unconsciously close his eyes. And right at that moment, a sensation of heavenly rotation came. Not long after, the vertigo disappeared. Bang! Lin Yunzhou was unsteady in his stance and suddenly fell to the ground. When his body hit the ground, an icy cold chill came over him. Lin Yunzhou snapped his eyes open and suddenly realized that he was in a completely unfamiliar environment. Oh! A cold wind hit him, and the piercing coldness quickly invaded his body. Lin Yunzhou couldn't help but shiver. It was cold. He estimated that the temperature should be below zero as there were some ice crystals condensing on the ground. When he looked out again, his face was horrified. Because he found that there were actually dozens and hundreds of corpses not far away. Where is this place? How did I get here? Even though he had already looked down on life and death because of his cancer, suddenly seeing so many corpses still gave rise to a touch of fear for no reason. Oh! Another gust of cold wind hit Lin Yunzhou, and Lin Yunzhou instantly felt his limbs go cold and shivered. Cold! So cold! Lin Yunzhou's teeth began to chatter as his gaze began to fall on those dead people. Eventually, the cold defeated the fear. Lin Yunzhou trembled as he walked over to the nearest one and kicked him with his foot. There was no movement, making sure it was a dead man. Offended. Lin Yunzhou forced the fear in his heart and reached out his hand to the dead man in front of him, stripped the clothes off him and then put them on his body. Only then did he feel slightly warmer. Only after settling down a little did Lin Yunzhou begin to survey the surroundings. Chapter 5: Crossing the Other World. This was a low valley, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. Dozens of corpses were lying around, and these dead bodies all had quite a few wounds cut by swords. From their clothes it can be roughly divided into 2 groups of people, one wave chasing and one wave fleeing. There is no way ahead. They were blocked in the mouth of the valley to kill each other, which created this scene in front of them. Then look at these people's appearance, clothing, dress, like the image of witch people in the ancient costume drama. Could it be that I have traveled across? Lin Yunzhou surmised. There was a phenomenon that corroborated this speculation of his. Uncle Tu's corpse was wearing a set of vintage cotton clothes. Now that it's past Qingming, it's basically short-sleeved in the south, but his second uncle was actually wearing a cotton jacket, and after thinking about the injuries on his body as well as the deaths of the group in front of him, Lin Yunzhou had further speculations. His second uncle had also traveled across to this world, and his death might even have something to do with the group of people in front of him. How did I cross over? Lin Yunzhou's mind quickly pondered. Right. A jade token. Lin Yunzhou quickly rummaged through his body. But after rummaging up and down several times, there was no sign of the jade tablet. Where did it go? Lin Yunzhou said silently. At this moment, his chest was slightly hot. Lin Yunzhou undid his clothes and looked down. There was an additional tattoo on his chest, and the tattoo looked exactly like that jade token. At this moment, that jade tattoo was emitting a touch of fluorescence. Lin Yunzhou rubbed it and he was sure that the tattoo was the jade. Then how can I go back? Lin Yunzhou said silently again. At this time the fluorescence on the tattoo flickered for a moment. Lin Yunzhou immediately realized when the jade token was recharged it would be able to teleport, and it would take 12 hours to recharge it once, which was 1 day. Knowing that he could go back in a day, Lin Yunzhou was relieved. This damn place, it's freezing cold, there's nothing to prepare for. Also, there doesn't seem to be much law to speak of here. If you are accidentally karma'd, you don't even have a body collector. These dozens of people in front of you are living examples. What other functions do you have? Lin Yunzhou said silently once again. The tattoo flashed again, and Lin Yunzhou's mind was filled with another piece of information. It actually had a space. Lin Yunzhou sank his mind and focused his attention on the tattoo. Suddenly his consciousness came to a space that was 10 meters in length, width, and height. At this moment, there were quite a few dry food and snacks in the space as well as several large buckets of pure water. One look at the packaging and he knew it was from Earth. Lin Yunzhou reckoned that this was prepared by his second uncle. It was a pity that there were no warm clothes and shoes, but not worrying about going hungry was good news. Lin Yunzhou searched through these relics and found quite a few yuanbao. There was 1 gold yuanbao and a full 12 silver yuanbao. There were also a few ingots of silver in bits and pieces. Lin Yunzhou weighed them. Each yuanbao was probably just over 100 grams, not more than 200 grams. Even so, according to the current gold market, about 450 yuan per gram, a gold yuan treasure that is worth tens of thousands of yuan, plus silver yuan treasure probably also have 10,000 to 20,000. This batch of yuanbao converted into Chinese currency is more than 100,000 yuan. Lin Yunzhou reckoned that these yuanbao were all Uncle Heir's belongings that he had saved up during this period of time. He is very clear about the nature of the second uncle. Hanging around with the uneducated description is not too much, otherwise you will not be able to keep a shop or on the verge of closure of the edge of the shop. In fact, if it is not relying on the grandfather and father to save the family assets to support, it is estimated that they will starve. The second uncle is a bit wild, but the person is not bad. Lin Yunzhou want what all have to ask for. For example, Lin Yunzhou said he wanted to go to university. He did not object, after selling a lot of family belongings finally for him to graduate from university. But even at his level, he was able to save more than $100,000 worth of gold and silver treasures. If he used his business acumen, wouldn't he be able to create a business empire? You have to know, this is an otherworldly awe. He had the ability to cross both worlds, and using the differences in products between the two worlds, he could make a lot of money by buying and selling backwards. In just a moment he thought of many ways. But not a moment later, he couldn't help but smile miserably. What was the use of earning even more money? Now that he was suffering from a terminal illness, he could only live for a few months at most. It's just a matter of. It's not bad to enjoy the scenery of the other world before dying. Woo! A cold wind blew by. I'm going. This cold weather is not a good scenery. I can't. I have to find a place where there are people to take shelter from the cold. Otherwise, if we lose a lot of heat and get a cold and fever, causing all kinds of complications from cancer, I'm afraid we won't even survive for a month by then. Lin Yunzhou walked along the only exit of the valley. It didn't take long before Lin Yunzhou came to a pitted dirt road. This was probably the official road. Lin Yunzhou looked around. On the official road there were some ragged and unkempt pedestrians walking numbly, like people fleeing a disaster. When the people nearby saw Lin Yunzhou sizing them up, they ducked away. It seemed as if they were afraid that Lin Yunzhou would turn against them. Seeing this guarded look on their faces, Lin Yunzhou also rested his thoughts of accosting them, and then followed the direction that everyone was moving in. That was probably the direction of the town. Lin Yunzhou estimated that he had been walking for more than an hour. The sky was getting darker and the temperature was getting lower and lower. His body was freezing so much that he was about to lose consciousness. He was a little anxious inside. If it continues like this, I'm afraid it won't last long. But looking around is still a wilderness, not even a home. Luckily, the sky is the limit. After turning a corner, Lin Yunzhou finally saw a flash of fire. About 100 meters away, there was an adobe house with a half-collapsed roof. A carriage and 3 horses were parked outside the house, and a group of people were burning a bonfire inside. Lin Yunzhou suddenly surged with strength and walked up quickly. He also considered the danger, but if he didn't find a place last year he was going to freeze to death. The danger was nothing. Stand still. But as he neared the adobe house, he was stopped by a loud voice. A big and thick man blocked the door of the room, with a longbow in his hand. This brother, can you let me in to warm myself? Lin Qingyi said and took a few more steps forward. Shoo! Suddenly, a cracking sound rang out and Lin Qingyi felt a cold aura flash by. Duck! Buzz! An arrow grazed Lin Qingyi's side before hitting a wooden stake not far behind him with a quivering sound. Lin Qingyi's heart snapped. If this arrow landed on his body, I'm afraid it would have shot through his chest. This is truly a world without laws, fighting and killing at the drop of a hat. Lin Qingyi swallowed his saliva, his mind quickly thought about countermeasures, and finally decided to sacrifice the kryptonite technique. This brother, I still have an ingot of silver, I will give it to you, why don't you let me go in and roast the fire? Lin Qingyi finished taking out the ingot of silver and then threw it towards the man. Bar. The man did not pick up, the silver fell to the ground, also did not look at it, still face grim face in front of the door. Lin Qingyi guessed that he is also estimated to be just a guard, loyal to his duty. His face is helpless, undoing his clothes, said, This brother, you see my thin body shape cannot be unfavorable to you at all, you see that I also do not have any murder weapon on my body, let me go in to bake the fire. That man is still indifferent, just in Lin Qingyi or a little bit desperate. From inside the house came a middle voice, let him come in. Chapter 6 Hundreds of Diseases? It seemed that the master had given the word, the man finally gave way. Lin Qingyi walked in quickly without hesitation. When he passed by the man, he picked up the silver ingot and slapped it on his hand. Brother, this silver is for you. Lin Qingyi finished his speech and walked straight in without saying a word. And that Han looked at Lin Qingyi with more than a hint of color in his eyes. In the middle of the house bonfire sat a young couple. The man was tall, his broad shoulders and slender stance displayed his robust physique. His thick and slightly messy black hair covered his handsome and upright face, and his deep and sharp eyes revealed perseverance and intelligence. Although he wore a smile, that calm and confident aura of his made people feel an invisible oppression. The woman, on the other hand, was petite and slender. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders, as black and smooth as a waterfall. Her eyebrows were picturesque and her eyes were bright and godly, with large, translucent eyes sizing up Lin Qingyi. There was also a guard standing on each side behind the two. Lin Qingyi cupped his fists like the ancients and thanked them, many thanks to both of you. I will roast the fire first. Lin Qingyi was so scared of life that he made the two men a bit curious. The man said, please go ahead. Lin Qingyi was not polite, hurriedly went forward to sit down, then charcoal grilled hand close to the bonfire grilled fire. Seeing Lin Qingyi's pair of white and delicate, without a little callous hands, two people's eyes more than a trace of dissimilarity. After a while, the coldness on Lin Qingyi's body gradually dispersed, and his spirit finally got much better. It is finally warm. Lin Qingyi said, thank you both, my name is Lin Qingyi, I don't know how to address you both. My name is Su Qing, my wife Mu Wanling. Su Qing said. Good day, brother Su. Good day, sister-in-law. Lin Qingyi said in a self-congratulatory manner. The two nodded in response. Lin Qingyi's extraordinary temperament made Su Qing a little curious about him and asked, where is brother Ling going? Are you separated from your family? Regarding his identity, Lin Qingyi had already had a draft in mind, treating himself as the son of some big family out of the world as the most appropriate identity, since the other party had already thought in this direction, so he took the opportunity to say back, brother Su was really as good as God, the truth is not to be deceived, I encountered robbers half a month ago, and with great difficulty, I was able to escape from the bandits, and I didn't know where to go for a while. What towns can be found in the near future? The nearest is Xuping County, is also the place we want to go back, estimated that there is still half a day's journey, tomorrow morning rush if, about the evening will arrive, brother Ling whether to join? Su Qing said. Ha ha. Then I'm not going to do it. It is rare to have a chance to ride along, Lin Qingyi did not refuse. It's just a show of hands. Su Qing said, flipping a few skewers of beast meat by the campfire. The aroma wafted in, and Lin Qingyi couldn't help but twitch his nose. This roasted meat had a unique fragrance. Lin Qingyi estimated that it might be the unique aroma of beast meat grown in the other world's pollution-free and hormone-free environment. Brother Ling, hungry? Su Qing said as he handed him one of the skewers of beast meat to taste. Then, thank you very much. Ling Yunzhou wasn't polite and took a bite of the beast meat after receiving it. In fact, he wasn't hungry. On the way he had already secretly eaten some food from space. Now it was purely curiosity-driven, wanting to taste the food of the otherworldly world. However, as the beast meat entered his mouth, after chewing a few times, the first sensation was hard. Ling Yunzhou increased the biting force, and chewed a few more times, and gradually he felt it. A special meat flavor filled his mouth, and the whole person seemed to be a lot more comfortable. Haha, how can you eat barbecued meat without wine? Xuping took a beastskin pouch from the side, while Mu Wanling took 2 flat earthenware bowls at the right time. Xuping gurgled and poured out 2 bowls of wine and handed one of them to Ling Yunzhou. Ling Yunzhou didn't make any pretense. He took it and looked at it. The wine was a bit cloudy, but there was a special fragrance emanating from it. Ling Yunzhou had tasted a lot of high-class wine because of his work, but as soon as he smelled this wine, he knew it was good. He couldn't help but take a sip close to his mouth. The degree of wine is not high, about 10 degrees, the entrance is a bit spicy. It is estimated that it is just brewed out of the new wine not long ago, so the taste is not good, but for some reason, once the wine is in the belly there is a warm and melting feeling. Ling Yunzhou couldn't help but exclaim, "Good wine!" Ha ha! I guess Brother Ling has not known the taste for a long time. This wine is not a good wine. In Xuping County you want to buy a big handful. Oh, perhaps. The taste is indeed a bit on the spicy side. This wine should be a new wine. Ling brother is really a veteran. This wine is indeed new wine. Is a few days ago before I left to go to the wine shop to beat the new wine. Xuping said, and then sighed, sigh actually, I like the spiciness. Ling Yunzhou reckoned that he just liked the high degree of alcohol, probably because the storage and sealing conditions in the other world were not good. The new alcohol was brewed and aged for a few years, the degree became lower, and in Xuping's opinion, it felt bad to drink. If we get the distillation technology here and produce a batch of high-degree alcohol, I'm sure there will be a market for it. Thinking about it, Ling Yunzhou actually had one more road to enrichment in his mind. Unfortunately, suffering from a terminal illness, he also just think about it. Oh, I should say that you like the rich and mellow flavor, not really spicy. Ling Yunzhou said. Ha ha. This point you really said to my heart. Ling Yunzhou sighed, if I have the opportunity to bring you a little real strong enough wine for you to drink, will let you love to release. Ha ha. Good. Brother Ling can say yes. Xuping said cheerfully, come eat meat and drink. Good. Ling Yunzhou picked up the meat and nibbled on it. Come on, Brother Ling, we've met at first sight, let's drink up. Xuping finished gulping down the bowl of wine. Ling Yunzhou was actually aware of his physical condition, but he couldn't care less. Living longer and longer didn't mean much to him. Life must be enjoyable, don't make the golden bottle empty to the moon. Dry. Good poem. Xuping couldn't help but praise it. Life must be happy, don't make the golden bottle empty to the moon. Mu Wanling on the side silently recited it a few times, her eyes getting brighter and brighter. Gulp gulp. Ling Yunzhou dried the bowl of wine in one gulp. Perhaps the wine was drunk too quickly and irritated his stomach. Ling Yunzhou immediately felt his stomach flip. Vomit. Ling Yunzhou covered his mouth and ran outside the house. Brother Ling. Xuping hurriedly followed behind. Vomit. The wine mixed with blood was spat out by him. Xuping looked at Ling Yunzhou's vomit, and then looked at his pale face, and hurriedly stepped forward to assist him towards the house. After taking his seat, Ling Yunzhou's face was still pale, but perhaps it was because there was some kind of a strange energy in the food he had just eaten that was replenishing his loss. Instead he did not feel very painful. Brother Ling, are you choking? Xuping asked. Ling Yunzhou knew that in ancient times, esophageal cancer was called choking diaphragm, and he didn't deny it, saying, yes. Brother Ling, I see that you come from an extraordinary background, why don't you practice martial arts? As long as you can cultivate to the Qi and Blood 3 changes realm, basically can be invulnerable to all diseases, how can a small choking diaphragm be difficult for you? Chapter 7 Martial Arts Realm Classification. Xuping's words were like a bolt from the blue, causing Ling Yunzhou's mind to explode. Practicing martial arts? How can a little choking be difficult? How can a small chokehold be difficult for you? After a long pause, Ling Yunzhou pressed down the excitement in his heart. He knew that he couldn't afford to lose his persona now. On the surface, he pretended to be in pain and said, it's not that I don't want to, but it's really a bit special. Xuping heard immediately brainstormed the commoner son was suppressed by the first son, in order to avoid the powerful after the seizure of power. prohibit him from practicing martial arts drama, and then a linkage perhaps this time by the bandits kidnapped and the family struggle for power related. Then, Ling Yunzhou has such a culmination, yet so weak it all makes sense. Alas, Xuping also sighed, it was already too late to practice martial arts now. Ling Yunzhou's heart went cold. However, Xuping tone of voice, choking diaphragm is not a terminal disease. Ling brother, if you have the money, you can also go to the East Mingguan Letsu Taoist priest to cast a few needles, prescribe a few medicines without a few months should be able to be cured. Ling Yunzhou heart turned to surprise up, this time speak a little trembling, really? Really? I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Xuping a slight beat, he did not expect Ling Yunzhou's reaction will be so big. Ling Yunzhou also reacted to his own reaction just now, a little overreacted, immediately added, I mean, is it true that Taoist Master Su has such superior medical skills? He. Xuping laughed, Taoist Master Su is one of the few martial artists in our Xuping County in the Zhongshe realm, and is also the only Zhongshe level pharmacist in Xuping County that can be hired as long as you pay for it, true qi combined with medicines, as long as you're not on the verge of death you can be pulled back. There is hope. I still have hope to live. Ling Yunzhou's heart was suddenly excited. The reason why he wasn't sure was because what Xuping said about practicing martial arts, true qi, and administering needles was a bit mysterious, but once he thought about the fact that this was an otherworldly place there might still be hope. Ling Yunzhou forced himself to hold back his excitement and asked, then Brother Su, I wonder where Dong Mingguan is? It is not far in Xuping County. When we arrive in Xuping County tomorrow, I will arrange for someone to take you there. Xuping said. There is no need to trouble Brother Su, just knowing that it is near Xuping County is enough. Ling Yunzhou said. Xuping on the other hand had a look of understanding, in his thoughts he reckoned that Ling Yunzhou didn't have that much money. The two of them chatted for a while longer, and as it was already completely dark outside, Xuping and Mu Wanling returned to the carriage to rest. Of course before they left, they did not forget to explain to the guards to take care not to let the bonfire go out, and also gave Ling Yunzhou an extra fur as a quilt. The four guards then divided into two teams to take turns to keep watch. The guard who had a previous encounter with Ling Yunzhou was on watch with another person for the second half of the night, and at this time, he also came in to roast the fire with Ling Yunzhou. What are the names of the two big brothers? Ling Yunzhou smiled and asked. Duke dare not, you directly call the name of the little one Tang Long is good. The man who guarded the doorway said back. I Li Yunfeng, Gongzi just call me Little Li. The other person returned. Ling Yunzhou reckoned that it should be that just now he had a good conversation with Xuping and his wife, and in their view he was on equal footing with their master, and they as subordinates had to remain respectful to him. Ling Yunzhou also into the local customs, there is no need to take the modern society that everyone is equal rules out, otherwise they may not be comfortable getting along, so frankly said, that's good, my surname is Ling, I have a few questions I would like to ask the two of you to ask for advice. It's good that Duke Ling has something to say. Tang Long and Xiaoli said almost simultaneously. Tell me everything you know related to martial arts practice. Good. The two of them spoke eloquently, with Tang Long delivering the main speech and Little Li occasionally making additions. During the period Ling Yunzhou had doubts and asked a lot of questions. After exchanging for nearly half an hour, Ling Yunzhou finally had a rough understanding of the martial arts practice in the other world. The realm of martial arts practice in this world could be divided into three major realms, the martial master, the sovereign master, the grand sovereign master, and there was also a legendary realm, the true man. The two people's insights were only a little more than the martial master realm, and they didn't know much about the grand master and grand master. The martial master realm is actually mainly about refining the body, and is divided into three subrealms based on the depth of the body refining, the first transformation of qi and blood, the second transformation of qi and blood, and the third transformation of qi and blood. The first transformation of qi and blood refines the skin and flesh, and it is difficult to injure ordinary swords and knives at a high level. Tang Long and Xiaoli were both in this realm, and their strength was just a bit stronger than ordinary people, with a bit more tolerance. The second transformation of qi and blood refining bones, practiced to perfection, the bones are as solid as iron, bare hands can open mountains and crack rocks, a fist to kill a cow is not a matter of course. Xuping is in this realm. The third transformation of qi and blood refining organs metamorphosis, the whole body living dragon fresh and healthy, qi and blood like a rainbow, can be used to describe the transformation of bones. Among other things, Ling Yunzhou also reconfirmed that if one could practice the three transformations of qi and blood, one could basically be immune to all diseases. Of course this disease refers to the spontaneous lesions of one's own body, such as stomach cancer, which simply cannot appear in a strong person with the third transformation of qi in blood. As for the upwardly mobile masters, they don't know much about them, they only know that people in that realm can already have luck and control their qi, and that they can do anything like flying over the eaves and walls, hitting a bull through a mountain, or rushing to the sky with a sword, and that they can easily defeat dozens of hundreds of martial arts masters in the realm. Of course, even if there were more martial masters, it would still be difficult to kill a Zhongshe martial artist, because people could escape if they couldn't beat them. Unless they fell into a trap, a martial master simply couldn't catch up to a patriarch who could defend his qi. Lin Yunzhou couldn't help but feel a sense of longing as he listened. Who didn't have a dream of being a martial artist or a hero when they were young? Who didn't dream of traveling the world with a sword when they were young? It was just a bit of a pity that when it came to understanding the conditions for practicing martial arts, both of them said that the best age for practicing martial arts was between the ages of 12 and 20. This stage is the golden age for martial arts training, and Lin Yunzhou has already missed it. Of course, it wasn't impossible to learn now, but the investment and benefit were completely disproportionate. However, Lin Yunzhou quickly relieved, martial arts can be put off a bit, now the most urgent thing is to solve the stomach cancer. Now that there is hope, Lin Yunzhou's knot that could not be calmed for many days was finally released, and a wave of drowsiness came rushing in. Tonight Lin Yunzhou slept extraordinarily soundly. The next day at dawn, Lin Yunzhou was woken up by everyone's commotion. At this time, the guards had already set up a pot as if they were making congee. It didn't take long when Xuping and his wife got up, breakfast was also ready. Breakfast was buns with white porridge. Lin Yunzhou was also given 2 buns and a bowl of congee. What made Lin Yunzhou a little strange was that the warm and fuzzy feeling arose again when the food entered his stomach. Lin Yunzhou guessed that it might be because the soil and water in the other world was good and the food grown was of high nutritional value. Of course, the specifics would be explored later. After breakfast, the group quickly started to leave. Xiaoli drove the carriage and the other 3 guards each rode a horse. Originally, Xuping invited Lin Yunzhou to sit inside the carriage, but he refused. He was too embarrassed to go in when the other 2 were inside, so he followed Xiaoli and sat in the front of the carriage. The road in the other world was hard to describe, putting the modern day as if walking on speed bumps every moment, bumping up and down terribly. Did not sit for long. Lin Yunzhou felt dizzy. Time passes slowly, a rush of 4 or 5 hours. Lin Yunzhou has been bumpy and muddle-headed when, next to suddenly came Tang Long's shout, "Su! Less, there are horse thieves!" Chapter 8 Cruelty, Blood. When the crowd heard this, they were instantly jolted and began to tighten the ropes of their horses to get closer. After stopping, the crowd of guards began to arm themselves around the carriage. Xuping drilled out with a long sword. What made Lin Yunzhou a little surprised was that Mu Wanling actually followed Xuping with a sword as well. Indeed. At this time, the sound of horses' hooves grew louder and louder. The people coming were all dressed in black, 8 in total. Seeing the people coming, Tang Long's face was a bit ugly, and he said to Xuping, "Xiao Su, there are a total of 8 horse thieves, and looking at the costumes, they are the people from Long Air Gang." "I know." In an instant Xuping's face turned icy cold, but it was quickly collected by him again. Lin Yunzhou see to Xuping's expression change thoughtfully, but also did not think deeply. Now he is only concerned about the next his fate, will not just see the hope of treatment of terminal illness, and then accounted for in this right? Xuping knew that Lin Yunzhou did not have martial arts, so he said to him, "Ling brother, you hie to the back, see the opportunity is not right, you first escape. I think those horse thieves will not be too difficult for you. I'm sure those horse thieves won't give you a hard time." Lin Yunzhou also knew that with his current attire, he looked like a penniless drifter, and it was indeed unlikely that the horse thieves who were running for money would give him a hard time. Lin Yunzhou retreated a little further away, deliberately keeping a certain distance from Xuping and the others. He knew that he couldn't be of any help in this kind of armed struggle, and having him there would instead make Xuping and the rest of them tie their hands. At this time, the group of horse thieves surrounded Xuping and the others in the middle with a big grin. Just when that horse thief leader wanted to say some words of honor, Xuping suddenly made his move. Lin Yunzhou only saw Xuping suddenly tap his feet a few times, scurrying straight out, the long sword in his hand flashed with a cold aura, aiming straight for the horse thief's leader. Second change martial artist? Good guts. Obviously the horse thief leader did not anticipate Xuping's strength, his reaction was not slow, his head tilted, avoiding the blade. But apparently Xuping was also a man who had been through 100 battles. He seemed to have predicted that the horse thief leader would avoid this fatal blow, and slash downwards with his long sword. Puff! The horse thief leader was slashed from his neck to his chest with a bone-deep wound. Blood immediately shot out. The horse thief leader's wound looked horrible, but in fact, it didn't hurt the artery. "Insidious little thief, let's kill for me," the horse thief leader shouted, drew out the machete on his horse's back and leapt forward to attack Xuping. Kill. The other horse thieves dismounted and attacked towards the others. The scene instantly became chaotic. 7 against 5, the horse thieves had the advantage in terms of numbers. Soon the people on Tang Muwanling's side fell into a disadvantage. What Lin Yunzhou didn't expect was that Muwanling, a weak woman, actually danced her longsword without a drop of water, and fought the 2 horse thieves with her light stance. Put. However, the disadvantage in numbers soon became apparent as the guard literally was slashed in the back by one of the horse thieves. His grunt of pain immediately caught Xuping's attention. Xuping turned his head to look at the situation over there, and although he was anxious in his heart, he did not lose his measure, and swung the longsword in his hand more steadily. In fact, his strategy was right. The horse thief leader was sneak attacked because of his carelessness at the beginning, and the longer the time dragged on, the more unfavorable it would be for him. Bang! At this moment, Xuping sidestepped the horse thief leader's swing, and with a spinning body kicked him hard in the back waist. The horse thief leader's back waist, where his kidneys were, was kicked squarely. For Qi and Blood's second transformation powerhouse's internal organs were weak points, and this kick injured the kidneys, instantly causing the horse thief leader to cry out in pain. Xuping would not have mercy on him, once again bullying his way forward, stabbing him in the heart from the back while he did not react. Put. The horse thief leader was pierced through his chest just like this, his forward steps gradually slowed down, and finally even directly fell to his knees. He turned back with difficulty. 4. Gurgling. Why? In his impression, the coming and going, whether it is a merchant team, horse team, which see them long air gang, is not respectful, and then offer money in silver. Xuping's cold eyes looked at him, because the Dragon 2 gang all deserve to die. After Xuping finished speaking, he pulled out his longsword and then slashed at his neck. Puff! The horse thief leader's head was chopped off flush with his neck. Without much delay, Xuping turned his head towards the other battlefield. He saw Muwanling being forced by the 2 horse thieves to the left and right, and was about to be injured. He loudly shouted, "Kill!" Xuping's footsteps were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he flashed behind one of the horse thieves who was besieging Muwanling. Puff! His longsword was accurately sent into the horse thief's back, then he drew his sword and slashed, and with a poof, he directly removed the arm of another horse thief with a root. The horse thieves lost 3 people in a row, and even among them was their most powerful leader. The remaining horse thieves immediately lost their courage to fight. They fled. The horse thieves ran towards their horses. Kill. Obviously Xuping hated these horse thieves to the bone and did not intend to let them go, continuing to cover up and kill them with his sword. The others saw that their master was so desperate that they were also not willing to lag behind in chasing after them. In the end, only one person mounted the horse and was about to ride off, and right at this moment, Tang Long took a longbow and quickly struck the arrow and drew the bow. Swoosh! The sound of breaking air rang out, the long arrow shot away. At this moment, the horse thief was already 100 paces away. Puff! The arrow hit him right in the back of his heart. 100 paces through a poplar is just like that. In the end, those horse thieves who didn't die through were also supplemented by Tang Long and the others with a sword, causing them to completely die. At this point, all the horse thieves had been wiped out. Lin Yunzhou stared blankly at this scene. Even though he had landed in a mass grave right at the beginning and had seen many dead bodies, but now that he had witnessed 9 people die in front of him, he was still shocked by the cruelty and bloodshed of this world. Xuping's side also had 1 dead and 1 injured. Xuping ordered for the other guards to carry the dead man onto the carriage, then said towards Lin Yunzhou, "Brother Ling, I'm going to take a step first. It's not far ahead to Xuping County. We'll see each other again sometime." "I will see you again." Lin Yunzhou also knew that the other party was unwilling to bring him along again because they didn't want him to get into trouble with the Long Air Gang. After watching Xuping and the others leave, Lin Yunzhou didn't want to stay here any longer and hurriedly walked towards Xuping County. Probably walked for more than an hour. On the horizon, a city was finally visible from afar. Perhaps it was because of the proximity to the city, the official road gradually gathered quite a few people. None of these people were bone-thin, ragged, and unkempt, typical stragglers. On the way here, Lin Yunzhou also roughly understood that the place he was currently in was an empire called the Dongqi dynasty. Xuping County was located in Qinchuan Prefecture, one of the 8 major prefectures of the East Qi dynasty. This year, there was a severe drought in the entire Qinchuan Prefecture, resulting in a lot of land being lost to harvest and a severe famine, with many farmers being displaced and becoming stragglers. This was also the reason why they came across so many stragglers converging towards the county on the road. Gradually, Lin Qingyi followed the stragglers to the gates of Xuping County. The more than 20-meter-high earthen stone wall stretched out around the outer city, and one could not see the edge at a glance. There was also a nearly 20-meter-wide moat below the wall. The open area outside the city had already built quite a few simple shacks, and many stragglers were gathered here. It's not that they don't want to enter the city, but they don't have the money. It turns out that if you want to enter the city, you have to pay 10 cents. This world currency system is 1 tael of gold is equal to 10 tael of silver, 1 tael of silver is equal to 100 cents. In this era where a penny can buy 2 steamed buns, 10 pennies is equivalent to a person's rations for 10 days. The reason why the vagabonds have become vagabonds is not because there is no money and no food. The silver ingot that Lin Qingyi gave to Tang Long in the beginning was 1 or 2, and the yuanbao in the space, 1 was 10 taels. In that case, 1 is also considered a small and huge rich person. Outside the city is a mess. Just this moment Lin Qingyi saw a few robberies and bloodshed. The small body cannot withstand the torture. Lin Qingyi searched his space, and found a dozen or so coins, enough to pay the entrance fee, so he no longer hesitated, and walked directly to the city gates. The process of entering the city was very smooth. As long as the money was paid, they were immediately released. After entering the city, the atmosphere inside was obviously a lot better than outside the city. Lin Qingyi's heart was instantly relieved. Lin Qingyi sensed that there was less than an hour left until the jade token was recharged. As long as he waited until it was recharged, he would be considered truly safe. If he encountered danger, the big deal would be to use the 2 realms great escape technique. The 4 city gates of Xuping County, the main road that started from the city gate and stretched all the way to the city lord's mansion, were all bustling commercial streets. Lin Qingyi was now looking over the street side, one stall and shop at a time. He also wanted to understand the business environment of Xuping County. Chapter 9, An Insight into an Otherworldly City. Where are the meat buns? Where are the fragrant meat buns? Lin Qingyi suddenly thought of something and went forward to ask, "Boss, how do you sell meat buns?" The boss took a look at Lin Qingyi's outfit and thought that he was here to beg. He said in a bad tone, 2 cents apiece. If you don't have any money, get lost. Lin Qingyi frowned, but didn't want to cause trouble. He took out 2 cents and handed it over. Give me 1. Originally thought that the person who came to make trouble actually pulled out money. The boss's attitude came 180-degree change, smiled and said, "Good. Here, this is your bun." Lin Qingyi was too lazy to bother with him, took the bun and bit down. The bread's surface was relatively rough, with a lot of rice bran mixed in. The taste was far worse than what he had eaten with Xuping before, and the meat inside was just a tiny bit of meat froth. But this texture was not what Lin Qingyi was concerned about. At this moment, he was chewing the bun carefully and then swallowed it. That familiar warmth was back. This confirmed that all the food here in the other world seemed to have a special factor which was more beneficial to the human body. Was this factor the aura that had been mentioned in novels? There is aura in the other world? Otherwise, it couldn't explain the feeling of warmth that arose after every meal, or why the martial arts in the other world were so strong. Although he couldn't confirm this conjecture, Lin Qingyi estimated that it was not far off. Putting this issue down for the time being, when his consciousness returned to reality, he suddenly realized that there was a father and daughter in front of him at some point, and they were looking at the buns in his hand with fixed eyes. The man appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, with a little girl of 11 or 12 years old by his side. Both of them were unusually thin, and had obviously been hungry for a short period of time. Looking at their eager expressions, Lin Qingyi still moved a little bit of compassion and handed the man the bun in his hand. The man gulped and did not take it. Because Lin Qingyi was also dressed in tattered linen clothes and was just as skinny, he thought that Lin Qingyi was also a straggler just like him, and was just as underfed and underclothed. And at this time, the little girl on the side shook his hand and said in a weak tone under her breath, "Father, hungry." When the man saw the little girl's eager eyes, he finally had a heart and took the bun in Lin Qingyi's hand, and kept saying under his breath, "Thank you. Thank you." After taking the bun, he directly handed the entire bun to the little girl. The little girl immediately put it into her mouth and took a bite. Chewing and chewing, the little girl immediately thought of something, looked at the man, and then immediately broke off half of it and handed it to the man. "Father, you also eat." The man touched the little girl's head and said, "Father is not hungry, spirit child eat." "Father, you also eat, you do not eat, I also do not eat." The little girl insisted. The little girl insisted. "Then Dad also eat a little." The man then took the half of the bun, then broke half of it, the remaining half was given back to the little girl called Linger. Lin Qingyi stopped paying attention to the father and daughter, and continued to stroll down the street. There were more stalls selling food. For the food were all roughly made things, although they were rich in spiritual qi, Lin Qingyi's fragile stomach did not have much desire for these foods. At this moment, something sold at a stall attracted his attention. It was a man dressed in rough linen clothes, actually wearing such thin clothes on a cold day. Those who were not afraid of the cold were at least formal martial masters. Lin Qingyi stopped for a moment in front of the stall. Just by taking a deep breath here, he could feel a warm sensation coming from his body. Lin Qingyi glanced towards the stall and there were two ginseng-like plants on it. This ginseng was definitely a treasure. Lin Qingyi concluded in his heart. "Get out of my way. Don't block my business." The stall owner shouted angrily. "Boss, how do you sell this gnome?" At this time, a brocade-clothed young man came alongside. Lin Qingyi realized that ginseng had quite a few other aliases. In ancient times, people called it geode, ghost cover, and so on. When this person said so, it should be ginseng without a doubt. 100 taels of silver for one plant. These two plants have both reached 100 years of medicinal age of the earth essence. The man said aloud. 80 taels a plant, I want all of them. The brocade-clothed youth said. 100 years of medicinal age of the essence of the earth, and the Wanong merchants, no more than 101 you simply cannot buy. I only need 100 is already a fair price. A trace of anger flared up on the Han's face. You also said that people are Wantong business firm. In Wantong business firm, to buy things are guaranteed. You go to buy 100 years of copies if he will never give you 80 years of copies. In case you hear I buy fake goods, I look for who to go? The young man in brocade clothes said. Is not 100 years old, a smell will know. Who does not know the smell can be fake? I buy in your place is also risky, just 80. You. When have I, Du Lao-san, ever done that kind of unethical thing? The Hanyu had already turned a little red in the face. The last person who spoke like this is still squatting in jail. The brocade-clothed youth said. Ha ha. Yes, that's right. Everyone remembers Feng Ghost Eye, right? Hey, who in Xuping County doesn't know that because of his phrase, I vouch for my character, he screwed shopkeeper Chen out of a few thousand taels of silver? The man wasn't very good with words, and when the people around him said that, he was even more red in the face and thick in the neck, but he didn't know where to retort. The brocade-clothed young man glanced at the surrounding people's reaction, the corner of the mouth slightly a trick. This way, I'll add another 5 too, 85 taels a plant, and I only need a plant, willing to deal, not willing to, I guess there is no one dares to bet on you, this is not the real thing. Han looked at the surrounding people, a look at watching the big, frequently nodding look, know that this youth is right. In order to dig up these two plants of geomancy, there are two injured brothers waiting for money to heal, and now by this youth astir, want to sell 102 is not possible, now can only pinch the nose to admit, okay. One hand to hand over the money, one hand to hand over the goods. Alas, I also do not know, this time the bet is not right. The brocade-clothed youth said as if he had made up his mind. Soon the money and goods clear, and so around the people dispersed almost. Lin Qingyi come forward, another plant I want, 85 too. You? The man was puzzled. Lin Qingyi into his pocket, and then took out a silver dollar. Sell or not? If not, I will leave. Sell. The Han said through gritted teeth. If you don't sell it quickly, and then grab the medicine back, the two brothers fall into a lifelong disability is more than worth it. The man can only eat more losses, also have to admit it. Good. Lin Qingyi took out 9 yuanbao in succession. Finally the man handed over the ginseng and 5 ingots of silver to him. Lin Qingyi carried the things in his arms and secretly put them away in the jade space. As soon as this transaction was completed, Lin Qingyi suddenly felt some hidden gazes falling on him from the surroundings. Lin Qingyi couldn't help but secretly sigh the old saying, wealth does not reveal itself, wealth does not reveal itself, nobility does not walk alone. He had only bought a ginseng, and he had been missed. However, this ginseng was very beneficial to his current health condition. Even if he took a little risk, he had to take it. Lin Qingyi pretended to be unaware of this and continued to wander around the surrounding shops. At this time, he came to a shop that sold porcelain. After looking around, Lin Yunzhou's eyes suddenly landed on a palm-sized daffodil pot. Chapter 10, Return, Lin Qingyi's Discovery. Narcissus basin shape is exquisite and elegant, oval in shape, wide mouth, deep wall, flat bottom, the edge of the protruding. There are 4 cloud heads, the outer wall tires are thin, slightly thicker at the bottom of the foot. The whole body glazed such as congealed grease, the sky green jade, cracked ice crystal clear. There are 3 small nail marks on the bottom, slightly beige in color. The overall craftsmanship is exquisite, the shape is beautiful, the glaze is moist, elegant and pure. Ru Kiln? For fear that the treasures in the shop will be sold cheaply by his second uncle, Lin Yunzhou has taught himself a lot about literature and antiques since he went to high school. Although not exactly proficient, but he is still relatively sure that this daffodil basin in front of him is the Song Dynasty Ru Kiln process. The 5 famous kilns of the Song Dynasty: Ru Kiln, Official Kiln, Ko Kiln, Jun Kiln, Ding Kiln. Ru Kiln with its beautiful color and exquisite production technology and the world's attention. It is known as the crown of Song porcelain. Today, the world's only surviving Ru Kiln porcelain will not be more than 100 pieces, each of which out of the auction can fetch a sky-high price. The most expensive one in Hong Kong Sotheby's autumn auction sold for 260 million. If you bring this Narcissus basin back to the experts for appraisal, I wonder if it will be considered a Song Dynasty Ru Kiln? Can try. Lin Yunzhou secretly decided, so he asked the boss, "How much is this porcelain?" In the counter, the boss knocking on the abacus slightly looked up and said, 2 ingots of silver. 1 silver ingot. Lin Yunzhou cut the price. Okay. Pay up. The boss said cheerfully. Lin Yunzhou instantly realized that his bid was still high, but also did not care, very quickly handed over an ingot of silver, and then the porcelain into his arms. The same will be put into the space. In case this porcelain if really be judged as Ru Kiln, that will earn a lot. It's just a silver ingot, there's no harm in trying. Walking out of the porcelain shop, as the sky darkened, Lin Yunzhou ushered in good news: the jade token was recharged. He could finally teleport back. He had now decided to make a trip back to Earth first, and come back after being fully prepared. Of course, initiating the teleportation naturally required him to find an unoccupied, hidden and safe corner. Because he reckoned that wherever he went back from, the next time he came would probably appear there as well. For example, back then, second uncle was estimated to have been killed by someone chasing him to the location of the canyon, and initiated a teleportation to return to Earth before he died. So this landing point would have to be chosen. Now that it was still not completely dark, the pedestrians on the streets had gradually become less and less. In this world where there is no power system, there is no nightlife to speak of. As soon as it gets dark, apart from individual restaurants and moon-littered places, the vast majority of other shops will close, and there won't be any pedestrians on the road. Lin Yunzhou pressed down the excitement in his heart. He planned to wait for darkness to find a corner to teleport. It wasn't long before nightfall gradually descended. At this moment, Lin Yunzhou left the main street and scurried into an alleyway before quickly heading inside. At the same time, 2 middle-aged men stepped out from a street corner not far away. Both of them glanced at each other and couldn't help but curl the corners of their mouths. It was obvious that they had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The 2 middle-aged men quickly followed. Lin Yunzhou didn't dare to hesitate. He ran hard, and after turning several corners in a row, he finally came to a deep and no-exit alley, which was the best place for teleportation. So he focused his attention on the tattoo on his chest, and silently recited in his mind, "Teleportation." With a swish, Lin Yunzhou's figure disappeared into the middle of the chest. Not long after, the 2 middle-aged men also chased and attacked here. However, the result was naturally disappointing. When they searched left and right several times to no avail, they could only leave resentfully. Meanwhile, on the other side, after a moment of dizziness, Lin Yunzhou returned to a familiar scene. Back. Confirming that he had returned to the shop's pantry, Lin Yunzhou's hanging heart was finally released, and then his entire body went limp on the tie-shirt chair. It was only after a long time that Lin Yunzhou woke up from the shock of traveling back. Lin Yunzhou somewhat impatiently took out the things in the space. A golden treasure, a 100-year-old ginseng, and a suspected Ru Kiln Narcissus basin. These 3 treasures were what he considered to be the biggest haul of the trip. Lin Yunzhou looked at the 100 years ginseng, thought for a moment, picked up the kettle next to him and started to boil the water. After boiling the water and washing the teapot twice with boiling water, Lin Yunzhou cut a ginseng beard and put it in, then poured in boiling water. Ginseng was boiling water, a rich fragrance from which emanates out, just one smell, Ling Yunzhou immediately have a feeling of relaxation, spirit immediately shaken up. Ling Yunzhou, a little impatient with boiling water to wash the teacup, and then poured a cup of ginseng water out, pick up the teacup close to the tip of the nose to smell. The feeling of relief is even more intense. Oh. Ling Yunzhou blew on the ginseng water and took a slight sip. A warm fragrance instantly filled the entire mouth. Ling Yunzhou was a little reluctant to swallow it. Tasting the flavor again, the taste was light and slightly sweet. Gulp. As the ginseng water entered his stomach, a wave of warmth came over him, and he felt his body become more energized. Drinking more ginseng water might be good for all his conditions, right? Ling Yunzhou thought as such. Thinking of this, Ling Yunzhou had decided to make a cup of ginseng water every morning and evening. After drinking the ginseng water, Ling Yunzhou immediately felt a wave of drowsiness. Perhaps it was because he hadn't had time to rest properly due to the successive changes over the past few days, or perhaps it was the effect of the ginseng water. The unprecedented drowsiness made Ling Yunzhou just want to find a bed and have a good night's rest, so he lifted up his somewhat weak feet and headed towards the backyard. Magic City. In a villa. Lin Qingyi was lying on a large, soft and comfortable bed, holding a soft Ling Nabe doll in her arms for a long time, unable to sleep. In her mind, she always recalled the bits and pieces since she met Ling Yunzhou. From knowing each other to falling in love. She couldn't forget the scene when Ling Yunzhou had stopped a few punks for her in the antique street of Shangshan City in the beginning, which was the scene of their acquaintance. After this incident, she and Ling Yunzhou started to have more contact. They chatted, ate, watched films together, and shared the joys and sorrows of their lives with each other. During their time together, their hearts gradually came together, from knowing each other to falling in love. Although there is no oath, but they can sense each other and each other's hearts have an irreplaceable position, the two people's feelings are getting deeper and deeper. After graduating from college, he also guessed that her family is not extraordinary, but he did not say anything, and has been working hard to prove himself. His efforts, she has seen in the eyes. But why did he give up when he was about to see the light of day? After calming down, Lin Qingyi gradually realized that she seemed to have overlooked something. Just a few days ago, the way he looked at her was still full of fondness and love. It was impossible to hide. She didn't believe that he could move on in just 2 or 3 days. She also didn't believe that under her watch, Ling Yunzhou could develop to the point of talking about marriage with another woman. Then it was possible that this was all a lie. Thinking about this, Lin Qingyi suddenly sat up from the bed, and after a pause, her eyes instantly became determined before picking up her mobile phone to make a call. Chapter 11, Lin Qingyi's Determination. Phone Lan, help me find out what's going on with Ling Yunzhou. I want to know all the news about him. Yes, miss. Lin Qingyi hung up the phone and lay back on the bed again, but it was still hard to sleep. The next morning. Just a light sleep. After washing up, Lin Qingyi waited for a phone call. On the other end of the phone, Phone Lan said, Miss, before I talk about the situation in Lingyun State, I hope you have a mental preparation. Lin Qingyi's heart thumped, and she slowed down for a while before taking a deep breath and saying, Good. I have adjusted. What's the matter? You can say. Ling Yunzhou, stomach cancer, late stage. Diagnosed. Lin Qingyi's mind was like a bolt from the blue flash through, instantly going blank. She had mentally prepared, but she didn't think it would be this answer. Feng Lan saw that Lin Qingyi didn't respond for a while, and her tone became a little anxious. Miss, are you okay? Lin Qingyi forced herself to endure the morning and asked, what happened in detail? 5 days ago, he talked about a project, the company recognition meeting. He drank and vomited blood to the hospital to check the preliminary diagnosis of stomach cancer. 2 days ago, diagnosed with advanced stomach cancer. You lied to me. 5 days ago, that time Gui Yunqin happened to come to find her. That morning on the mobile phone has Ling Yunzhou missed calls, showing ringing only 1 second, apparently just dialed and hung up. When she wanted to return the call, she received a WeChat message sent by Ling Yunzhou. It was a warning to pay attention to safety when she was shopping. At that time, Lin Qingyi did not pay too much attention to. Now think about it, I'm afraid that at that time he has been diagnosed with stomach cancer. The bad news came. The first one to talk about is her, and she ignored it. In the next 2 days, he excused himself as busy at work and asked her to stay with Yun Xin, and she actually agreed to do so. Lin Qingyi only felt a stabbing pain coming from her heart at the moment. Miss, condolences. All of this information had come from the Ling Yunzhou company as well as the Third People's Hospital in Yancheng, and the news was true. Lin Qingyi just now only unwilling to believe it. She also knows that Feng Lan did not have the need to lie to her. Even if she is no longer willing to believe it, but the facts are right in front of her. Her voice is choked up. He can still live for how long? Feng Lan returned. 3 months, not more than a year. Who was the woman that day? That is his colleague, named Su Ling. The two are not lovers. It all made sense, and Lin Qingyi finally confirmed that Ling Yunzhou had not betrayed their relationship. That scene at the Slow Time Music dining bar was all self-directed by him to create the fact that the two had broken up. Even if she reacted now, with her understanding of Ling Yunzhou, he would definitely not give her any possibility of getting back together again. It was obvious that he just didn't want to drag her down. At this moment, Lin Qingyi's heart was seized with pain, so painful that it was a little difficult for her to breathe. It was quiet again for a while. Feng Lan still had something to say and reminded again, miss. What else is there? No. Nothing. Wait. Lin Qingyi's tone lifted a bit. Say it. Finish everything. I can hold up. On the other end of the phone, Feng Lan slowed down a bit before saying, his second uncle died. He has returned to Shirin City. How did he die? Multiple cold weapon wounds, bleeding to death, and a long sword left on his body before he died. A long sword? He messed with an ancient martial arts family? There's no evidence of this for now. Anything else? No more. Lin Qingyi hung up her mobile phone, then threw it towards the bed, and her entire body fell towards the bed. Duck! Duck! Right at this moment, 2 knocks sounded at the door, followed by a gentle voice. Get up yet, come down for breakfast. This was the voice of Lin Qingyi's mother, Ling Wei. After waiting for a while, Ling Wei continued to knock on the door, voice raised a few points. Close. Indoors, Lin Qingyi then reacted, wiped her tears and adjusted her emotions before saying, Mom, I'm getting up, you eat first. Then come down after you wash up, I'll wait for you. After Ling Wei finished speaking, she turned around and went downstairs. 10 minutes later, Lin Qingyi came to the restaurant on the ground floor. A woman with an elegant temperament at the table was already sitting in her seat waiting. She was Lin Qingyi's mother, Ling Wei. Her face had clear contours, her soft skin exuded a healthy luster, the years hadn't left any traces on her face, and she couldn't tell in the slightest that he was already a 40 to 50-year-old. Come, sit. Ling Wei got up and pulled out the chair next to her. Her demeanor was calm and elegant. Mom, no need to be polite, I'll do it myself. Lin Qingyi stepped forward and helped her mother sit down before taking her own seat. Ling Wei looked at her daughter, who had only eaten something before putting down her chopsticks, and asked, why did you eat so little? Mom, I'm full. Ling Wei also put down her chopsticks and pulled Lin Qingyi towards the living room. Daughter, do you have something on your mind? Come, tell Mom. After Lin Qingyi took her seat, she pondered for a moment and said, Mom, I've decided to agree to the Tang family's marriage proposal. Really? Ling Wei heard the expression, immediately rejoiced. If you can marry into the Tang family, your father's voice in the family to enhance, not small. But? Ling Wei turned to doubt. Daughter, you are serious? How did we persuade you before was useless? Why are you suddenly enlightened now? Mom, I am serious, but the premise is that the Tang family needs to provide an essence Dan as a bride price, and the Dan should be given to me within 3 days, and I will dominate it, and no one else is allowed to interfere. Lin Qingyi said with a firm expression. Essence Dan? Ling Wei's complexion was straight. Daughter, tell me honestly, what do you want this essence pill for? Lin Qingyi also knows that it is impossible to hide, as long as her mother wants to know, a phone call will also know, so confessed. Yunzhou, he has terminal stomach cancer. The day before yesterday he proposed to me to break up. This morning I let Feng Lan check, only to know this bad news. Ling Wei pondered for a moment and asked, no wonder. Then are you worth it? Lin Qingyi said, what if it's not worth it? Isn't this the best ending for all of us? Alas, Ling Wei sighed, since you decided, then I will talk to your father. With the power of the Tang family, a Dingyuan Dan since not a problem. Thank you, Mom. Ling Wei said and stood up. I'll go upstairs first. Go. Think happy thoughts. After Ling Yunzhou had a beautiful sleep, his sleepiness was swept away and he was refreshed. Come to the front shop and open the door. Beginning in city was a tourist city, famous worldwide for its mountains and water. Next to Ningyun Street was the famous 7-star park. Even early in the morning, there were already quite a few people sparsely traveling outside the gate. These people were mostly passing tourists. Because there were quite a lot of people, most of the shops on Ningyan Street opened their doors for business early. Ling Yunzhou walked out of the shop and went to the baozi shop on the corner and bought a few buns before returning to the shop. Returning to the pantry, Ling Yunzhou boiled a kettle of water, ready to soak the ginseng water. Not long after the ginseng water was brewed, poured out a cup of ginseng water, the whole pantry was filled with a fragrance. Ling Yunzhou served buns with the ginseng water, and it smelled great. At this time, a young man accompanied an old man into the door of the shop. Chapter 12: A 10 million spiritual ginseng. At this time, a youth accompanied an old man into the door of the shop. The young man was tall, wearing a duck-tongue cap, his handsome features brimming with confidence. His slender figure was dressed in a set of decent casual clothes, carrying a traveling backpack, obviously accompanying his elders to come out for a trip. The old man wore a plain linen-colored tunic, his white hair was like snow, and his wrinkles deeply outlined the wisdom and experience that the years had brought him. Once the youth came in, he couldn't help but take a deep breath and exclaimed, "Hee Grandpa, this place really smells good." The old man's gaze went directly to the pantry, and he concluded that the fragrance was wafting out from the pantry. "Come on, let's go and see if we can ask for a cup of tea," the old man said with a kind smile on his face. The youth smiled and did not reply, helping the old man to walk towards the pantry. As soon as he walked into the pantry, he saw a slightly tender youth holding a bun in one hand and a cup of tea in the other. The old man was slightly stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted, arched his hand, and said bluntly, "This little brother, I'm very polite. As soon as I entered the door, I smelled a special aroma, and I came here to ask for a cup of tea to drink. I'm not offended, right?" Ling Yunzhou will look at the two are wearing a duck-tongued hat no as a tourist, and this old man unusual mannerisms through the steady. A glance can judge the old man identity is not low, adhering to the principle of the guest is a guest, politely said. The old man is too serious, a cup of tea only, please sit down. After both of them were seated, Ling Yunzhou placed 2 scalded teacups in front of them, and then picked up the teapot and poured ginseng water for both of them respectively. As soon as the tea came out, a fragrant aroma filled the air, and the old man couldn't help but take a deep breath. Then with his index and middle fingers together, he tapped the desktop 3 times to show his gratitude. The youth saw that the old man actually thanked him as a peer, and when Ling Yunzhou poured him the tea, he put his 5 fingers together to form a fist, the center of the fist downwards, and tapped the desktop 3 times to perform the rite of a junior. The behavior of the two fell in the eyes of Ling Yunzhou, sat back to the position of the old man, said, "Old gentleman, the late generation surname Ling, name Yunzhou, you call me Ling or call Yunzhou can also." "Oh," the old man smiled down, "then I will call you Yunzhou it. My surname is Long, name Yang, this is my grandson Long Yi." "Long old man, Long Yi brother, please drink tea," Ling Yunzhou signaled. The old man picked up the teacup and gently approached the tip of his nose, sniffing it delicately before closing his eyes, seemingly immersed in the world of tea aroma. After reminiscing for a while, the old man opened his eyes and then took a sip of the tea, which was almost clear and transparent but emitted a rich and warm fragrance. The warm fragrance filled his nostrils, and a faint touch of sweetness flowed between his lips and teeth. After swallowing it, a warm current arose from the abdominal cavity, and then traveled to all the limbs and bones. Just one sip seemed to multiply one's vigor, very magical. Good. Good tea. Good tea. The old man praised 3 times in a row. Ling Yunzhou stuffed the last mouthful of buns into his mouth and chewed it a few times before swallowing it and said, "Drink more if it's good tea." The old man, including the young man beside him, raised his teacup and took another sip. Ling Yunzhou duly refilled it for them. "Junior friend Yunzhou, what kind of tea is this? It smells so good and I feel energized after drinking it, is it for sale?" the old man asked hopefully. Ling Yunzhou pondered. The ordinary food in the other world all contained spiritual qi, eating it was good for one's body, let alone ginseng. He had only drank it a few times himself, and all of them clearly felt a lot better. He felt that as long as he drank it for a long time, he was completely confident that he could break the lifespan of no more than a year that Director Chen had said. It was said that the Earth's 100-year wild ginseng was worth at least $1 million, and the value of this otherworldly spirit ginseng was even more immeasurable. If the old man in front of him could afford the price, it was not impossible to sell it. After all, as long as he got the silver, he could go back to the other world to buy it. Long Lao saw Ling Yunzhou pondering and said, "Yunzhou is worried about the price? Don't worry about the offer, I can afford it." The other party spoke to this point. Ling Yunzhou said back, "Long Lao, actually it is I don't know how to offer, I will take something out for you to look at it." "Good. Ling Yunzhou asked the two to wait in the pantry for a while, and returned to the backyard to pack the spirit ginseng before coming back. As soon as Ling Yunzhou came in, Elder Long's eyes were instantly drawn to the brocade box in Ling Yunzhou's hands. Ling Yunzhou returned to the main seat and opened the brocade box, and even more intense fragrance filled the air. It is this kind of flavor. Elder Long was a bit excited. Can I have a look? Ling Yunzhou handed the box over. Long Lao took it with both hands as if it was a treasure, and then carefully looked at it, touched it, and smelled it close to his nose. His expression was getting more and more excited. This is ginseng? To be precise, it should be called spirit ginseng. Only when it grows in a special location and grows for more than 100 years can it have this effect. Ling Yunzhou said, just now we drank the ginseng water, actually only used a small section of ginseng beard. Ling Yunzhou opened the lid of the teapot. Long Lao and Long Yi both looked at it. There was really only a small section of ginseng whiskers. But just this small section of ginseng whiskers in the water was very beneficial for people to drink. Spiritual ginseng. Well, it does deserve this name. Long Lao said, 100 years of wild ginseng is worth at least 1 million, and this spirit ginseng is really hard to estimate. Long Lao stroked the ginseng again. He was really a little bit in love with it, and finally, as if he had made up his mind, he said, little friend Yunzhou, let's do it this way. I will offer 10 million for this ginseng. How about you sell it to me? Once this price was offered by Long Lao, Long Yi's expression suddenly froze, and he looked at his grandfather with incredible eyes. Obviously 10 million had far exceeded his perception. Even Ling Yunzhou's heart stirred when he heard this. He didn't expect the other party to be so willing to part with it. 10 million for a ginseng plant without even blinking an eye. Ling Yunzhou did not immediately agree, but said, Long Lao, this spiritual ginseng I still have to keep 1/5, the rest according to 8 million, what do you think? He plans, still have to do a few days of preparation. These days ginseng water cannot stop, so would rather earn less, but also to ensure that they can drink ginseng water every day. Oh, or 10 million it. Long Lao said, even with 10 million to buy 4/5, I feel that I also earn. Okay, then, let's do it. Soon, after Ling Yunzhou provided his savings card account number to Long Lao made a phone call, and within a few minutes Ling Yunzhou received a 10 million arrival message. Balance, 10,028,430.5. Ling Yunzhou looked at the balance, always a bit in disbelief that he had become a multimillionaire so easily. Ling Yunzhou cut about 1/5 down from it, and handed the rest over to Long Lao with the brocade box. After Long Lao explained that Long Yi treasured it, he continued to sit down and chat with Ling Yunzhou. Chapter 13 Preparation. During the chat, Ling Yunzhou also learnt about Long Lao's identity. The founder of Long Yang Group. Long Yang Group held more than 10 listed companies, involving commerce, property, auction, tourism, new energy vehicles and many other industries. Ling Yunzhou's original proprietor, Detoxification investment, relative to Long Yang can be compared with the Cloud Dragon Well Frog, far from a grade. If it is before encountered such a big man, Ling Yunzhou may be treated with respect. But with the experience of living towards death, there were not many things that could move him anymore. Coupled with the ability of traveling through other worlds, Ling Yunzhou was confident in his future. Nowadays, even if he faced someone with a bigger background, he could still deal with them frankly. Instead, Ling Yunzhou's openness drew Long Yang's secret admiration for the future generations. After listening to Long Yang's introduction of Long Yang Group, compared to the other industries of Long Yang Group, Ling Yunzhou was more interested in its Yihua auction house. Yihua Auction House was one of the top 10 auction houses in China. Yihua Auction House was established in 1996 in Yangchang, one of the founders of the Chinese art auction market, the domestic famous auction house, covering art auction business including painting and calligraphy, porcelain, jade, handicrafts, contemporary art, jewelry, watches and rare collectibles and other sections of dozens of categories. Because he happened to have a suspected roux kiln antique in his hand, he could just lend them a hand to identify it, and if it was confirmed to be genuine, he could also hand it over to them for auction. Long old, I do not know how much you know about the Song porcelain roux kiln? Ling Yunzhou asked. Long Yang looked at him with a puzzled gaze, but quickly thought of something and asked in return, Yunzhou little friend, this question is not the shop has a roux kiln collection? Ling Yunzhou pretended to ponder for a while and said, there is indeed an object passed down from my ancestors, but I am not sure if it is authentic. Oh? Take it out and take a look. Long Yang also came to the interest. The value of the roux kiln he is very clear, the number of real existing global scope of only 100 pieces, of which the fine is even more few, each piece of fine value is not less than 10 million Chinese coins. Wait a minute. Ling Yunzhou left the pantry and pretended to look for it on the shop counter, but in reality, he took out the Narcissus basin from the space. Long Lao looked at Ling Yunzhou holding an azure-colored Narcissus basin in his hand, his eyes widened, and he kept admonishing, "Aga gently. Gently." His eyes were extremely poisonous, and he could tell at a glance that the porcelain in Ling Yunzhou's hand had a pure glaze color, giving people an extremely comfortable feeling. Only after Ling Yunzhou sat down did he stretch out his hands. "Come on. Show me." Ling Yunzhou smiled and handed over the daffodil basin. Long Yang took it carefully with both hands and carefully examined it, muttering continuously under his breath. "Light and refreshing, the glaze color is bright and pure." The glaze layer was delicate but not thick. Staggered very fine grain pieces, transparent and colorless like ice cracks, standard crab claw pattern. "Good stuff ah." Long Yang looked up to Ling Yunzhou and said, "Northern Song Dynasty Rukiln Celadon Ungrained Narcissus Basin existing in the world is only one, valuable, cannot be measured by the existence of money. Yunzhou little friend you this does not seem to be worse than the museum piece. If this is the real thing, its value is incalculable." Ling Yunzhou couldn't help but be a little moved. If it was genuine, wouldn't it be worth hundreds of millions if it was taken to auction? But he was not blinded by the joy, although the Narcissus basin firing process is similar to the Rukiln, but has not been fully confirmed authentic, its value is still unknown. Seeing that Ling Yunzhou still had a light-hearted demeanor, Long Yang's appraisal of him was a few points higher and continued. "Of course, it is not the real thing has to go through a professional and meticulous diagnosis to determine, Yunzhou little friend, if you want to identify the words can go to the Yangqing Yihua auction house, so that the expert appraisal, if you confirm the authenticity of the words, want to auction, you can also be handed over to the operation of our Yihua, to our influence, we will be able to auction a price that will make you satisfied." Ling Yunzhou drank a mouthful of ginseng water to moisten his throat, and returned, "Yes, after a while, when I am free, I will go to Yangqing again." "Good. This is my name card, you must remember to contact me when you come to Yangqing, I will personally receive you then," Long Yang said. Long Yi on the side of the hearing is also a shock, since the grandfather stepped down as chairman of the board of directors, the company will be handed over to his father to take care of the company's affairs, rarely tube company affairs, did not think that actually personally invited, received the youth in front of the eyes. Long Yi heart although there are doubts, but did not ask out. "Well, then contact at that time." Ling Yunzhou took the business card. Next, it didn't take long to chat before the two Long Yangs left the shop. Ling Yunzhou had many ideas in his mind on how to get the first capital. For example, he could make use of the difference in the gold and silver ratio between the two worlds, selling gold from the other world to Earth for silver, and could earn a large amount of difference in price. Another example is the sale of daily necessities or technological products from Earth to the other world, which is bound to sell well and make money logically. Of course, the above two ways are not safe enough. For example, selling too much gold on Earth is easy to attract the attention of the officials, cannot tell the source of the gold is easy to go wrong. Similarly, the Earth's super era products put into the other world will also cause others to suspect, in the other world cannot be as civilized as the Earth, and his strength is unusually weak, this situation is being watched, it is easy to protect themselves. So to be on the safe side, Ling Yunzhou wants to make money in the two worlds, then he has to integrate into the environment of the current world, quietly build a business system, and try to keep a low profile and develop steadily when he is weak. Second uncle was a living example, he could not follow in his second uncle's footsteps. Including the example of selling spirit ginseng just now, once or twice out of the blue maybe no one pays attention, too much is also prone to problems. Therefore, in order to make money, everything has to be sensible in order to be sound. However, now that there was the first sum of money, many of Ling Yunzhou's ideas could be implemented. So he began to pick up his mobile phone and started the buying mode. Food is the key to the people. Ling Yunzhou's first step to make money in the other world was to start with a restaurant. The raw materials of food in the other world are all good, but the processing is too rough. As long as it is slightly integrated with some modern processing techniques, and with the profound food culture of Huaxia, it will definitely be able to conquer the appetite of the otherworldly people. When Ling Yunzhou had bought almost everything, another person walked in outside the shop. Seeing the visitor, Ling Yunzhou immediately stood up. The visitor was Grandpa Lu from the shop next door. Grandpa Lu and Ling Yunzhou's grandfather were close friends, the two families had always had a good relationship, and it was also Grandpa Lu who helped clean up after his second uncle's accident. "Grandpa Lu." Ling Yunzhou greeted him and said, "Yunzhou, why don't you come to Grandpa's house to sit down when you are back?" Grandpa Lu asked. I came back the day before yesterday. This period of time experienced a little too many things. Yesterday slept all day, today only a little more energetic. Lin Qingyi casually found an excuse to put it off. Sorry for your loss. Grandpa Lu sighed. I knew about it the day you came back, and I guessed that you were still in grief, so I didn't bother you. Today is a good day for burial. Your second uncle should also be buried. I will go with you to deal with it. Lin Qingyi pondered for a moment and did not refuse. There is an elder to help preside over will be better. That will trouble Grandpa Lu. Chapter 14, A Visit to the Winery. After dealing with the affairs of the second uncle, it was already late in the evening. Lin Qingyi and Grandpa Lu returned to the shop. Grandpa Lu, you first sit down, I will make you a cup of tea. Lin Qingyi said. Good. After Grandpa Lu sat down, his hands couldn't help but pat his somewhat sore legs. Lin Qingyi cut a piece of spirit ginseng and put it into the teapot. This tea of yours is not bad. Grandpa Lu couldn't help but sigh in admiration as he smelled the aroma of the spirit ginseng. Grandpa Lu. This is actually not tea, it is a special ginseng. Come on, have a drink and see. Lin Qingyi handed a cup of ginseng water to Grandpa Lu. Grandpa Lu is also a good tea person, first smelled and then sip, finally full of intoxication, after a pause before surprise. Good tea. After a sip, I feel that my fatigue is dispersed quite a bit. I still have some ginseng in my hand, wait for Grandpa Lu to take back. Drink a cup of ginseng water every morning and evening on the body has benefits. Lin Qingyi said. Lin Qingyi left 1/5 of the amount of spirit ginseng is still relatively large, he left a little bit, the rest of the gift to Grandpa Lu was good. If it wasn't for him helping to host today, he still didn't know what to do. Ha ha. Qingyi has a heart. Grandpa Lu didn't refuse either. If he knew that the spirit ginseng that Lin Qingyi had given him was worth 100 big hundreds of thousands, he would have refused to accept it. Lin Qingyi cut a small amount of the remaining ginseng and handed the rest to Grandpa Lu. Grandpa Lu, each time you make water, you only need to cut a small amount of ginseng, don't have more, otherwise I'm afraid that you'll be overcompensating. I'm afraid you'll overdo it. Grandpa Lu said back, right, is this ginseng very expensive? No, Grandpa Lu, you can take it back, I will get you some more when I run out of it later. Lin Qingyi said. After placing the spirit ginseng on the tea table, Grandpa Lu suddenly remembered something. There is one more thing, your second uncle bought a distillery some time ago, you know it, right? I know, Hohat Winery, I haven't gone to see it yet, and I don't know how it is there? Lin Qingyi said. Grandpa Lu said, that winery is transferred by my hand, Hohat Winery boss is my old friend, but I did not expect only the formalities will be dealt with. Your second uncle appeared this matter, I can step in to help you say, if you are willing to lose a little bit, perhaps also can be transferred back. The original transfer price is 800,000, back to the capital of 500,000 or 600,000 should not be a problem. No, I will take over the winery, you see what time is convenient, about the factory director to hand over. Lin Qingyi said. Grandpa Lu was a little doubtful, operating a winery is not a simple matter, are you sure you want to take over? Lin Qingyi firmly said, no problem, I have arrangements. Then while there is time, I will make an appointment for you to meet with the factory director. Can. Drunken Fragrance House. A specialty restaurant near the Hohat Winery. Lin Qingyi and Grandpa Lu walked into a quaint private room, and didn't wait too long before an old man a little younger than Grandpa Lu, probably in his 50s, with a thin figure and a hint of fatigue on his face walked in. After being introduced by Grandpa Lu, Lin Qingyi got to know Xuping, the owner of the distillery. Xuping looked at Lin Qingyi with eyes full of sympathy and asked a little nervously, Qingyi, what are you going to do with the winery? Factory director, you can rest assured, I continue to operate the winery. Lin Qingyi said back. Xuping heard the face suddenly relaxed, seems to be afraid that Lin Qingyi backtracked generally, that's good, or we will go to the factory, I will work with you to report. There is no hurry, eat first. What is the situation in the factory now, you can tell me first. Xuping said, Osmanthus wine, as a person in beginning in city you should have heard something, we are a decades-old factory. There are 3 sets of brewing equipment, the normal operation of the annual output of about 1 million pounds, more than 20 workers, are brewing masters. But also because we are older, marketing means cannot keep up, sales are declining, to the extent that it is now difficult to sustain, the wages are not paid, had no choice but to transfer the brewery. I'll be honest with you, I got the transfer of money, pay the wages owed for half a year with nearly 400,000, and pay back the supplier more than 100,000 of the purchase price, only less than 300,000 left in the hands of the coffin capital only. If you want to change hands, I can only help you contact someone else to sell at a lower price. Now I am still in charge of the factory. Before your uncle also gave the factory 200,000 operating funds, the factory is still in normal production state. But we have to know that everyday normal operation daily consumption of 4 tons of grain, according to 2 yuan a caddy, the cost of grain alone will be 16,000 yuan, plus other costs are also quite a lot of. Looking at the day to pay wages, after the payroll will be very little left. What to do next? At this time the food also came up one after another. Lin Qingyi signaled, first eat, later I went to the factory to see. A total of 4 dishes and 1 soup. There is a bottle of osmanthus wine on the side. Lin Qingyi deliberately ordered. This wine has now become their own. He had to taste how the taste. Xuping looked at the familiar packaging full of nostalgia, muttered under his breath, in the future you will have a new owner. I do not know if you can reproduce the glory. Lin Qingyi smiled, poured a cup for the 2 old men and then filled a cup himself. Taking a small sip, after entering the mouth, the flavor was relatively pure and slightly stimulating. In the bottom of his heart, he compared it silently with the $1,000 or $2,000 a bottle of national wine that he had drunk before. The taste was slightly worse, and the aroma was slightly inferior, but on the whole, it was almost the same as the one that sells for $300 to $500 a bottle on the market. The quality of the wine itself is not too bad. For the subsequent operation of the wine, Lin Qingyi gradually had some thoughts in his mind. As for Xuping, because of his uncertain future, this meal was not so enjoyable. About half an hour later, after the 3 hurriedly eat, Lin Qingyi drove the BYD Song Pro left behind by his second uncle and took Grandpa Lu to go to the winery with Xuping's great wall pickup truck behind him. The location of the winery is considered to be the outskirts of Shirin City. Both sides of the road is basically farmland, not far away from a straight and steep mountain peaks. There is also a belt-like meandering river, coupled with a patchwork of rural houses embellished as a beautiful, full of poetic and picturesque landscape scrolls. The surroundings of the location where the winery was located were really nice. It didn't take long for Lin Qingyi to drive through the simple old gate. After parking the car, as soon as he got out of the car, the air filled with the faint aroma of wine greeted him. Led by Xuping, Lin Qingyi walked round the winery. The distillery did not cover a large area, about a dozen mu only. The land is rented, the rent is 2,000 a month, and needs to be handed over to the local village committee on a regular basis. If it grows big, there is a large area of wasteland behind it to expand. Lin Qingyi looked at the plant, his eyebrows could not help but wrinkle slightly. The plant is also relatively old. If the future really build up the wine brand, such a production environment is easy to be caught by opponents. Xuping see all Lin Qingyi's expression, the heart cannot help but thump up. Not a moment later heart secretly sigh up. He has been prepared for the osmanthus wine, maybe about to exit the stage of history. Lin Qingyi's expression is a bit gloomy. Look at Xuping. Factory director, you are a local, right? Xuping returned, yes. Including these brewing masters are also basically locals. Then if I increase the investment, expand the scale, to buy land, the village you can say? Chapter 15 Winery Planning, the first 200 mu. Then if I increase investment, expand the scale, to buy land, the village you can say? Xuping was slightly stunned. He just thought Lin Qingyi was going to give up the osmanthus brewery, did not expect to expand the scale. Expanding the scale will be able to increase tax revenue, increase jobs, and boost the local economy. The village will certainly welcome, and hurriedly said, can. This is a good thing. I greeted the village committee will certainly be able to fight for not small concessions. You probably want to add how much investment? How big is the scale? Lin Qingyi's eyes condensed, said faintly, at least 100 million it. What? A billion. Xuping was shocked beyond words. Qingyi, are you kidding? Even Grandpa Lu on the side looked at him with an expression of astonishment. The Ling family's situation is very clear. To him, he could not think of where Lin Qingyi could raise such money. I'm not joking, my goal is to make osmanthus wine into a top liquor brand that is renowned throughout the country and even the world. 100 million investment is not much. Lin Qingyi do not want to start in this area. I say these you may not believe. The first phase of the funds 8 million, at any time to the account. The follow-up I have to look at the strength of the support, will be invested in one after another. 8 million. Xuping said the tone of voice are a little thick, not to mention the other. If Lin Qingyi can directly come up with 8 million, then the winery can certainly operate. They will not be unemployed, these people. If that is the case, I can reflect to the village committee or even above, should be able to fight for a lot of preferential policies. Xuping Yu turned to say, then what about the winery now? Ling Yunzhou understood what he meant and didn't answer him directly. Instead he turned his head and asked Grandpa Lu, have you been busy lately? Not busy. I have spent most of my life guarding the shop next door to your house. Some time ago I have handed over to my son and daughter-in-law to take care of. As for the grandchildren, my partner does not let me intervene much, but also enjoy the leisure. Grandpa Lu said, in the eyes or a little lonely. Only just 6 years old, in fact, is not old. To Grandfather Lu this hard body to live another 1 or 2 decades have no problem at all. Ling Yunzhou can see that he does not really want to be so idle, and he can trust not many people. Grandpa Lu can be counted as one, said, Grandpa Lu, I know that when you were young, you also stayed in the Hohot winery, on the brewing process and the quality of a better understanding of the brewing process, or how about this, I hired you as a vice president of the brewery, to help me keep an eye on the operation of the brewery. Grandpa Lu's eyes lit up when he heard that, but he still said modestly, this is not appropriate, right? I'm afraid I'm not competent enough. Ling Yunzhou can see that he has actually been a bit moved, continued to persuade, Grandpa Lu, I may not have so much time to supervise the winery, you also know that I can trust not many people, you help me can? The daily work is mainly done by Xue factory director, you are responsible for controlling the quality, the most critical thing is that I put the money to you, I rest assured. In front of Xuping Yu, the problem will be clear, but also to give him a precautionary shot, so that he is psychologically prepared, the winery still has his people. Treatment will be equal to Xue factory director, of course, in the future, if the winery is done, you and Xue factory director I will reward a certain amount of shares. Ling Yunzhou continued. The two are people who have lived for decades, for painting a big cake so-called shares is actually not so eager, are to listen to it even if. Their attitude, Ling Yunzhou does not mind, everything waiting for the future to witness is good. Looking at Ling Yunzhou's sincere expression, Grandpa Lu knew that what Ling Yunzhou said was the truth, he really needs a trusted person to help keep an eye on things, plus he is also really a bit unconvinced of old age, back to, okay, then my side of the old bones will move around more. Oh. Then thank you Grandpa Lu, I will reopen a bank card tomorrow, after the winery operating funds I will play to this card, as long as the good account, you can withdraw at any time, if the funds are not enough to contact me to replenish. Good. Grandpa Lu answered. The winery's operating funds have settled, Xuping Yu's heart completely relaxed, Ling Yunzhou arranged for Lu Zhanglin to supervise the winery, he can also understand, smiled, and stretched out his hand to shake hands with Lu Zhanglin, Lu old brother, I did not expect that we can join hands again, I hope that in the future we will create a brilliant future together. Grandpa Lu's full name is Lu Zhanglin. Creating brilliance together. Grandpa Lu and him shook hands tightly. After the two let go, Xuping Yu turned his head to Ling Yunzhou and said, Yunzhou, what are your plans for the distillery next? How much land do you need to take? This plant is too old, the initial plan is to create at least a new modern plant, the annual production of wine is at least 10 million pounds scale. Ling Yunzhou said. 10 million pounds is only 5,000 tons scale. Maodai annual output of 50,000 to 60,000 tons, just 1/10 of them. Such a large plant, that requires at least 100 acres of land. Xuping Yu said. 100 acres is too small. Let's take 200 acres in the early stages, and in the later stages, it's estimated that it will increase to more than 1,000 acres. If you want to prepare for the later planning, really need to set aside some more land to do. 200 acres should not be a problem, the back of this large area of wasteland development will be enough. Then I'll leave this matter to you. Don't worry, I will definitely fight for you to take it at the lowest price. Ling Yunzhou just returned home and received a phone call. The caller was one of his few good friends from college, Sun Hao. As soon as the call was answered, Sun Hao's crackling barrage came through. Yunzhou, what happened to you? How did you break up with the school goddess? When you were with the school goddess, you were the envy of many people. But now that you've got the school goddess, you still dare to cheat on her, what were you thinking? How many people have been talking about you since you broke up, you know? You have something to think about. Stop. Stop. Ling Yunzhou hurriedly stopped, let him continue to talk. I'm afraid that he can't stop for half an hour. How did you know about the news that I broke up with Lighty? Agi, you are truly big, but you're that never pay much attention to the class group news of the nature, do not know is normal. Since the day before yesterday, Gui Yunxin has been on fire in the group saying that you're a scum, you have 2 feet in 2 boats, and you failed the goddess Lightning, which has caused the whole class to talk about it, and so far the heat hasn't abated, and even quite a lot of people from the other classes are talking about it as well. Ling Yunzhou was indeed a bit embarrassed. He didn't expect Gui Yunqin, this loudmouth, to make the news public in the class group.
Is what she said true? Sun Hao said.
Ling Yunzhou does not want to admit, but there is no reason to deny. If still suffering from a terminal illness, he generously admitted that there is no harm in it, but now there is hope. He has long had a decision when he is cured of his terminal illness. No matter what, he will also have to Lin Qingyi to chase back, and now can only change the topic and said, well, don't worry about it, that is to say, how is your work?
Chapter 16 The feeling of being abandoned by the whole world. Sigh, it's suffocating to talk about it. I'm afraid I'm about to lose my job.
Sun Hao sighed.
It's good to be unemployed. Ling Yunzhou teased. I'm sprouting, can't you be a brother like this? Can't you wish me well?
Sun Hao spat out, but there's something in what you're saying.
Are you getting promoted again and want to give me a hand?
I have this idea. If you are unemployed, you can come to work for me. The salary will never be lower than your current salary, Ling Yunzhou said.
Ling Yunzhou said. You really got promoted.
Sun Hao knows Ling Yunzhou's work, and then rose a step. That is the investment manager, qualified to manage the project, in their class, can enter the investment bank, has been a high level, less than a year after graduation rose 2 levels, is definitely the pride of God, the industry leader.
I resigned. Ling Yunzhou calmly said. What? Resigned? Jumping ship? Is it Feida or Shangyao or Zhuoyun? Sun Hao said several investment banks bigger than Rongchuang in a row. None of them. I went back home. No, right?
Sun Hao was shocked. As long as the promotion of investment managers, independent with the project, with your vision and ability, the project to make money to take dividends is not lower than the income of an entrepreneurial small boss.
So good prospects for development, you say give up on giving up?
The situation is a bit special. I came back to run a winery. I really need you to help me responsible for the promotion of wine brand.
Ling Yunzhou said. Are you not kidding? Sun Hao said. Serious.
If you come, the fixed salary for you to open 10,000, and also give you 5% of the dividends.
Brother, can afford you, right? TSK, your salary is more than twice as high as mine now, so you can't refuse it. Then come and help me.
You'll be able to make a good living here, since it's not that expensive.
Yeah.
I don't have much left now, except for food and accommodation. Sun Hao said truthfully, but I'm still worried that I won't be able to help you with such a high salary. Don't worry, my wine quality is absolutely guaranteed, as long as the operation is proper, the back of the big money. I really hope you come to help me.
Yo! Since you're so confident, I'm sorry if I don't go over there.
Brothers do not say this, when you come over to give me a call in advance. Ling Yunzhou finished, then added, if the phone cannot get through to me on WeChat message.
That's good.
Then it's settled, the handover will take about a week. I'll find you when it's over.
I'll see you when it's done. In other words, Yunzhou, you really with light goddess points? Temporarily. Split up. Break up and temporary? You'll know later, it's okay, I'm hanging up. Alas. Beep.
Sun Hao had not finished, Ling Yunzhou hung up the phone. The next day Ling Yunzhou in the industrial and commercial bank to do a savings card, and then deposited 500,000 into it. It will be handed over to Lu Zengren management. The winery needs to spend on his arrangements. In the afternoon, he received another good news from Xuping. The village committee agreed to transfer more than 210 acres of barren land outside the winery to him. Together with the existing dozen acres, a total of 230 acres. Because it is in the countryside, that is a piece of wasteland, the price is not high. Xuping helped to cut the price to 4,000 acres. The total price is only 920,000 yuan. For this price, Ling Yunzhou also feel very satisfied, so the same day with the village committee signed a letter of intent. Of course, also had to provide a wasteland use, development planning, which can improve the approval rate of the above approval. As Xuping predicted, this process would take about a week. Land approved, funds in place, the new winery construction and production is estimated to take half a year. During this time the old distillery must continue to produce wine. White wine hoard a little more will not be out of date. The next few days, Ling Yunzhou just stayed in the shop all day, and then kept collecting express delivery. 3 days later, the courier collection was almost done, and that evening ushered in an uninvited guest, Wei Yunxin. You, why are you here? Humph. Scumbag. Wei Yunxin's furious look made her somewhat plump face look even rounder, very cute.
Have you eaten yet? I'll treat you to dinner.
Ling Yunzhou didn't mind her attitude at all.
I don't eat. If it wasn't for Yi begging me to come here, I wouldn't give you a second glance even if you were dead.
Yi? Ling Yunzhou's heart stirred. What does she want with me?
Wei Yunxin didn't bother with her, instead she took out a small delicate brocade box from her bag. Snap.
Wei Yunxin slapped the brocade box onto the coffee table and said, "Eat it. From now on Yi will no longer have anything to do with you. This is her last request to you, of course. If you feel it is toxic, you can refuse." Ling Yunzhou was helpless in his heart, took the brocade box and opened it. A faint fragrance filled out from it. Looking inside, a rounded tan-colored pill lay within.
With just one sniff, Ling Yunzhou knew that this pill was not simple. Hurry up and eat it, looking at you for one more second makes me feel sick.
Wei Yunxin urged. Ling Yunzhou picked up the pill and put it in his mouth, sending it in with the ginseng water. As soon as the pill entered his stomach, he only felt a warm energy spreading through his body. An unspeakable feeling of comfort spread throughout the body from the inside out, especially in the stomach. The warm comfort was especially strong and long-lasting. Ling Yunzhou vaguely felt that there was a shadow of spiritual ginseng in the medicinal ingredients in it.
Could it be that there are spiritual medicines on Earth? Is this a pill made from spiritual medicine?
Ling Yunzhou's heart was full of questions, but he could be sure that this elixir was definitely an extremely rare and precious existence. Because he felt that his stomach cancer was greatly curbed with the improvement of this elixir. Under normal circumstances, with the aid of this elixir, living for 5 or 10 more years should not be a problem.
One can imagine its preciousness.
While Ling Yunzhou's mind was racing with thoughts, Wei Yunxin interrupted him. "Well, you've already eaten the stuff, it's time for me to go, and lastly, I'll send you one more sentence."
This sentence is also what Yi told you after she made me watch you take the pills with my own eyes. She and you have already severed their ties, there is nothing more to do. Even if you come back to your senses, don't go back to her, you don't deserve her.
You don't deserve her.
Scum. After saying that, Wei Yunxin walked out of the pantry without looking back.
While Ling Yunzhou heard these words, he finally understood Lin Qingyi's intention of letting Wei Yunxin make this trip. Ling Yunzhou leaned back on the eunuch chair, his eyes staring at the ceiling, tears gradually filling his eyes. At this moment, he suddenly had a feeling of being abandoned by the world.
Chapter 17: Infatuation to the Extreme.
At this moment, he suddenly had the feeling of being abandoned by the whole world. He felt as if all the hard work and effort he had been putting in seemed meaningless. Lin Qingyi already knew the fact that he had stomach cancer. That elixir was the proof, otherwise why would she send such a precious elixir to him for no reason at all? He had fantasized that when Lin Qingyi knew the truth, she might beg for 100 times and then accompany him to his final days. However, it never occurred to him that she would use an elixir to buy out all the effort and dedication he had put in. The words that Wei Yunxin had conveyed to him, that from now on, there would be no more ties, and that he was not worthy of her, was what she really thought. She was already going to cut ties with him once and for all.
Yes. Even if there is a miracle cure, so what? A terminal illness is still a terminal illness. It's just a few more years of life.
He doesn't deserve her.
I don't believe it.
Ling Yunzhou, whose heart was incomparably tingling, suddenly went a little crazy, took out his mobile phone in a panic, and found that familiar number in his address book and dialed it.
Beep. Beep.
The number you have dialed does not exist.
Does not exist? Then it is cancelled.
He was still a little undeterred. His trembling fingers clicked on WeChat and sent a message over. Unsurprisingly, a scarlet exclamation mark extinguished that last trace of his fluke. Ling Yunzhou did not expect her to be so decisive. He had been completely abandoned by her. Ling Yunzhou's last thought was shattered. He suddenly felt that life was so gray. He just wanted to find a place to get drunk. He somehow made his way to East Gate Street. East Gate Street was the night market street of beginning in city, where the largest number of entertainment places were various fashionable bars, glamorous music venues and KTVs. You could enjoy music, dance, drink and socialize in these places.
It also has an alias, Sexy Street.
Whenever the lights come on, men and women gather here, expecting a good encounter. Groups of young people gather in front of a bar, swaying and dancing to the rhythm of the music. They were full of vigor and passion, releasing themselves in this night. Ling Yunzhou walked into the bar alone, his eyes revealing loss and pain. He found a corner and sat on a high chair, leaning against the pillar of the bar. A bright light flashed beside him, illuminating his pale face. He looked around at the busy crowd in the bar, and the constant sound of laughter and music reached his ears. But behind the hustle and bustle, Lin Yunzhou's heart was still filled with the hurt from his lost love. The waiter came over and asked him what he wanted to order. Lin Yunzhou casually ordered a glass of whiskey. The glass emitted a light amber-colored liquid, glistening seductively in the light. Lifting the glass, Lin Yunzhou watched his own reflection in the amber-colored liquid. His thoughts were wandering, but he felt lonely in the middle of this downtown. It was a glass of Scotch whiskey, with the aroma of dried fruits, spices, and plants. Lin Yunzhou took a sip. The taste was sweet, mellow, and strong. It instantly gave Lin Yunzhou a feeling of debauchery. After a few cups of wine, the stimulation of the strong alcohol gradually made his thoughts become confused. The pain of lost love and the confusion about the future intertwined in his mind, and he felt like he had lost his way. He closed his eyes and tried to let the music transport him to another world, away from the hurt of the real world. The music became louder and louder, and the joyful atmosphere emanating from the dance floor seemed to be a stabbing pain deep inside Lin Yunzhou's heart. He suddenly had a feeling of wanting to shout. He took a step and left the pub. Lin Yunzhou walked aimlessly on the street. At this moment, a clear singing voice came to his ears, the pious long-cherished wish. The road to the afterlife. One thought of Peach Blossom Karma Crossing. That one thought. A few lines of time are repeating. Peach Blossom Promise was a song that Lin Qingyi loved. In an instant, it made Lin Yunzhou think of Lin Qingyi again, remembering how she would hum the song softly in his ear from time to time. Lin Yunzhou woodenly turned his head to look. A woman stood on the spacious roadside singing. Gradually he seemed to see the woman singing on the stage as Lin Qingyi. Listen to the rain book. Looking at the heavenly lake. Few human beings are hard to tell. Memories spotted. Staying on the road of loving you. A very nice song, Peach Blossom Promise, for everyone. Thank you, thank you. There was a loud round of applause around the room. The stimulation of the applause made Lin Yunzhou consciousness return to reality, and he also saw that the woman who sang just now was not Lin Qingyi. This is a melon-face, sweet-looking woman, presumably Annette Red, because there are a few mobile phones set up in front of her, and she should be live broadcasting. Good. Come again. Beep one more song. Lin Yunzhou silently approached. Next up is another song, My Lulan. The melodious melody rang out, instantly causing Lin Yunzhou's thoughts to drift back to his university days. The stormy playground. It was one of the most well-known attractions of Xuanyasheng University, with an area of 10,000 square meters, surrounded by beautiful scenery and environment. As night fell, the two strolled through the vast and beautiful playground. When they were tired of walking, they sat on the ground on the playground and chatted about their favorite things and shared the interesting things they encountered in their lives. My favorite song is My Lulan, shall I sing it for you? Good. The melody of the scene rang out, and Lin Yunzhou couldn't help but follow along with the clean singing. Want to ask the desert to borrow that one curve? So a cloak to protect you from the cold. Lin Qingyi likes to sing, so she often pulls Lin Yunzhou and the two of them sing in small and medium-sized karaoke rooms in shopping malls. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on some of the most popular products and services in the world, and you'll be able to do that with the help of your own personal computer. You always casually stick your silver hairpin above the sun. 10,000 rays of light fluff up the waves of your long hair. I smelled the fragrance and trekked an infinite distance. Just to see your face. Lin Yunzhou's extremely emotive and gradually high-pitched vocal tone gradually attracted the attention of the surrounding audience, who all cast attentive glances at him. Among them is Gui Yunxin. She went back to the flight as tomorrow morning, have to stay a night in the beginning of An City, since a trip to the beginning of An City naturally do not let go of the opportunity to find fun in the East Gate Street, but here met Lin Yunzhou instantly and no interest. She wanted to turn her head and leave, heard Lin Yunzhou that incomparable devotion and extremely emotional voice, she ghostly stopped, and took out her mobile phone to record a video. You always accidentally lean your sinful shadow on top of the moon. 10,000 hectares of moonlight dances your beautiful dreams. I smelled the fragrance and trekked an infinite distance. Just to see your face. Your face. Perhaps the beautiful woman on the stage had a high pitch and suddenly stopped singing when she reached the highest part of her voice. Just when I wanted to say sorry, a very penetrating soprano voice rang out from the stage. Who bathes in the sand river with a beautiful woman to be one day with each other? Who has been drunk for 2,000 years with a beautiful woman in the sunset? I have never said that I am your dust. But you are my Lulan. Slap. An incomparable burst of enthusiastic applause rang out. Good. Well sung. Give little brother a microphone. Soon, an assistant brought a microphone. Lin Qingyi naturally took it and then slowly walked towards the middle of the stage. And his mind was always haunted by the little moments with Lin Qingyi. Wanting to ask for a marriage to borrow that one red thread. Buried deep in the blood of life. Use soap to moisten your skin. I'll be entangled in that embrace. Perhaps incorporating too much emotion, these few lines instantly made the surrounding audience empathize, deeply attracted by Lin Qingyi's voice. Even the beautiful women on the side took the initiative to step back, leaving the stage to Lin Qingyi. Who bathes in the sand river with a beauty mutual day land? Who with the beauty to share the pillow sunset long drunk for 2,000 years? Never said I am your dust. But you are. My Lulan. When the voice fell, the audience seemed to have forgotten to applaud, and there was a silence, as if they were still immersed in the melody of love to the extreme, unable to extricate themselves. People who weren't infatuated to the extreme couldn't sing such a heartfelt song. Chapter 18, Lin Qingyi, safe and sound for the rest of your life. Gui Yunxin, who was also deeply attracted, paused for a moment before sending the video she had just recorded to Lin Qingyi, and attached a message against her will, total scum, just broke up with you, and then came to the erotic street to look for flowers. Rage rage rage. Magic City. Lighty, according to your request half a year later the nearest day is the 18th day of the 10th month of the lunar calendar, so we will arrange to get engaged on that day, what do you think? A Chinese character face middle-aged man said with a face full of excitement. This middle-aged man with a Chinese character face was Lin Zhuofeng, Lin Qingyi's father. Lin Qingyi's father, Lin Zhuofeng. Lin Qingyi nodded her head expressionlessly. Good. Good. Lin Zhuofeng rubbed his hands together excitedly, obviously he couldn't wait for this moment. Compared to Lin Zhuofeng's excitement, Ling Wei looked at Lin Qingyi with a worried face. When Lin Zhuofeng wanted to say something, Lin Qingyi's mobile phone suddenly rang with a WeChat incoming message alert. Lin Qingyi picked up her mobile phone and looked at it. It was a video sent by Gui Yunxin. She immediately opened the video to look at it, and once she saw that it was Lin Qingyi, her expression instantly moved for a moment, and then she immediately closed the message, and with a slightly flustered look at her parents, she said, "Dad, Mom, I am a little bit unwell, I will go back to my room first." "Daughter, there are still many things to discuss about your wedding date." Lin Zhuofeng was interrupted by Ling Wei before he could finish. "There are still more than half a year, what's the hurry? Daughter may be a bit uncomfortable, let her rest more." "Then you go back first, take a good rest, these days I feel that your mental state is not too good." Lin Zhuofeng concurred. Mum. Lin Qingyi nodded and returned to her room, unlocking the door before clicking on the video to look at it very seriously. Seeing that familiar face on the stage singing her favorite My Lulan with deep emotion, Lin Qingyi fell. From Lin Yunzhou's slight trill, how could she not hear the deep emotion in it? He had preferred to bear the name of scum in order to get her to accept the fact that she had broken up. And she chose to sacrifice her happiness for the rest of her life in order to beg for an elixir for him to enjoy a few more years on earth. She and he were destined to be doomed. Lin Qingyi shed tears once again. The video ended and she found that Anchor account threw the account information on the background board, and after opening the live stream it was indeed the scene of Lin Yunzhou singing. Lin Qingyi looked at Lin Yunzhou on the stage in fascination as he sang with full devotion and deep emotion. The scene was quiet. Lin Yunzhou's voice broke the silence. "Can I sing 2 more songs?" Ere that beauty reacted, "Yes." "What song do you want to sing?" "West Sea Love Song." "Good." The intro sounded and Lin Yunzhou paced around the stage with his head down. A lonely and despondent mood gradually filled the air. Lin Yunzhou slowly raised his head, the microphone to his mouth. "Since you left. Since then, I have lost my tenderness. Remember you promised me. You promised me that you wouldn't let me lose you. But you flew so far away with the migratory birds returning to the south. Love is like a kite with a broken string. I can't hold on to the promise you made." Each slightly hoarse voice seemed to knock on people's hearts, as if they saw a lost soul struggling to find the lost love.
Gui Yunxin recorded the video and was also infected by Ling Yunzhou's atmosphere, but her mouth was still stubborn. Doesn't this scumbag already have a new love? Why is he still playing deep love like this? It's not like he's looking at that anchor and fishing again, right? It's hard to renew a love affair. We can't go back to our old days. After the song was finished, Ling Yunzhou was already sitting on the edge of the stage in an incomparable despondency, his eyes blank, not knowing where to look. Lin Qingyi looked at the incomparably lonely figure in her mobile phone and burst into tears. How she wished she could be by his side at this moment. If time was turned back, she would probably choose to spend her last moments with him properly, even if they were short-lived. Unfortunately, there were no more ifs. The surrounding audience remained surprisingly quiet, just watching that lonely figure in silence. At this time, Ling Yunzhou moved and turned his head towards that anchor beauty and asked, "Can you let me sing today again?" Without waiting for that beauty to respond, the surrounding audience had already answered for her. Good. One more song. One more song. One more song. Oh, I want to turn it down, and the audience doesn't want it either. The anchor beauty joked. Thanks. Ling Yunzhou remained seated at the edge of the stage, turning sideways to the camera. Walking through the years, I realized how imperfect the world is. Success or failure has some illusions. How wide is the ocean? How deep the rivers and lakes are? Only those who are in the game understand. Seems to feel Ling Yunzhou mentality gradually relieved, the audience gradually infected, unconsciously follow along with the singing up. At the beginning of life, we have to finish our life unwillingly. I'm not afraid of being misunderstood by you when I hand over a piece of my heart. Who hasn't been hurt, who hasn't shed tears? Why hide in the darkness? Why hide in the darkness and feel sorry for yourself? More and more people were infected by the atmosphere. The anchor beauty is also a person who knows how to seize the moment. Shaking her hand towards the stage, said, "Everyone sing together, okay? I keep disappointing, I keep hoping. I've tasted my own bitterness and shared my laughter with you. Now that I'm on stage, I can't help but feel panicky. If you want to fly high, you should forget about the horizon. I've waited so long for today. I've been dreaming for a long time and finally my dream has come true. I've got a long road ahead of me, luckily I've got you by my side. I've waited so long for today. I've endured for a long time and finally my dream has come true. I don't care about the weather. I don't say I'm tired." At the end of the song, Ling Yunzhou swept away the previous despondency and sang along with the anchor and the audience. "I keep disappointing, I keep hoping. I've tasted the bitterness myself and shared the laughter with you. Now that I'm on stage, I can't help but feel panicky. If you want to fly high, you should forget about the horizon. I've waited so long for today. I've been dreaming for a long time and finally my dream has come true." As the song ended, the audience erupted in applause. Ling Yunzhou handed the microphone to the anchor. When the anchor beauty saw him trying to leave, she immediately said, "Handsome man, wait a minute." Ling Yunzhou stopped in his tracks and turned around. "What is it? You sing so well, add a WeChat, there will be an opportunity to work together again." "No need, I'm not a singing anchor, sorry." The surrounding audience instantly burst into an uproar. In front of the anchor net, namely Shirhan, but more than 5 million fans of the blogger, is also a big network. Read, how many people want to add her private contact but now people take the initiative to add him, but refused. Being rejected, Li Shirhan also did not look embarrassed, because she was rejected by a lot of people, and finally thanked. "No matter how to thank you, your arrival to my live broadcast has brought a lot of popularity, thank you." Just now Ling Yunzhou's deep rendition seemed to have caused a lot of netizens to empathize with her. The gifts just didn't stop. The reward in that short period of time in the live broadcast room exceeded 20,000, which was an efficiency she had never seen before. Not being able to continue working together really made her a bit regretful. When Ling Yunzhou left, she interacted with the netizens in the live broadcast room. On the other side, Lin Qingyi was also relieved to see a relaxed Ling Yunzhou, and silently blessed in her heart peace for the rest of her life. Chapter 19, Xuping's Shock. The next day before dawn, which was the darkest moment of the night, Ling Yunzhou activated the Jade token and once again entered the other world. The blow that Lin Qingyi had given him seemed to have passed on the surface, but in reality, it still caused him a great shock. A change of environment might slow down the hurt within him a little, which was why he couldn't wait to enter the other world. Still appearing in the original alleyway. The sky was still dark.
It seemed that the previous cooling had slowly passed and the temperature had risen back up quite a bit. Lin Qingyi estimated that the temperature was now around 10 degrees. This time, Lin Qingyi was well prepared, although he was still wearing a linen coat and long shirt outside, but inside, he was wearing a lightweight and warm-down jacket and trousers, plus a pair of thick snow boots, not giving the cold the slightest space. After waiting for about an hour or so, the sky was getting brighter, and the pedestrians on the road gradually increased. Lin Qingyi found a nicely decorated place for breakfast, where he ordered donuts and buns with tofu brain. This shop had a higher level of processing, not too bad to eat, but of course the price was not expensive, just one breakfast cost him 21. After breakfast, the sky was already bright. Lin Qingyi found someone to ask around, and then headed straight to Suji Cloth Company. Suji Cloth Company is the property of Su Qing's family. The Su family is also considered to be a prestigious family in Xuping County. Soon Lin Qingyi arrived at the core commercial street of Xuping County, Luyun Street, a large shop covering an area of about 200 to 300 square meters. The shop was displaying and selling all kinds of fabrics. There were hemp, cotton, silk, and even fur. The processing level of the hemp and cotton here was not comparable to that of Earth, while the silk and fur here was a sight to behold for Lin Qingyi. Perhaps it is the environment here is good, the quality of fur naturally not to say, a strip of unknown animals cut down the fur, fluffy, soft, touch exceptionally comfortable. More critical is not a trace of color. If it is taken back to the earth to sell, such a piece of fur at least 10,000 yuan. Plus silk, feel smooth and soft, very skin-friendly. Silk, whether ancient or modern or labor-intensive products, many processes machines are difficult to replace, so no matter in which world, silk is a high-grade thing. Lin Qingyi picked up the sample just a little feel. When he was in college, he did a study, silk products market pain points and future development trend. Silk has a deeper understanding. The first major pain point of silk is naturally the trouble of maintenance. In ancient societies, silk is often used for the aristocracy. There are specialists to take care of maintenance. But now we generally prefer easy to take care of, practical fabric materials, so the market size of silk has been greatly restricted. The second major pain point is expensive. Silk fabrics are composed of 100% mulberry silk. From the beginning of sericulture to silk finished products, in the middle of the need to spend a lot of time, manpower, material resources, the cost is extremely high. The third major pain point is the mix of dragons and snakes. Modern industrial development of artificial silk rampant, fake silk market abounds, often let a person spend a high price may buy a piece of fake. More importantly, artificial silk quality is not bad, so many people would rather spend a small price to buy a piece of fake silk, but also not willing to spend a high price to buy a piece of product is not necessarily real silk. So on Earth, the real credibility of the price of silk products are extremely high. A simple silk scarf for thousands of thousands, if made into a cheongsam, is to 5-6 figures to go. The silk in front of him a little bit beyond his knowledge, touch smooth and soft, but also a little warm, 2 hands pulled hard, toughness, actually not worse than hemp, more critical is pinched hard, the folds will soon be restored. Such a quality of silk is estimated to throw the washing machine no problem at all. The industrial level of the other world should not have reached the level of being able to produce rayon. The reason for this characteristic he could only attribute to the difference between the other world and the difference between the Earth's environment. He felt that the quality of the silk in front of him was definitely top-notch when placed on Earth. At this time, a maid came over. "Customer, want to buy silk, is it? You introduce me to this silk." Lin Qingyi simply took the opportunity to learn about it. This silk is called cloud yarn, as the name suggests, as to where the body feels like a cloud wrapped in general, close wearing exceptionally comfortable. The maid said, toughness, strength is not bad, durable, it also has a unique characteristic, touch can be automatically adjusted according to hot and cold. The maid gulped and continued, if the weather is cold, touch up warm, if the weather is hot it becomes cool. Now that the weather is relatively cold, it is warm to the touch. After another month or two of heat, it will become cool to the touch. That's something you can't say about other silks. Oh? Lin Qingyi was slightly amazed. If they really have such a function, pulling them back to earth, they can definitely create a silk luxury brand, and in the early stages, they can start with intimate underwear and pajamas, which are close to the skin, and the comfort is self-evident. The maid thought that Lin Qingyi did not trust what she had just said, and continued her introduction. Guest, the flowing cloud yarn is made from the silk spat out by the Qiuming silkworms, and there are not many places that can raise Qiuming silkworms. This kind of silk is soft and delicate, and has unique thermal insulation properties, all because it has a special structure that can regulate body temperature in different weather. When the weather is cold, the fibers in the silk threads are tightly arranged to form a warm layer, while when the weather is hot, the fiber gaps are opened up to create a ventilation effect. This was why it was able to provide the body with a warm and cozy feeling during the cold season, as well as keeping it cool and breathable during the hot season. Lin Qingyi felt incredible after hearing this, but to put it in the other world that would be nothing impossible, he was genuinely interested, so he asked, "How much does a piece of flowing cloud yarn like this cost?" In the other world, one cloth is equal to 10 zhang of cloth, which is about 33.33 meters. When the maid heard this, she got a little excited. Others come to buy cloth by the foot, but this person in front of her asked for a horse, smiled and returned, 6 taels of silver for a foot of flowing cloud yarn. If you buy the whole horse, you can get a 10% discount.
That's 540 taels apiece?
The maid nodded her head. Lin Qingyi silently calculated in his heart, if it was based on the price of silver on earth, 1 tael of silver is 16 grams, 1 gram is 6 yuan, less than 52,000 in cost. If it is made into luxury underwear, the special function underwear sells for 3 to 5,000 a piece is not too much. Plus a little bit of embroidery and so on, the selling price and then add a zero is also reasonable. After all, the earth is not short of money or quite a lot.
How much material can a piece of underwear use? How much material can be used for one piece of underwear?
This business is worth doing.
Guest, how many ponies is it? Lin Qingyi pondered for a moment and asked, how much is the annual production of Lu Yun yarn you have here? What's your annual production?
Obviously the maid did not keep up with Lin Qingyi's thinking. After a pause back, I do not know the production, but the shop is basically not short of goods.
Forget it, I'll ask you directly, when will your boss Xuping come to the shop? Lin Qingyi asked.
That's our shopkeeper. The maid's eyes happened to see a person walk in at the entrance of the shop at this moment, pointing at the doorway, she said. Lin Qingyi looked to see that the person was Xuping, so he greeted him, "Brother Su, how are you?"
Xuping turned his head to look and also recognized Lin Qingyi, and responded with a smile, "Ling brother, haven't seen you for a few days, you are quite a bit more spirited Oh, this is thanks to the help of Brother Su. After coming to Xuping County, less hungry and laboring naturally better, today my little brother is also specially come to pay thanks to Brother Su."
Xuping glanced at the linen bag in the hands of Lin Qingyi, laughed, "You're welcome, go. We talk upstairs."
Good.
Lin Qingyi followed his footsteps up to the first floor. The first floor was specially set up as a pantry for reception.
It was an ancient pantry.
The interior was exquisitely and elegantly arranged, the wooden furniture was neatly placed. As soon as they came in, the space was filled with a faint wooden fragrance, instantly refreshing one's mind.
After both of them sat down, Lin Qingyi put the linen bag in his hand on the coffee table. "Brother Su, thanks to your care that day, I was able to safely enter Xuping County, and today I have prepared a small gift to show my gratitude."
Lin Qingyi said and took out a bottle of Wulianya 8th generation, said, "This is wine, the strength is relatively strong, it should give you a different taste." This bottle of wine removed the outer packaging, just a glass bottle filled with transparent liquid. The reason why not send Maotai is because porcelain bottles are not rare in the other world. The shocked expression on Xuping's face when he first saw the glass bottle in front of him, Lin Qingyi knew that he hadn't made a wrong choice. With such an exquisite appearance, Xuping couldn't help but pick up the bottle with both hands and examine it. Leaving aside the other things first, this crystal clear and impurity-free crystal bottle already made him feel extremely precious. Because there was no artificial glass in the other world, there were very few pure-colored crystals found in nature, and every piece found would be taken away at a high price, and then made into exquisite handicrafts. Not to mention how big a piece of crystal this wine bottle had to be to create it, its value was incalculable. There was also a doubt that with such a large piece of crystal, how did he hollow out the inside? The more Xuping looked at it, the more he liked it, and he couldn't help but sigh under his breath, "TSK TSK 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 unbelievable." After praising the glass bottle, Xuping's attention finally fell on the liquid inside. "Brother Ling, is this really filled with wine?" Because there is no distillation equipment in the other world, the production is a little cloudy or even yellowish, so clear and transparent wine is the first time he has seen.
"Oh, let's open a drink now. Do not know?" Lin Qingyi said. "Ha ha. It makes sense, eh? How to open this wine?"
"I'll do it," Lin Qingyi said, "but before opening the wine I will show you the second gift."
Chapter 20: The Lure of Good Wine. Oh. Xuping watched with anticipation as Lin Qingyi opened a wooden box.
Inside the box was a set of glassware, a decanter as well as 4 1 or 2 wine glasses. Seeing another unadulterated crystal product, Xuping was surprised again, first picking up the wine dividing jug and playing with it carefully, then he couldn't help but pick up the wine glasses one by one and compare them carefully. This comparison, he suddenly realized that the 4 wine glasses were actually identical. Pure colored crystals were already rare, and being able to make 4 identical ones was even more precious. At this time, a maid used a tea tray to send tea up. After she put the tea down, Xuping said to her, "Go get some snacks for the wine." Xuping said to her, "Go and get some snacks for the wine." Xuping then sent her down, and then said to Lin Qingyi with a bit of impatience, "Come. Brother Ling, I can't wait to taste this wine." With that, he used hot water to clean the wine pots and wine cups. Lin Qingyi waited for him to finish before picking up the bottle of Wolianye and unscrewing the bottle, and while opening it, he did not forget to explain the tricks of opening the bottle to him. Just opening the bottle made Xuping marvel at the ingenuity, the design was too exquisite. When the bottle was opened, the rich aroma of wine filled the air. Wolianye 8th generation is a 52-degree strongly flavored liquor. The aroma is naturally extremely strong. Xuping's nose twitched, his expression couldn't help but be a bit mesmerized. "Good wine, ah. Good wine." Lin Qingyi poured a small half bottle of wine out before filling a cup for both of them with a split wine pot. Xuping watched as Lin Qingyi poured the wine into a small cup and said, "Brother Ling, isn't this cup too small? It won't be enough for a single sip even if it's full." Lin Qingyi smiled, "Don't look at him as small, this wine is strong. Just take small sips." "I really don't believe it, come on." "Cheers." The two clinked their glasses. Lin Qingyi looked at Xuping with a smile. He really took a sip of 1 or 2 52-degree Wolianye and sent it in. Instantly, a flaming hot sensation took over his mouth and throat, and spread down the liquor to his chest and abdomen. Perhaps he was not psychologically prepared, or perhaps he drank too quickly. Xuping couldn't help but let out a choking cough, followed by his face turning red. He slapped his chest hard, trying to dispel the fiery feeling. Oh, Lin Qingyi laughed, then took a light sip. The provocative look seemed to be saying, "See how you still dare to make a big deal out of it. You know how powerful it is, don't you?" After slowing down his breath for a while, Xuping gradually experienced that burning throat, spicy stomach, followed by a wave of warmth spreading throughout the body's sense of relief, especially the feeling that went straight to the sky to make him have a different kind of stimulation, beauty. Really wonderful. "Come on. Come again," Xuping said cheerfully. Without him having to say anything, Lin Qingyi had already taken the wine jug and filled a cup for him. This time, Xuping was not in a hurry. He first brought his nose close to the mouth of the cup and took a deep breath, letting the rich and unique aroma hit his olfactory nerves. Only then did he take a small sip, letting this pungent stimulation flow round his lips and teeth before swallowing it, and finally closing his eyes, quietly enjoying that slightly dizzying, letting one drift away feeling. This time, he finally experienced a sense of satisfaction that he had never experienced even when drinking before. "Good wine. Good wine." Just as he was praising, the maid finally sent some dried meat, small dried fish, fried beans, and other wine delivery dishes up. Lin Qingyi just accompanied him and drank slowly. Time passed slowly, and before they knew it, the two of them had dried up an entire 500 milliliters bottle of Wolianye. Xuping shook the empty bottle, his face covered with regret, obviously not yet enjoying himself. He also knew how precious this wine was, and didn't have the heart to ask Lin Qingyi for it. Bringing only one bottle over, Lin Qingyi naturally had his own plans, pretending to be apologetic, saying, "Alas, this is the only bottle of this wine that I have been able to get. But if you want to drink it, you still have a chance." "Oh?" Hearing that he would still be able to drink this kind of wine in the future, Xuping immediately lost a lot of alcohol. Seeing that the time was ripe, Lin Qingyi brought up his intentions. "Brother Su, I won't lie to you, I still need a small favor from you this time." "What favor?" Although Xuping had drunk a lot of wine, he didn't answer with his mouth full. "I want to get an identity in Xuping County," Lin Qingyi said. Xuping didn't hesitate upon hearing this and immediately agreed. "Naturalization is simple, I'll just give you a guarantee. In the other world, there are 2 types of identities, good citizens and stragglers. A good citizen is a person who is registered in the local household registry. The advantage is that he or she will receive strong protection from the local community and can enjoy many privileges, including owning property. The price was that they had to pay a regular annual tax, known as the poll tax. In order to become a naturalized person, you need to have a recommendation from someone with a local hukou. If a person commits an offense in the local community, the referee is also liable for the offense. Therefore, people who were not trustworthy would not give referrals to others. The displaced persons did not have to pay taxes, and of course they could not enjoy the corresponding privileges. If a conflict arises between a displaced person and a good citizen, the government is inclined to protect the good citizen, so in general, displaced persons basically don't have any human rights in the city. Lin Qingyi was expected to stay in Xuping County for a short period of time, so naturalization was a necessary option. It would be best for Su Qing to endorse him.
Lin Qingyi thanked, then thank you Brother Su. But Su Qing's focus was clearly not on this, Brother Ling, the matter of wine. Lin Qingyi smiled and said, this Brother Su don't worry, I am naturalized here, just want to open a restaurant here, at that time please Brother Su more care ah. Ha ha. Then won't there be an unlimited supply of this fine wine at that time? Su Qing said. Of course. We'll have enough wine by then. Good. I'll keep an eye out for shop locations for you. I'll keep an eye on the shop locations for you, but the shops on the main shopping street are highly sought after, and very few of them have been transferred. As long as the location is not too remote, it's fine. With your wine, your business won't be bad even if you don't open on the main shopping street. I'll look for you. Thank you very much. Hey, there's no need to be so polite, I still hope that your restaurant will open up earlier so that I can satisfy the wine bug in my stomach. Su Qing said back. Well, I also wanted as soon as possible. Lin Qingyi turned to say, right, Brother Su, I still have 2 sets of crystal products in my hand, I will be reselling them to raise some funds. How do you think it would be better to sell them? What do you think about selling them? You still have this wine glass? Not the same, this set is unique, my hands are other looks, which is so easy to find the same crystal yo. That's true. In that case, I suggest you take it to the Apter trading house for auction. There's an annual auction in a couple of days. At that time, the entire Xuping County and the surrounding powerhouses will basically gather there, and with the quality of a crystal like yours, it will definitely fetch a good price. Hearing this, Lin Qingyi's eyes lit up, that would indeed be a good opportunity, and asked, what do I need to pay attention to if I send it for auction? Wantong business firm open throughout the empire, credibility do not have to worry about, you only need to submit your consignment up, there are special people to identify. Good. I also have a question. You say. I'd like to ask about the high yield of the fluid cloud yarn sold under your shop? You want to buy runner's cloud yarn? I'm planning to do so in the future, and I might need a lot of it. The cloud yarn is not cheap. The market price is 6 taels of silver a foot. With our relationship, I can give you a 20% discount, but also several hundred taels of silver a horse. Price I understand, we are open for business, you should earn as much, I am to do long-term business, in order to have a stable long-term cooperation in the future, how to calculate the accounts on how to say. Ha ha. Ling brother, rest assured that the 80% discount price has included profit in it. Of course, the future of the real transaction may also be affected by other factors, there will be fluctuations. This I can understand, is that I do not know how much this production? Chapter 21 Wantong Trading House. Su Qing said, the silk used to make Luyin yarn comes from Qiuming silkworms. This kind of silkworm survives in a relatively harsh environment, nearby only Lingfeng town can produce it, and the annual output is only 3 to 500 pi, the output is affected by the climate and environment more. Lin Qingyi frowned slightly, so little? To really build the brand up, this amount is far from enough. But this fell on Su Qing's ears, instantly made him startled. Even if you calculate by 300 pi, that is still more than 100,000 business ah. This is still less? If another person had said that, he would have thought that he was out of his depth, but Lin Qingyi he really couldn't see through it, so he said, this is only the output of the nearby Lingfeng town. If you have a big demand, as long as you can afford the price, you can absolutely go and acquire it elsewhere. If it is too much trouble, please Wantong Merchant Bank on behalf of the work is also okay. Wantong Merchant Bank shop not only opened all over the East Qi dynasty, other dynasties also have distribution. Of course, the farther the cost of transport, the higher the cost, they will certainly add this part of the cost on you, but as long as the money is in place, as much as you want to estimate that they can get it for you. Oh. That's a good way to do it. Lin Qingyi put this down for the time being. Building a business empire was not a quick fix, it still needed to be done step by step, and with the resources of the 2 realms in his hands, there were plenty of opportunities to make money. Lin Qingyi was not in a hurry, but he had to plan well at all times. It seemed that there would be no shortage of cooperation with the Wantong trading house in the future. Brother Ling, if there are no other questions, I will take you to apply for naturalization. Good.
Not only Qin province, but the entire East Qi dynasty has been in a drought for 3 consecutive years, the land has lost its harvest, famine is severe, and there are a lot of stragglers pouring into the towns and cities. When there are so many displaced people, the law and order is poor. On the way to the government office, Ling Yunzhou and Su Qing encountered several robberies and vandalism. Ling, if you want to do business, Luyun Street is the first choice. This is the main commercial street in Xuping County, and it is also the best commercial street in terms of law and order. Usually there are policemen on patrol, and those who are not dressed properly are not allowed to come in at all. The next point to choose Doublewood Street or Tianlin Street. These two streets are the Xuping County has the status of people's residence location. Security is not worse than the flow of Cloud Street, is to come and go a little less people.
Good, I will go and take a look at that time. The two of them arrived at the county office while talking.
There are 4 giants in Xuping County: the county magistrate, the county minister, the county lieutenant, and the chief bookkeeper.
The county magistrate, the highest leader in the county office, is in charge of the entire county and holds the 7th rank.
The county chancellor is the auxiliary official of the county magistrate, the second in command of the county, and holds the 8th rank. The county lieutenant is the third in command of the county, in charge of arrests and public security, and holds the 8th rank. The chief bookkeeper is the county's 4th in command, in charge of the county's paperwork and registry work, the official rank of 9.
Su Qing lightly led Ling Yunzhou to the office of the chief bookkeeper, obviously still familiar with the county office.
In the office, a middle-aged man with a round face and an 8-character beard was reviewing documents. The doorman had been informed earlier. Sensing that someone had come in, the middle-aged man put down the documents and looked up, a smile naturally creeping onto his face.
Lord Wu, I've taken the liberty of disturbing you.
As soon as he entered the door, Su Qing clasped his fists and greeted.
Oh, old brother Su, there are no outsiders here, so there is no need to be so outgoing.
The middle-aged man stood up from his seat, his small dripping eyes had already looked Su Qing also Ling Yunzhou over. Ling Yunzhou also slightly measured him. This person's figure is not tall, it is estimated that it is only 1 meter 6.5, his stomach is a bit bulging, his figure looks a bit blossomed, and when he smiles, his small eyes can't even be seen.
Brother Ling, let me introduce, this is Wu Jinglong, the chief bookkeeper of Xuping County. Lord Wu, Su Qing solemnly introduced. Greetings, Sir Wu.
Ling Yunzhou clasped his fists and bowed in greeting.
Humph.
Wu Jinglong slightly narrowed his eyes and nodded. This is Ling Yunzhou, I came here today to ask Lord Wu to help with the household registration.
Su Qing said.
Wu Jinglong brow slightly frowned, scrutinizing suspicion eyes scanning a few times Ling Yunzhou, face for a, Su old brother, not that I do not want to help, but for years of famine, bandits rampant, especially recently the Dragon 2 gang exceptionally rampant, the city's security has been greatly challenged, unknown origin of people cannot dare to casually on the household registration. Of course I understand this situation, if it is not the right way I do not dare to bring him here, but please Sir Wu accommodation. Su Qing said, stepped forward, and Wu Jinglong's hand shook together again. Lord Wu also knows that our family and Long Air gang are not to deal with each other, and even more unlikely to help them get people in. Wu Jinglong naturally felt the strange feeling coming from his hand, just one touch and he knew that it was the silver ticket of Tiancheng Money Bank. He drew back his hand without any trace and then set it towards his wide sleeve cuffs, and very skillfully put it into his sleeve pocket. This scene Ling Yunzhou just looked in his eyes and did not say anything. In his heart he secretly wrote down this favor of Su Qing. He also did not expect that it would not be easy to get on the account recently. Oh, old brother Su's words have come to this, then it seems that this little brother Ling's roots are also clean. There is no problem with naturalization, I will handle it for you now. Lord Wu said with a smile.
Ling Yunzhou thanked, thank you, Lord Wu.
Soon Ling Yunzhou's household registration was successfully completed, and she was also given a good citizen sign after being registered. With the good citizen status, one could buy property in the city, and with property, one could recruit servants and guards. The number of recruits is related to the property owned. Generally, the larger the area, the more recruits can be recruited. All of these need to be registered, and some places need to have the relevant status to enter, such as Shuangmu Street and Tianlin Street. Of course, the properties also had to pay taxes, and the retainers and guards had to pay a poll tax on their behalf. With all the calculations, those who were not big families would not dare to live in big houses in the city and recruit attendants and guards at will.
After walking out of the county office, Ling Yunzhou thanked Su Qing. Brother Su, I'm grateful for your kindness, I'll come back to thank you in the next day.
You're welcome, I just hope you'll open the restaurant earlier. Your bottle of wine can tickle the wine bugs in my stomach. You don't want to do the unethical thing of seducing people and not satisfying them, ah. Xuping joked. Oh, don't worry, I will also be as quick as possible, Lin Qingyi said back. After the two chatted and said goodbye to each other, they went their own way. After parting ways with Xuping, Lin Qingyi went straight to the Wantong Trading House on Luyun Street. This was a large shop building that covered an area of thousands of square feet. One must know that this was the busiest commercial street in Xuping County, and to cover such a large area, it was evident that the Wantong Trading House was very powerful. The shop had a total of 4 floors, standing out amongst the surrounding small buildings that were basically 2 or 3 floors. The appearance of the shop was grand and magnificent. On the huge plaque at the main entrance, the 4 big words Wantong Trading Company were written in golden light. There was an endless stream of people coming and going at the entrance, which showed that business was booming. Lin Qingyi followed the crowd towards the shop. After a cursory look, the Wantong Trading House was worthy of being the largest trading house in the Dongqi dynasty, and it contained a wide variety of items that were very complete. Of course, the items sold here were all of high value, and ordinary, random items would not be placed on the shelves. One of the most attractive Lin Qingyi was the spirit medicine area. He finally saw the spirit ginseng here, depending on the efficacy of different, less than 100 years of cheaper, about 10 taels of silver, more than 100 years of the price difference will be big. The cheapest is also to 100 taels of silver, high thousands of taels are there. In addition, in the food area also he saw the existence of spiritual rice. This rice appearance than the earth's rice is almost, according to the introduction, that only the spiritual field on the output. Spirit rice contains more sufficient spiritual qi, not only taste good, aroma full, eat more good for the body. Of course, the price is not cheap, 1 caddy of silver. In the other world a caddy is equal to 16 taels, counting a caddy is only about 256 grams, about the same amount as half a caddy on earth only. Chapter 22, Xuping's Shock. Having spiritual rice made up for Lin Qingyi's shortcoming regarding the development of the wine brand. He had planned before that the cinnamon wine would be divided into 2 product lines, first, a health-enhancing wine infused with spirit ginseng, and second, a distilled wine blended with spirit wine brewed from food with spiritual qi in other worlds. He has already seen the effect of ginseng before. Just a small section of ginseng soaking water will make people obviously feel, if it is soaked into wine, can give full play to its medicinal effect. Health effect is definitely not bad. Besides, the spiritual rice contains rich spiritual qi. With its winemaking, the quality should not be bad. When I go back, I will bring some with me and give it to the brewery to brew it. Of course, one must make money before that. 1 tael of silver per caddy. If one were to buy a ton of it, it would cost 4,000 taels of silver. Thinking of this, Lin Qingyi developed a sense of urgency, so after explaining to the attendant that he had brought the auction items, he was introduced into a separate room on the 3rd floor. What Lin Qingyi did not expect was that he was received by a woman who was about the same age as him. The woman wore a long green dress with long hair draped over her shoulders, her eyebrows were picturesque, her skin was as fair as snow, and her knitted brows and smile exuded a heart-warming charm. Although she was not inferior to Lin Qingyi in terms of looks, but recently Lingyun Prefecture had met with a number of sudden and drastic changes, her heart was already incomparably tough, and she only slightly appreciated for a moment before shifting her gaze away. And this scene fell in the woman's eyes. She who had always been extremely confident in her own appearance, seeing Lin Qingyi react so quickly, she couldn't help but have a hint of luster in her eyes. Her lips lightly opened, and her clear voice came out. "Welcome to our Wantong Merchant Guild. I'm the treasure connoisseur Xuping. What treasures did you bring over here, so you can bring them out and take a look?" "Good." Lin Qingyi placed a burlap bag on the desktop and pulled out some things from it in turn. He first took a wooden box, which was similar to the wine cup he had given Xuping earlier. Xuping just watched quietly. She judged from Lin Qingyi's ordinary dress that he shouldn't be able to take out any high-class goods either. But the moment Lin Qingyi opened the wooden box, her amber-like clear and bright eyes widened. Only to see that 2 exquisite glass cups were placed inside, and she couldn't help but reach out her hand to pick them up and take a look. "These are cups made from pure crystal, take a look," Lin Qingyi said as he pushed the wooden box over. Xuping had seen countless treasures, and had naturally seen a lot of pure-colored crystals, and with just one glance, she could tell that this crystal was extremely pure, without a single trace of impurities, and was considered a rare and superb product in the current world. And the cup's craftsmanship is also extremely high. The thickness of the cup wall is almost the same. All the edges were smooth and rounded, without the slightest flaw. At this moment, her mind is already imagining that if she were to use it to taste jade liquid, What a pleasant and honorable enjoyment it would be.
Xier's eyes gradually became infatuated as she watched. Ahem, Ling Yunzhou reminded her.
Xier instantly a jolt, also know that she was just too intoxicated, a little out of character, but does not look embarrassed, but instead generously said, this cup is too exquisite, I'm a little bit in love with it.
I can't wait to have one immediately. So, this set of cups reached the conditions of the auction? Ling Yunzhou asked.
Oh. Xier gently smiled, of course, such a fine product will certainly be able to auction a good price.
What other treasures are there?
Ling Yunzhou nodded and took out another wooden box. Opening it up, inside was a set of exquisite glass bowls, a set of 4. Looking at the 4 identical crystal bowls, Xier had a strange color in her eyes. This was also a set of fine art. When she got over it, Ling Yunzhou took out another wooden box. The packaging was a little different from the previous one. Ling Yunzhou opened it and took out a 2 palm-sized, framed wooden mirror from it. When Xier saw herself in the mirror, she was again shocked. The slim clarity was something she had never seen before. Her eyes rolled wide as she carefully looked into it. She bobbed her head slightly from time to time, then she couldn't help but touch her cheeks with both hands and marveled, how is this mirror so clear? Ling Yunzhou smiled and didn't answer her question, knowing that the mirror had also achieved the effect he wanted. He then took out 2 more mirrors that were smaller, like the size of a mobile phone. There was one last treasure. Ling Yunzhou opened a brocade box and took out a silver hairpin from it. The silver hairpin was made of silver, and apart from the exquisite carvings on it, it was also inlaid with a glittering diamond.
The diamond was a 5-carat one specially selected by Ling Yunzhou. Of course, it was an artificial diamond.
The vast majority of women were born with little resistance to shiny things. Otherwise, it wouldn't be because of the capitalist sentence of diamonds are everlasting, one will last forever. Let can make diamonds popular for more than 100 years. In the other world, seeing Xier's shocked expression once again, Ling Yunzhou secretly felt a bit amused, but still pretended to be profound and introduced. The biggest feature of this hairpin is this crystal stone, which I call diamond. It is crystal clear, and no matter from which angle you look at it, you can see it emitting an eye-catching light. In addition, it has another feature: it has a stable structure, it will not be scratched and is difficult to break. It can be described as, a diamond is everlasting, a single one will last forever, meaning that it is preserved for an extremely long time, and a single one can be passed on forever. It can also symbolize faithful love, expressing the pursuit of beautiful and eternal love. Hearing the end, Xier's eyes instantly lit up, muttering under her breath, diamond is everlasting, a single one will last forever.
Not bad.
Leaving aside the rest for now, this analogy is enough to lure those playboys' future women of choice to spread their money in a big way.
However, I have a doubt. You're worried about whether it will wear out or not, aren't you? Ling Yunzhou asked. Right. Then try it out and you'll know.
Ling Yunzhou said and took out another small 2-carat diamond. This one is a little smaller, but the quality is the same. You can just let someone take a knife or any other sharp object to scrape it and see the result, you will know.
Oh. Xier picked up the small diamond and looked at it. It was indeed the same as the one on the hairpin. It really can't be worn out? Don't worry about testing it. Good. Next, Xier's arranged it.
It didn't take long for someone to bring the tools. After fixing the diamond, a strong man picked up a knife and scraped the diamond with all his strength.
Crunch! Crunch! Crunch!
The strong man scraped 3 times in a row, making a piercing sound.
At the end, the crowd fixed their eyes on it.
The burly man first picked up the knife and looked at it, and the sharp knife actually curled its edge. Looking towards the table again, the diamond was actually still intact. Next, under Ling Yunzhou's suggestion, he used acidic water, salty water, and other highly corrosive liquids to flush it out, and finally calcined it with a high-temperature flame, and it was still intact. A test down, should be Xier is confirmed. Diamonds are really difficult to destroy, ancestral generations passed down is no problem at all. In this way, the value of this hairpin that could be passed down from generation to generation was high. Looking at the 3 types of things in front of her, the crystal product, the mirror, and the hairpin, Xier's mind raced with thoughts. In her thoughts, such fine items should not appear in a small town like Xuping County, they should at least be worthy of their status in a county or capital city. With this in mind, Xier was about to test Ling Yunzhou when she suddenly realized that she actually didn't know the other party's name yet.
Chapter 23, The Riot of the Rovers. Xier's face was a little embarrassed as she asked, Xier is rude, I still don't know what the guest's name is. My name is Ling Yunzhou. Ling Yunzhou didn't mind her initial contempt. Then I will just call you Yunzhou, do you mind? Elixir smiled lightly, her large eyes blinked, very seductive. Don't mind. Oh, good. Yunzhou, you can also call me Zir. Ling Yunzhou's eyes narrowed slightly. He knew that she should have something to ask with this close proximity. He was not too fond of bending the rules, so he said directly, Miss Ing, if you have something to say, just say it directly. Feeling this faint sense of distance from Ling Yunzhou, Elixir was a little self-doubtful if her charm was failing. However, she quickly adjusted her mindset. Since the other party liked to be direct, she didn't beat around the bush. Yunzhou, do you still have these treasures? Ling Yunzhou replied back, these are the ones for now. First of all, these pure colored crystals can be found but not sought after, and processing is also a difficult task. Well, that's true. Elixir agreed, so are you in a hurry to use the money? Ling Yunzhou frowned slightly. The reason I ask is because these few treasures of yours can fetch a higher price if they are put up for auction in a county or capital city. The auction price in a more developed region is estimated to be half or even double. Elixir explained. Let's auction them here. Ling Yunzhou said, since you think it's profitable, you can also arrange for someone to do the auctioning for you, and make a profit once it changes hands. No. Elixir replied categorically, there are only a few people with real status in Xuping County, who doesn't know anyone. If we let them know that we took something out for auction and auctioned it back ourselves at a high price, isn't that playing a trick on them? This kind of thing that undermines the reputation of Wanhong Trading House is something that we will definitely not do. Ling Yunzhou nodded in agreement. However, Elixir said in a turn of phrase, you hear 2 sets of crystal products, 3 mirrors, in fact, completely unnecessary to auction together. Things are as precious as they are rare, so it is recommended that you only choose one of the same type to auction. This way, crystal products you only take this set of crystal bowl auction, mirror also choose a small, the rest of the crystal cup and the other 2 mirrors, we premium purchase how? The crystal cup according to the crystal bowl auction price premium of 20%, the same small mirror premium of 20%, the large mirror premium doubled acquisition, you see how? Auctioning less quantity can fetch a higher price. Ling Yunzhou knew that this proposal was the most favorable to him, and that this should even be a sign of goodwill from Wanhong Trading House, or rather Elixir in front of him. Also, she was actually able to make a decision on such a decision, so one could imagine that her status in the Wanhong Trading House must not be low. However, based on the principle of not taking advantage of a bastard, Ling Yunzhou did not make any pretense and said, then just deal with it as Miss Ing said. Besides, they are still earning by doing so. Ling Yunzhou doesn't have the slightest mentality of indebtedness. Good. Then it's settled. Elixir said, then sighed, and said, sigh, it's a pity that there is only one hairpin. Ling Yunzhou needed to raise money as soon as possible, but he couldn't wait for her to operate. Besides, diamonds are just diamonds. On Earth they have long been dried up by the Chinese people to a cabbage price. A 5-carat one is just a few dozen dollars apiece. It could be said that he had as much as he wanted. But he also knew that Elixir must also love that diamond, so he pretended to be generous and said, when the auction is over, that small diamond will be given to you. Really? You can't back out. Elixir's 2 big eyes smiled like a crescent moon. Although Elixir had been pretending to be mature and stable, she still couldn't escape her young girl's mentality. Of course. A mouthful of spit is a nail. Ling Yunzhou naturally wouldn't back out on what he said. He felt that there would be no shortage of opportunities to deal with Wanhong Trading House in the future, and being able to befriend her with a $10 or $20 man-made diamond was well worth it. Oh, then thanks a lot. Elixir sincerely thanked. Right, that diamond you can process into a ring. Ling Yunzhou reminded. Elixir's eyes lit up again when she heard it. She was just calculating that such a small diamond on a hairpin did seem petty. But if it was made into a ring, it would be different. Even if it was small, it could still give full play to its sparkle. Moreover, she felt that it would be more appropriate to make the diamond into a ring than a hairpin. Because the hairpin can only be seen by others, but the ring can be seen by yourself first, and you can show it off to anyone you want to show it to. Also, made into a ring too thick actually does not look good. This one on the hand is good, small, and extremely delicate. In her perception, something is not the bigger the better, such as this small diamond in front of her. Its hardness is extremely high. The smaller the processing difficulty, the higher the natural value. So she felt that this small diamond was even more precious than the large diamond on the hairpin. Thinking of this, she was even more inexplicably excited inside.
Next, Ling Yunzhou left all these treasures to Elixir to deal with before leaving the Wanhong trading house. He also didn't know what kind of price the things he bought for $200 or $300 would fetch in the other world. Of course, in a couple of days, he would be able to witness it in person, as Elixir had also given him a spot in the auction before leaving. Leaving the Wanhong trading house, Ling Yunzhou continued to stroll around the Luyun Street. Luyun Street was worthy of being the main commercial street of Xuping County, with people coming and going, as long as the stuff wasn't too bad, business was good. But after walking down most of the street, he was unable to find a single shop that was transferring or selling. Just as he continued to go to the next shop, suddenly a riot broke out at a street corner, and then it gradually turned chaotic.
Get out of the way. Quickly run, ah! Bang! Bleeding! Dead man! Run away!
Soon raging crowds ran in the direction where Ling Yunzhou was.
The stragglers are rioting. Boom! Boom!
The clever shopkeeper had already closed the shop door early. Ling Yunzhou groped his way forward against the wall. He didn't dare to walk on the street, in case he was pushed down. With his small body, if he drowned in the crowd, he would surely die. He could feel the panic and despair of the people, and there were screams and shouts mixed in with the chaos. Soon, a group of ragged ones rushed over, armed with swords, clubs, and various other murderous weapons. They frantically swept through the streets, smashing and robbing without a care in the world.
This is a rice shop, come on!
Smash open this shop door. A gnarled man waved the machete in his hand and ordered. A group of people behind him immediately carried a huge round log and slammed it against the shop door.
Boom!
Anciently, this kind of wood was simply unbeatable under this kind of impact. With a creak, a crack appeared in the wooden door. With success in sight, the group of stragglers yelled and continued to lift the giant wood. And slammed it again.
Boom!
Wooden debris flew, and the wooden door was no longer able to withstand the weight and was knocked open with a large hole. In a flash, there were terrified cries from inside the shop. That gnarled big man did not care, waved his hand. A group of long time ago, unable to hold back the stragglers, no longer have any scruples, directly into the shop, and then went straight to the warehouse, saw the rice to move out. Each of the stragglers probably only took 1 or 20 pounds each, presumably because they were worried that they couldn't run fast enough if they took too much.
Chapter 24, Encountering Tang Long.
As more and more stragglers entered the shop, a middle-aged man wearing brocade clothes with a slightly blonde figure walked out of the shop with a mournful face, crying and saying, "God damn it!
It's all gone! It's all gone! How can I live?"
The middle-aged man wailed and came to the gnarled bearded man and knelt down in front of him, grasped his lapel and said, "Strong man, please show some mercy.
I'm not going to survive if I keep moving. Get out of the way."
The gnarled bearded man raised his foot and kicked the middle-aged man, and with a bang, the middle-aged man was kicked back several meters. Not far away, Ling Yunzhou watched the middle-aged man still not die, kneeling and crawling over, wailing and begging several times. However, the gnarled bearded man was annoyed, and directly gave him a knife. Rolling good head directly fell to the ground. Blood splattered on the spot, immediately attracted the surrounding people screaming wildly. The stragglers, on the other hand, did not show the slightest bit of mercy and continued to move things inside the shop. Ling Yunzhou's brows furrowed, immediately realizing that these people might not be mere stragglers. Sure enough, right at this moment, a few people with a heavy burlap sack came out of the shop and threw a wink at the gnarled bearded man, who immediately understood, put away his long sword, and led those few people into the army of stragglers. Ling Yunzhou couldn't help but feel a bit of a chill down his back. He felt that this group of people were specifically targeting this shop. This made him realize that wealth should never be revealed before there was enough self-preservation. Now Ling Yunzhou gave birth to the idea that he desperately needed an escort. But it's not easy to find people who are strong and trustworthy. Go! Next. Seeing that the rice shop had already been robbed, the group of stragglers continued to walk towards the next shop with wood knives and sticks in hand. But when they lost the leader of the gnarled man, they instantly became a scattered group. Wandering aimlessly around the streets, they managed to gather a group of people to open a shop, but before they could rush in, they were greeted by a few cold rays of light, and crimson blood instantly soared out, causing the stragglers behind them to calm down and back away from the shop one after another. The same was true for the other shops. After dozens of stragglers were killed in succession, these stragglers also realized the danger and didn't dare to hit those shops anymore, so they set their eyes on the pedestrians on the street. The ones wearing brocade clothes and fancy dress were the first to become their targets. Perhaps it was because Ling Yunzhou looked thin and weak, Even though his clothes were not considered expensive, he still became the target of those ruffians, only to see a few ruffians with sticks and clubs running quickly towards him. Lin Qingyi didn't even think about it, he ran away. If he was blocked, he would not be able to avoid a severe beating. He didn't see that not far away, there were a few people who were robbed of their valuable things and were still being beaten and covered in blood. Chase. Several stragglers chased up Lin Qingyi directly into the alley behind. But unfortunately, the stragglers chasing after him seemed to be locked in a battle with him, and were still in hot pursuit. Chase.
There must be something good on him.
After turning several corners, suddenly another person came out from the opposite alley. Lin Qingyi thought it was a straggler and was about to turn around and run away when the other party called out, "Dukeling."
Lin Qingyi stopped in his tracks and looked back. He froze for a while and finally recognized the person. Tang Long? It's me, Dukeling, follow me. Tang Long signaled.
Lin Qingyi didn't think for long before following Tang Long as he scurried into another alleyway, finally getting rid of those stragglers behind him after 7 turns. After getting away from the danger, Tang Long said to Lin Qingyi, "This riot won't calm down for a day or two. If you don't have anywhere to go, you can stay at my house for a day or two. It's dangerous for you to be alone on the streets like this."
Thank you, Brother Tang.
Lin Qingyi thought for a moment and didn't refuse. Tang Long gave him a pretty good impression. It would be good to stay at his house first.
On the way, Lin Qingyi asked, "Do these riots happen often?"
There are more when there is a bad year, and those on the scale of today probably happen once every 2 or 3 months. Recently, the famine has become more and more serious, and more stragglers are gathering in Xuping County, so I guess this kind of trouble will become more and more frequent in the future.
At this time, Lin Qingyi saw Tang Long holding a medicine bag in his hand and asked again, "Someone in your family is sick?"
Hearing this question, Tang Long's face darkened. Canine Sun's fever has persisted for the last few days, continuous medication for several days has not been effective, and the doctor has said that if it's no good.
Isn't Taoist Master Su of Dongming one a peerless healer? Why not send him there to see? Lin Qingyi asked.
Alas, Tang Long sighed, Su Taoist Long is not anyone can invite, no matter big or small disease, every time out at least 200 taels of silver. We can't afford to pay that even if we dump our family's money.
Then hurry up and take me to see. Lin Qingyi said.
In ancient times, there were no special effect fever-reducing medicines, and many children's high fever for several days in a row could easily be life-threatening. And he naturally had some emergency medicines on hand when he came to the other world.
"It's here, in front is my house,"
said Tang Long as he led Lin Qingyi into a small courtyard.
"Oops. You finally came back."
At this time a woman wiped the corners of her eyes, greeted up and eagerly said, "I heard that there was another riot outside. I thought you had encountered some kind of trouble."
"Donger, how is it?" Tang Long asked.
"It's still very hot, I coughed up blood." The woman said as her eyes filled with tears again, "Quickly give me the medicine."
Tang Long handed the medicine to the woman. The woman took the medicine and realized that there was someone standing beside Tang Long. This is Dukeling. There was a riot outside, I brought him back to hide for 2 days. This is the insider, Xin Lian. Tang Long introduced them separately. "Hello, sister-in-law. I'm sorry to bother you." Lin Qingyi said hello. "No need to be polite." Xin Lian nodded, "I'm going to boil the medicine." "Go on. Take me to see the child," Lin Qingyi said. Tang Long didn't hesitate and led Lin Qingyi inside.
In a simple room, a 5 or 6-year-old child lay breathless on the bed. Lin Qingyi reached into his pocket with one hand and pulled out a mask and put it on, then walked quickly to the bed. Although Tang Long was a bit puzzled by Lin Qingyi's actions, he didn't stop him. Lin Qingyi had just sat on the edge of the bed when he heard a clear gasp, then reached out and touched the child's forehead. It was very hot. It was estimated to be at least 40 degrees. Lin Qingyi took his little hand again and lifted it up to release it, and the little hand fell down powerlessly. From time to time, the child's grunts of pain were heard, indicating that he was also accompanied by a headache or body aches, or both. "How many days has the fever lasted?" Lin Qingyi asked hurriedly. 4 or 5 days. Lin Qingyi turned over the coughed-up material by the bedside again. Thick phlegm with blood. A viral cold that has also caused severe pneumonia. After having a judgment, Lin Qingyi turned his head and said to Tang Long with a somewhat serious expression, "Brother Tang, do you believe me?" Tang Long was also startled by Lin Qingyi's solemn expression. "Brother Ling, just say what you have to say directly." Lin Qingyi said,
You should be very clear about the child's condition. Any further delay is likely to be life-threatening.
I have a way to save him, but I don't dare to make a promise. If you believe me, I can give him some medicine. The effect will definitely be more effective than the medicine you grabbed back. Tang Long thought for a moment, from the beginning to see Lin Qingyi feel that he has extraordinary temperament, and soon and Su Cheng talk and laugh. This kind of person's insight is definitely far beyond him, since he is so sure that perhaps there is a real grasp, so said, I believe you, to do how to tell me.
There is warm water? There should be. I will go to the kitchen to bring it over.
Waiting for Tang Long to leave, Lin Qingyi dug into his pocket, actually taking out a few pills from space. It was mainly ibuprofen and oseltamivir.
Ibuprofen was analgesic and cooling, while oseltamivir was antiviral.
There was also andrographis paniculata, Xiao Chaihu punch, and fever-reducing patches.
Chapter 25 Recruitment.
When Tang Long came over with a blackened kettle and bowl, he saw that Lin Qingyi had quite a few more things with unknown names in his hands, and the child's head was covered with a patch of light blue. Tang Long questioned, Sir Ling, what are you?
Give me the bowl. Lin Qingyi said.
After getting the bowl, Lin Qingyi dissolved the Xiao Chaihu punch and then brought it to the bed. The child thought that he was going to drink the unbearable medicine again. His pupils shrunk and his expression was very resistant.
This is not medicine, this is sugar water, not bitter. Lin Qingyi persuaded.
But the child obviously do not believe, mouth slightly open, issued a weak voice, do not.
I won't drink it. You first taste a bite to see, if not sweet I do not let you drink, okay? Lin Qingyi persuaded. Donger, obey.
Tang Long said majestically. Perhaps it was because children were more afraid of their fathers, and under Tang Long's forced gaze, they could only give in. Lin Qingyi fed a tablespoon of the punch into the child's mouth, and after a slight taste, his eyes lit up.
It's not bitter, right? Lin Qingyi said, another spoonful.
After feeding 2 or 3 more spoons, Lin Qingyi brought over the 3 sugar-coated piercing lotus grains. These are small sugar pills, don't chew them, just swallow them with the sugar water, okay?
Yes.
The child nodded weakly. Oseltamivir is also capsule loaded with no flavor, and the final tablet of ibuprofen has no irritating flavor, so the medicine was fed down smoothly. At this time, Sun Lian came over with a bowl of medicine and saw Tang Long blocking the bed and reminded, be careful when the family. Lin Qingyi put the child to lie down and said, the medicine has been fed.
I've been fed? Sun Lian was a bit surprised.
Tang Long then told her what had just happened.
Dongjia, is this really okay? Sun Lian was worried.
I believe in dupeling. Tang Long didn't have a bottom in his heart either, but still said this in relief. He also knows that Donger is actually very critical right now. Eating outside medicine, if it can be good then it would have been good, not to delay until now more and more serious.
Don't worry.
Lin Qingyi unlocked the mask. 2/4 of an hour or so, it is estimated that the effect will be seen. Sister-in-law can first go to boil some kanji, right? When boiling kanji, add a little bit of this.
Sun Lian saw a small piece of spirit ginseng handed over by Lin Qingyi and said in shock, this is geomancy?
Lin Qingyi said, yes.
Add it to the kanji, kids get better fast.
Sun Lian wanted it in her heart, but still turned her head towards Tang Long to let him decide. Tang Long from the spiritual ginseng on the emanation of the breath can judge the spiritual ginseng has reached 100 years of portion. The small section is afraid to be worth 2 or 3 taels of silver. He does not necessarily earn a month to earn a money. Although the value is not expensive, but this is related to the life of the child, also did not refuse. Sun Lian said, take it.
Good. Thank you, Sir Ling. Sun Lian busily took the spirit ginseng before heading to the kitchen. The waiting time was long.
1/4 of an hour passed. Perhaps it was the analgesic effect of the medication that worked. The child finally stopped grunting in pain from time to time, coupled with the long period of time without a good rest. The feeling of fatigue came up, and immediately fell into a deep sleep. Not long after, the child finally sweating.
It really isn't that hot anymore.
Tang Long was pleasantly surprised.
Really?
Sun Lian hurriedly went up and touched it, and was instantly pleasantly surprised. The heat had really receded.
Good.
Go wash a towel over and wipe off the sweat.
Good.
Sun Lian was excited. The fever has receded, which means it is out of danger for the time being. After another half an hour, the fever did not recur. Lin Qingyi suggested that Tang Long and his wife wake up the child and feed him some porridge to replenish his energy and vitality. The two were now obedient to Lin Qingyi. After shaking the child awake, although he was a little resistant, but smelling the aroma of the porridge with spirit ginseng, he still held on and drank a small half bowl. After eating the porridge, Lin Yunzhou said, "Tang brother, the child should not have any problem. If the night is still recurring fever, I will feed him some medicine." Tang Long's face was suddenly surprised. He gave Sun Lian a sign, then directly kneeling in front of Lin Yunzhou, said loudly, "Thank you Ling Gongzi for saving his life." Sun Lian also followed suit and knelt down, "Many thanks to Duke Ling." Ling Yunzhou also did not expect the other party to react so greatly, and hurriedly went forward to help them up. "Brother Tang, just a show of hands, quickly get up." Under Ling Yunzhou's strong insistence, the two of them then stood up, but their mouths still kept thanking them. At this time, Tang Long looked at the sky outside. It was already dark at this time. He couldn't help but pat his head. "Ouch, it's so late. Duke Ling is hungry. Lianer, go get some food." "Good." Sun Lian just took a step and paused, her expression a little ugly looking at Tang Long. Just now, when she cooked congee for her son, she had already emptied out the last bit of rice. There was no rice, let alone vegetables. Tang Long understood the family's dilemma with a single glance. These days, in order to give his son a medical treatment, he had already exhausted the family's money bag. Ling Yunzhou was invited by him, and Ling Yunzhou even saved his son's life, but he himself can't even afford a meal now. But Tang Long quickly thought of a way and said, "Mr. Ling, stay at home for a while, I'll go out and buy some food and wine, come back and let's have a drink." Now outside are riots, which shop is open, think it must be to go to someone's house to borrow it, but he also do not reveal, back, good. Only then did Tang Long joyfully walk outside. After about a cup of tea, Tang Long returned with a piece of meat, a handful of green vegetables, a packet of steamed buns, and a pot of wine. After he handed the dishes over to Sun Lian to handle, he chatted with Ling Yunzhou in the small courtyard. "By the way, brother Tang, how much do you pay the Su family's guards monthly?" Ling Yunzhou asked. "Sir Ling, you've got it wrong, I'm not the Su family's retainer." "Oh? What happened?" "That day, I was hired by the Su family to temporarily act as their guard, but I'm actually a member of the Byway Dart Bureau." Byway Dart Bureau? Ling Yunzhou only remembered it this time, when he and Li San called Su Qing's name is not the same. Why? The original master is not the same. Alas, Tang Long sighed, "I do not hide. 2 months ago Byway Dart lost a dart, in order to compensate the employer. Now Byway Dart, basically selling their belongings, can say that Byway Dart has existed in name only, otherwise I do not have the opportunity to go out to take private work, there is no opportunity to get to know you. I'm not sure if I've ever met you before, but I'm sure you've never met me before." Ling Yunzhou's mind is alive and well. "So are you all dart masters looking for another way out?" "Yes. I also did not think about whether to continue to change a dartboard or to give people guards," Tang Long said. These words fell into Ling Yunzhou's ears and he was instantly delighted. He was waiting for these words. "Brother Tang, I take the liberty of asking, how much is your monthly salary at the Byway Dart Bureau?" "A fixed 5 taels of silver a month. If you go out on a dart, depending on the distance, you can receive an additional 2 to 10 taels. Combined, it's about 10 taels of silver a month." 10 taels of silver was already cheap. Ling Yunzhou decided that he didn't want to let him go. After all, it was too hard to find someone with trust and force. So, Ling Yunzhou directly said, "Brother Tang, since you don't have a proprietor yet, why don't you follow me? I'll give you 15 taels of silver per month. What do you think?" "Follow you?" Tang Long was a bit shocked. "Right. I'm going to do some trading here, I think you're good, how about following me?" "Oh, I'd love to, but the price you're asking is too high." Tang Long truthfully said, 8 taels of silver is enough. Dart masters often have to go out to the dart, born to die, in the city as a guard to be much safer. The same strength of the people as a guard a month is about 582 silver. So the 8 taels a month, Tang Long said, was already not low. "Ha, I've only heard of others who resent the money being low, but you resent it being too much." Ling Yunzhou said, "In fact, I have my considerations in offering you 15 taels. Firstly, there aren't many people I can trust in Xuping County, and you might have to help me share a not so small burden in the future. Secondly, only you alone is far from meeting my requirements. If you have trusted people, you can also call them over. Of course, the money offered to them will be at the market price." Chapter 26, The Auction Begins. As soon as Tang Long heard this, he immediately felt that Ling Yunzhou had a strong sense of trust in him, coupled with the fact that he still had a great gift of saving his own son's life. At this moment, he suddenly had a feeling of a soldier dying for a friend, so he no longer excused himself. "Then thank you, Duke Ling. Oh no, should be called the young lord. Thank you for your love, young lord." Tang Long said that he was about to half kneel down. Ling Yunzhou gave a false support salute. Ling Yunzhou quickly entered the master mode as well. Since the master-servant relationship had already been established, he wouldn't take the earth's set to indulge his subordinates. The relationship of respect and inferiority was still according to the rules of the otherworldly world as well. After Tang Long stood up, he didn't sit back to his original position. Ling Yunzhou smiled and said, "Tang Long, sit down."
"Young lord, I'm fine standing."
"Our employment relationship starts from tomorrow. Today we'll still get along as friends like we did just now. Sit down, I still have quite a lot to ask you. It's hard for me to talk when you're standing."
"Good."
Only then did Tang Long sit down. "Among the friends you know, are there any strong ones? Qi and blood second and third transformations are fine. It would be better if there was a zone master."
Ling Yunzhou asked.
Tang Long froze for a moment upon hearing this, and then had a bit of helplessness. How can I have the strength to come into contact with a strong person of the Zhongshe realm? Zhongshe realm and Xuping County are the existence of a phoenix feather. Such a person is impossible to condescend to others.
This result, Ling Yunzhou probably also guessed, did not look how disappointed.
Tang Long continued, "Qi and blood third change is almost the same as a master. This kind of strong person is not many in Xuping County. There is this strength is often the head of a family, have their own industry, basically will not be hired. Besides, there are almost no strong people in Xuping County who can afford to hire a Qi and blood third transformation master. As for those of the second Qi blood transformation, I do have a candidate to recommend."
"Oh? Who?"
Ling Yunzhou was instantly delighted. He didn't think that there was really a hope of recruiting a strong person of the second Qi blood transformation. If he could hire a strong person of the second Qi and blood transformation to escort him around, the security would be greatly enhanced. "I'm not going to lie, just now I brought back these drinks and dishes that I borrowed from our bodyguard. He is a righteous and trustworthy person. Just now I was thinking about how to introduce you, but the price to invite such a person is relatively high. I didn't think that you would still take the initiative to invite him. That would be even better."
"How much does he get paid in a month at the Byway Dark Bureau?"
20 taels or so. No, his previous treatment. Ling Yunzhou heart already have a bottom, but did not rush to give a reply. Also need to personally see a below better. Good. Tomorrow you see the convenience of words to take me to meet him.
"Can I have one more thing to ask you?" Ling Yunzhou asked again.
"Young master, please say." "I want to open a restaurant in the early stages. Do you know if there are shops for transfer or sale in relatively safe places like Luyun Street, Xuanmu Street, and Tianlin Street?"
This you are asking the right person."
Tang Long said, "The Byway Dart Bureau has a restaurant on Tianlin Street. Originally they were not planning to sell it and keep it as a last retreat, but because everyone in Xuping County is falling on their sword, the funds recovered from the family properties sold in the past 2 months are far lower than expected, and far short of the amount of money demanded by the employer who lost the dart to compensate for the loss of the dart, and it was only by chance I learnt that the chief dart head
has already planned to sell that restaurant. It's a good location, but the price is not low." "About how much?" Ling Yunzhou asked.
"The market price is at least 5,000 taels of silver. I reckon that below 4,000 the chief dart head won't sell it. If there is a ready-made restaurant, it would be easy to reopen and save a lot of trouble. As for whether or not you can raise 4 or 5,000 taels of silver, that depends on the auction of the Wantong trading house." As the two of them chatted, Sun Lian had already finished the dishes. After dinner, Ling Yunzhou stayed at Tang Long's house. Before going to bed, Ling Yunzhou checked on Xiaodong's condition and there was no fever, explaining that Tang Long and his wife should pay attention to checking on him halfway through the day, and make sure to call him up and feed him medicine if the fever returns.
He slept until the next day.
When Ling Yunzhou got up and checked Xiaodong's condition first time, there was no fever resumption during the night, and his condition had basically stabilized. Perhaps it was because he had enough sleep, or perhaps it was because he drank the ginseng porridge. Little Dong screamed that he was hungry and wanted to eat early in the morning. Naturally, Tang Long and his wife started making ginseng kanji for him early in the morning. Soon after eating the kanji, Ling Yunzhou, in order to consolidate the effect of the medicine, and fed him a pair of medicines, and finally said, "Xiaodong's disease should be no problem, as long as the follow-up attention to supplemental nutrition, it is estimated that it will not take long to be cured." Tang Long couple's hanging heart finally let go. The two looked at each other, once again kneeled down, at the same time said, "Thank you, young master." It was estimated that last night, Tang Long had already told his daughter-in-law that he had been employed by Ling Yunzhou, and woke up in the morning with a much more respectful attitude towards him. Ling Yunzhou said flatly, "Get up." After the two stood up, Ling Yunzhou continued, "Tang Long, take me to see that dart head of yours, he doesn't live far away, right?
Not far. I'll be there in a moment, I'll take you there now. I'll take you there now.
Lin Yunzhou said, took out a few ingots of silver and said, this 5 taels of silver you first take, as part of the monthly payment in advance, how can the family live without some money? Tang Long's heart was warmed, and without any pretense, he took the silver and said gratefully, many thanks young master. Pang Hu, as his name suggests, has a strong body, with a height of 1 meter 9, weighing at least 100 kilograms, with a body of tendon meat explosive force, really strong as a tiger. Such a person would have a full sense of security as long as he stood towards his side. He was the bodyguard Tang Long was going to introduce to Lin Yunzhou. After some understanding, Lin Yunzhou also had a certain understanding of his personality, a person who was rough but a little smart, but not a treacherous person, but also available. He has a characteristic of this person, addicted to wine and delicious. After learning this news, Lin Yunzhou is fully confident to harness him. When the restaurant opened up, how much money he earns is estimated to return to his pocket. Thus, the monthly rate offered to him was not low, 30 taels of silver per month. Hearing this price, Pang Hu immediately agreed. Then Lin Yunzhou took Pang Hu and Tang Long, and received the other 2 dart masters Lu Wu and Zhang Meng. After an initial understanding, he felt it was okay, both of them were good in the qi and blood change, and had more experience in fighting. Lin Yunzhou didn't treat them too harshly, and offered them all 10 taels of monthly money. At this point, he had 4 guards under his command, which was enough for the time being. After recruiting all of them, Lin Yunzhou didn't skimp, he found a restaurant and ordered a table of meat and wine for everyone to have a good meal. Pang Hu and other people are eating a lot of fun, Lin Yunzhou, but how can not raise the appetite, food light meat hard, that the degree of wine is not high but also a spicy flavor, no taste to speak of, used to drinking the modern society's refined wine, the otherworldly these wines really cannot drink. On this flavor alone, their business is really good. However, this is also a side note that as long as his restaurant is open, the business will definitely not be bad. The next day, Lin Yunzhou brought Pang Hu and Tang Long to the Wanhong trading house. After showing the invitation, Lin Yunzhou and the others were introduced into the private room on the 4th floor of the auction. And being able to enter the private room instantly made both Pang Hu and Tang Long look at Lin Yunzhou's status a few eyes higher. Only the top forces in Xuping County could qualify to enjoy the services of the Wanhong Trading House's private room. Not even their previous old proprietor, the Byway Dart Bureau, was qualified. This made them add another layer of mystery to Lin Yunzhou's identity, and in their hearts, they were even more determined that they hadn't followed the wrong person. Chapter 27, Famous Tea. In the middle of the private room, Lin Yunzhou sat at the main table, Pang Hu and Tang Long stood behind him, and there was also a maid on the side making tea for him. Not long after, the aroma of tea overflowed. The light fragrance was as refreshing as the breeze over the sea of flowers in the morning. Lin Yunzhou picked up the cup and slowly took a sip. The warm and light tea liquid slid smoothly down his throat and spread slowly in his mouth. The first sip was as wonderful as heavenly music, leaving a trace of aroma and softness on his taste buds. Lin Yunzhou felt like he had merged into nature, in tune with heaven and earth, his inspiration and thoughts deeply stimulated by the tea's fragrance. He couldn't help but close his eyes and immerse himself in the aroma of the tea, feeling the calmness and tranquility it brought. He, who usually did not study much about tea, could not help but let out a gasp. Good tea. Gonzi, if you think the tea is good, then drink more. The maid said. Lin Yunzhou nodded and turned to ask, what is this tea called? Do you sell it in your trading house? Back to you, this is called rain listening tea. The maid's clear and crisp voice slowly said. Legend has it that there is a mountain in the North Vietnamese mountains that is surrounded by clouds and abundant rainfall all year round, the name of which is Rain Listening Peak. Once the divine Dr. Du Xianming went up the mountain to collect medicine and passed by the Listening Rain Peak and found a unique tea tree growing on a steep cliff. This tea tree grows in an extremely harsh environment, with little sunlight and facing strong winds and cold weather all day long. However, it is precisely because of this special environment that this resilient tea tree has developed a unique and rich aroma. So Dr. Du cut a few branches from this mother tree and planted them back to form this famous tea, Rain Listening Tea. This tea exudes a refreshing after-rain scent that brings endless peace and comfort. Its unique qualities and dynamic aroma have become a treasure for people to savor life and pursue inner peace and comfort. This Rain Listening Tea tells a story and hangs the name of the divine doctor, which is quite a modern marketing method, and it seems that the person who operates this tea is very business-minded.
The production of this tea should not be high, right? Ling Yunzhou guessed, and then asked, how is the price?
The production of this tea is indeed not high, only 1,000 pounds a year, are our Wantong merchants underwriting. As for the price, 50 taels of silver. His Pang Hu and Tang Long behind him couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air. Ling Yunzhou, on the other hand, the thoughts in his head were electric. Converted into Chinese coins, it was only $300 a gram.
Expensive? Not expensive at all.
Wui Mountain Mother Tree de Hong Pao, Lion Peak Longjing, a gram by 10,000 to measure.
Huangshan Maofeng, Xinyang Maojian, a gram of thousands.
A little better, big hundreds of a gram of a large number. The quality of this rain listening tea in front of me should not be worse than the top tea on earth. Of course, if you want to sell at a good price, you have to do some marketing.
What other good tea do you have in addition to the Yulian tea? Ling Yunzhou asked again.
The maid replied, then the rain listening tea a little less than the jade pot of fragrant dew, the bamboo ghost tea, falling geese tea, these three about 10 to 20 taels of silver, one or two. Higher grade than the rain listening tea are plum blossom fuyu, 80 taels of silver for one tael, zen bitter tea, 100 taels of silver for one tael. The highest grade is the purple sky jade dew, 500 taels of silver for one tael. When Ling Yunzhou heard this, his heart was immediately delighted. There were actually 500 taels of silver for one tael. He was not afraid of expensive prices, but afraid of no good goods. Of course, to judge its value, you have to taste it yourself, so Ling Yunzhou asked, how much does it cost to brew a pot of purple sky jade dew? The maid replied back, 50 taels of silver for a pot.
Well, give me a pot. Ling Yunzhou said.
The maid was slightly stunned and didn't react for a moment. It was 50 taels of silver.
This kind of tea was not something that anyone could afford. Are you worried about not having the money?
Ling Yunzhou asked as he saw that the maid had not acted yet.
No.
The maid hurriedly denied. She also knew that she had lost her temper just now. My lord, you may not know, during the auction, each private room has a quota of 5,000 taels of silver that you can use for auctioning or spending. Behind them, Pang Hu and Tang Long looked at each other. Both saw the shock in the other's eyes.
5,000 taels of silver was an existence they dared not imagine in their lifetime. They were even more determined that Ling Yunzhou's identity was not simple.
Then let us start with a pot of purple sky jade dew. I would like to taste where this tea is expensive.
Good. Sir, wait a moment. The maid went to the door and ordered the other attendants before returning.
While waiting, the auction had already begun. The one presiding over the auction was a robust old man. The old man was clearly a veteran in the field, experienced in hosting auctions. Seeing him standing in the middle of the stage, his eyes gleaming, his figure standing straight and erect, giving people an impression of confidence and calmness, he mobilized the atmosphere of the scene in 3 or 2 sentences and then went straight to the topic. The next will not take up everyone's time. We directly into the auction session. Now please, our first auction item, 500 years of the geode plant. As soon as the old man's words fell, a palace-suited beauty came up with a tray covered in brocade. On the tray was placed a complete geode. The main stem of this geode was almost as big as an egg, plus the complete ginseng whiskers almost covered the entire tray, and the visual estimation of the year was not small. Everyone should know the reputation of Wantong Trading House. I will not repeat. The following auction will begin. The starting price of 1 tael of silver. Please bid. Ling Yunzhou looked at this rare geomancy is also hot, outside the counter to sell the highest year of the 300 years, even so the price is up to thousands of taels of silver. In front of this 500 years of I do not know what price can be auctioned. Although he did not intend to compete, but also look forward to the results of the
reveal.
Pang Hu and Tang Long, 2 people look at the field as 500 years of the gnome to see is also blood surging. They cannot sell to see this kind of scene is also good.
In the past, they didn't even have the chance to enter the field. 1,000 taels.
The scene immediately someone bid.
1,500 taels.
Offers rose and fell, and soon the price came to 4,000 taels.
4,100 taels.
This was the offer from the 6th private room.
4,200 taels.
This was the offer from the number 3 private room. After going up to 4,000 taels, the price only slowed down a bit.
A strain of geode was auctioned for the price of a mobile tavern. This made Ling Yunzhou couldn't help but be secretly amazed. Ling Yunzhou asked the maid, what was the previous auction price for a 500-year-old geode like this? The maid replied, usually between 4 and 6,000. Has there ever been a 1,000-year-old goblin auctioned off?
The Millennium Gnome will not appear in the county's auction, even if the county or the capital city are few. Every plant appeared is basically auctioned at sky-high prices.
Ling Yunzhou secretly muttered, there really is 1,000 years of geodesic essence? It seems that he still underestimated the other world.
The geode auction gradually reached its end, and it was finally auctioned off at 4,800 silver taels by the person in the 5th private room.
Do you know the identities of the people in the other rooms? Ling Yunzhou asked the maid again. Chapter 28, Heavenly Price Glass.
The maid replied, probably guessed, the number 8 private room and our number 9 private room are the spare rooms. The other 7 private rooms are basically for the 7 great families of Xuping County. They are the Lu family, the Han family, the Wu family, the Tong family, the Morong family, the Su family, and the Long family. The one who had just auctioned off the geode was Morong Su, the young master of the Morong family. The auction continued. Supposedly the first 500-year-old geode was used to liven up the atmosphere, and the next things auctioned were much more ordinary. Various artifacts and ornaments were the main ones, and the prices were basically between 100 taels and 1,000 taels. At this time, the purple sky jade dew arranged by the maid was finally ready. Seeing this high-grade tea for the first time, Ling Yunzhou couldn't help but pick it up and examine it. The purple sky jade dew tea leaves were selected from the top of the high mountains. Each one was picked from the tender buds partially fried and dried, and the curled leaves all had a light purple hue. Crisscrossing fine lines were faintly visible on each leaf, as if the flowing aura of heaven and earth had coalesced therein. Upon sniffing close to the tip of the nose, the leaves emitted a subtle and elegant aroma. Ling Yunzhou handed the tea leaves back to the maid. Only then did the maid begin to brew it. The maid was skillful, her every move was elegant and calm. Watching her brew the tea was a pleasure. The tea leaves intertwined with the boiling water, dancing in the pot.
The faint aroma spread out as the steam rose.
The maid carefully covered the lid of the teapot, allowing the tea fragrance to reverberate within. Not long after, the maid saw that the fire was almost ready and poured the tea from the teapot into the fairway cup. The aroma of the tea was still bland, making people feel that there was nothing too special about it. At this time, the maid delivered a cup of purple sky jade dew tea with a clear and bright soup color to Ling Yunzhou. Ling Yunzhou lifted the teacup close to his nose and smelled it. It was still just a faint fragrance. Ling Yunzhou pressed down the doubts in his heart and began to savor it. And as soon as the tea broth was in his mouth, he instantly felt the difference. At the first taste, the tea liquid flowed lightly between the lips and teeth, as refreshing as immortal dew. As the tea broth swirled around in his mouth, a rich and fragrant aroma violently erupted out, filling the entire chamber, and then rushing straight to his mind. Ling Yunzhou immediately winced and almost groaned in comfort. It was fortunate that his determination was strong enough, which barely prevented him from making a sound. Even with all his patience, he couldn't help but display an extremely enjoyable expression on his face. Ling Yunzhou secretly resolved to swallow the tea broth as a feeling of sweetness slid through his throat. When the tea soup reached his abdomen, a warm current began to diffuse from his abdomen towards his entire body, instantly soothing and refreshing. It smelled plain and ordinary, but as soon as he drank it, he had a feeling that he had seen the light of day. This is purple sky jade dew. Good tea. Worthy of being a top-quality tea. Ling Yunzhou couldn't help but exclaim. Seeing the slight expression of regret on the maid's face, it was clear that Ling Yunzhou's performance had exceeded her expectations. Ling Yunzhou thought for a moment and said to her, "Give them a cup as well." As soon as the maid heard this, she probably understood that Ling Yunzhou was trying to tease his 2 guards with the idea. Although Tang Long and his 2 men were eager to taste what this most expensive tea tasted like, they still refused and said, "Young master, it's too expensive, we appreciate it. If I let you guys drink it, don't let people look down on you and be so uneducated after following me." When the words came to this point, they could not refuse. "Thank you, young lord." The 2 of them had no choice but to pick up their teacups and take a sip. This was the sound of ecstasy that Tang Long made. Oh, the rough and strong Pang, who also couldn't help but let out a euphonious and melodious moan. Ha ha. Ha ha. Ling Yunzhou couldn't help but let out a loud laugh, and even the maid on the opposite side couldn't help but smile. Tang Long and the 2 felt that they had lost their temper and hurriedly closed their mouths, looking embarrassed. And right at this moment, a voice from the auction site instantly attracted Ling Yunzhou's gaze. The following to be auctioned is a set of vessels that are extremely rare in the world, the ultimate crystal bowl. Come, please invite the master of ceremonies. Palace dress beauty Ling Yunzhou provided the set of glass bowl presented up. The crystal bowls immediately caused the scene to gasp in awe as soon as they were presented, and they were all attracted by the delicacy of the crystal bowls. The crystal bowls were pure color and transparent, like a thin layer of ice, without a single impurity. Every angle was the same. They couldn't imagine what kind of craftsmanship could make such a perfect form. When the palace-attired beauty showed the crystal bowls once more, the old man continued. This set of crystal bowls using crystal is extremely rare in the world of high-purity crystal, and its processing technology is also extremely superb. The bowl wall thickness uniformity without a trace of imperfections. More amazing is that this is still a set of four bowls of the same quality. The world is rare. Next, start bidding. The starting price of 100 taels. The bidding begins. Finally, to their own auction items, Lin Qingyi cannot help but sit up straight, seriously focus on the auction situation below too. I bid 500,000 taels. The first private room directly bid. Not far away, Lin Qingyi's heart suddenly jolted. 5,000 taels? A set of glass bowls that cost a few tens of dollars in the other world actually sold for a sky-high price of 5,000 taels? And that's not all. There must be someone else raising the price. 600 taels. The seventh private room made a bid. 1,000 taels. The first private room raised the price to 1,000 taels. Only the people in the private room bid, and the people at the scene whispered. It's just a set of bowls, you can't eat or drink them, how can you sell them for so much? It's just a set of bowls that can't be eaten or drunk, how can they be sold for so much? What else could there be? But it can't be that expensive, right? 1,000 taels would buy a mansion. You don't understand. You don't see who's bidding? If it's not the big families, who can afford it? That's right. To the extent of those big families, in their eyes, silver taels are sometimes just a string of numbers, and collecting and buying potentially valuable things is the only way to keep strengthening the family's heritage. Also, don't underestimate. Such a small set of bowls, it's not only exquisite, but also because it's rare. Sometime you may be able to use it to make friends with the powerful and wealthy, you may be able to climb up the ladder, and gain immeasurable benefits. Oh, so that's why they bid up the price. Then you think they bought that set of bowls to really use it to eat. During everyone's heated discussion, the sixth private room suddenly burst out with an unexpected price, 2,000 taels. The price directly doubled. Lin Qingyi heard that it was Xuping's voice. He presumably recognized that this was Lin Qingyi's consignment lot and purposely helped raise the price a little. A lively discussion was also taking place in the actual sixth private room. Husband, aren't you afraid of smashing it in your hands if you bid such a high price? Mu Wanling chastised. Xuping swallowed a mouthful of tea before returning. Oh, that set of wine cups you also see is a masterpiece. A set of 2,000 taels is not expensive, if it is put into the big city auction can also shoot a higher price. It's not expensive? Cloth bank working capital is only so much, if directly by you to draw away, that can affect the turnover of the cloth bank. You have to know that recently the family has been annoyed constantly, everywhere to use money. Madam, don't worry, such a superb crystal, no matter how it is worth more than 1,000 taels, the worst case scenario is to pawn the family's set of wine cups, but also can return to the capital, will not lose, and now to help Brother Ling to raise the prices also should be. Besides, isn't the Lu family on the line of the county king's office, wanting to move their family to Qingchuan City for development? Not less than up and down the point, the hands do not have a little something embarrassing to send out, so this crystal bowl they will probably increase the price of. However, you are not invariably offending the Lu family? Mu Wanling is still a little worried. His Lu family is moving to Qingchuan City, can he still reach out to Xuping County? Besides, how many times have they blackmailed us in the past? Xuping said with slightly narrowed eyes. You have a bottom in your heart is good. Mu Wanling finished and stopped dwelling on this issue. The sixth private room bid 2,000 taels for the second time. Is there a higher bid? After a short pause, there was still no one on the scene to bid. The old man raised the hammer in his hand and said under his breath, the first. 2,100 taels. Chapter 29, Heavenly Price Diamond. The old man's hammer stopped, a smile bloomed on his face, and he said aloud, the number one private room bid 2,100 taels. Is there a higher bid? At this time, a fair-faced middle-aged man in the number one private room was looking in the direction of the number 6 private room with a gloomy face. Luckily, Xuping didn't raise the bid again, so he withdrew his gloomy gaze. Private room number 9. The Lin Qingyi glass bowl was actually sold for as much as 2,100 taels, and there were still nearly 2,000 taels after removing the 5% drawback. But don't forget, according to the agreement of the Wanong Trading House, the glass bowl was at 20% premium on top of the glass bowl, which was about 2,400 taels. To be able to fetch such a high price, Lin Yunzhou knew that thanks to Su Qing's credit, if not for him doubling the price at once, the normal auction would only be 1,500 taels at best. And this meddling by him was equivalent to earning him an extra 1,000 taels. It wasn't in vain that he had given him a set of wine glasses before. Now, the 2 sets of glassware alone brought Lin Yunzhou nearly 4,400 taels of silver. With just this single order, he had basically raised the capital to buy the restaurant. There were mirrors and hairpins in the back, so he didn't know how much more they could surprise him. The auction continued next. One by one, rare treasures were presented. But Lin Yunzhou wasn't too keen on otherworldly artifacts, and just quietly watched from the sidelines while sipping tea. After roughly a dozen or so items had been auctioned, it was finally Lin Yunzhou's turn for the mirror to come up again. After the old man's tongue-like introduction, then the MC took the mirror and walked round. When everyone saw their clear and incomparable images in the mirror, they all felt extremely incredible, especially the women in the scene. They were even more surprised and shrieked repeatedly. Which one of them who could enter the auction of Wanong Trading House was not rich or noble? But they had never seen such a clear image of themselves. After entering the auction session, they were competing against each other. It didn't take long to break through 1,000 taels of silver. The final price was set at 1,700 taels. It was still taken by the number 1 private room. Although it was not as high as the glass bowl, it had exceeded Lin Yunzhou's mental expectations. Because together with the 2 mirrors bought at a premium by Wanong Trading House, Lin Yunzhou had another 6,500 taels of silver in his pocket, plus the previous amount had already broken 10,000. The money to buy the restaurant was proper. And with the money, the bottom line to go to Dongming to watch the disease is also there. Peng Hu and Tang Long didn't know that Lin Yunzhou had quietly pocketed tens of thousands of taels, they just wondered why he seemed to be in a better mood. Compared to Lin Yunzhou, the maid on the other side was a bit melancholic. At the beginning, she ordered a pot of purple sky jade dew. She thought she had met a big customer, but she didn't realize that so far Lin Yunzhou hadn't made a single bid, and seemed to have come here purely to be a spectator. Lin Yunzhou didn't bid on any of the items, so naturally she didn't get any commission. The next auction, Lin Yunzhou was as salty as ever, just drinking tea and looking at others bidding. Gradually the end of the auction was finally reached, with only the last 3 finale items left to be auctioned. The first finale item was the hairpin provided by Lin Yunzhou. Lin Yunzhou had not expected that his hairpin would actually be auctioned as the finale item. When the hairpin was displayed on the spot, it naturally caused another commotion on the spot, and what amazed them the most was the fact that the spot also allowed people to use knife scraping, fire burning, acid washing, and other ways to use it, and none of them were able to make the diamonds change in the slightest. Such a stable structure instantly caused a sensation. Regardless of whether it was on Earth or in the other world, the older something was, the longer it was preserved, the more valuable it was. To put it bluntly, even if the bowl that feeds the dog at home is preserved for hundreds or thousands of years, it can become a valuable antique. Not to mention the fact that this diamond not only can be preserved for a long time, but also has its unique characteristics, so when the old man gave the order to start the bidding, everyone started to chase after each other without giving in. 1,000 taels. 2,000 taels. 3,000 taels. The auction price of the hairpin soared all the way up to break through 3,000 taels, after which the enthusiasm remained undiminished and the price continued to rise. 4,000 taels. It's still the offer from the number 1 private room. Lin Yunzhou couldn't help but give him a good guy card. If it wasn't for his presence, there was no way the item he sent for auction would have fetched such a high price. Although raising 1,000 taels of silver at once didn't scare off the others. 4,100 taels. The offer from the 4th private room. 5,000. The first private room had a look of determination. In the number 1 private room, Lu Sun looked at the hairpin in the stage full of desire. He felt that if the mirror was added to this hairpin, it could help their Lu family to quickly gain a firm foothold in Qingchuan City. So he had to take this hairpin. In the 9th room, Lin Yunzhou saw that no one seemed to be bidding, and the smile on his face tightened. Since it was only auctioned for 5,000 taels as the finale, it was obviously sorry for its status. It was not in Lin Yunzhou's interest. After thinking for a moment, he shouted out the first price of the day, 5,100 taels. On the other side, not expecting someone else to grab it from him, Lu Sun couldn't help but frown. Then unhurriedly quoted the price, 6,000 taels. Ling Yunzhou deliberately paused for a moment, waiting for the old man on the stage to be about to drop the hammer before raising the price, 6,100 taels.
Bang! In the number 1 private room, Lu Xun indignantly slapped the table. His eyes flooded with anger, looked at the location of the number 9 private room, turned his head to an old man in green shirt behind him and said, "Who is the person in the number 9 private room?" Back to the third master, the 9th private room is the spare private room of the Wantong merchant house. The specific who, what is the origin, still have to check. The green shirt old man said back. "Humph. Then arrange it, I want to see who is so insensitive." "Yes." The old man turned around and left the private room after saying that. On the stage, the presiding old man had already started to shout the third offer, and no one else would bid before the hammer would fall. Lu Xun then said without panic, 7,000 taels. 6,600 taels. Ling Yunzhou continued to follow. 7,000 taels. 7,100 taels. 7,200 taels. Both sides seemed to be competing, adding up 100 and 100. The people at the scene all guessed who the person in the 9th room was, but no one could say who it was. Only Yingzier in the backstage of the auction watched with interest as both sides kept bidding. 8,000 taels. A new high price was finally broken through, instantly causing an uproar at the scene. But this was not called by the number 1 private room, but the price quoted by Ling Yunzhou from the number 9 private room. There was a pause before the number 1 private room quoted again, 9,000 taels. Perhaps being worn out by the 100 and 100 just now, Lu Xun directly increased the price by 1,000 taels. The 9th room seemed to sense the determination of the first room and never bid again. Therefore, in the end, this diamond hairpin was auctioned off by the number 1 room at 9,000 taels. In the 9th private room, Ling Yunzhou watched the diamond hairpin finally fall under the hammer, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. Chapter 30, Negotiating the Purchase of a Restaurant. As Ling Yunzhou watched the diamond hairpin finally fall under the hammer, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. If it wasn't for him stirring things up, the diamond hairpin would have been taken by room 1 at 5,000 taels. Pang Hu and Tang Long were also shocked by Ling Yunzhou's offer just now. 8,000 taels of silver was a sky-high price that they didn't dare to imagine, but it was quoted lightly by Ling Yunzhou. They could no longer see through Ling Yunzhou, but their hearts were getting firmer and firmer to follow him. The maid who was making tea by the side also had a flash of luster in her eyes, only to dim again in a short while. If Ling Yunzhou had auctioned off the hairpin for 8,000 taels, then she would have had quite a bit of commission income. Soon the second finale item began to be auctioned. This is a peace talisman from the hands of Master Dong Lin, which I won't go into. The starting price is 5,000 taels. Please bid. A peace talisman? Ling Yunzhou looked at the maid with a bit of doubt and inquired, "What is this?" The lady-in-waiting was slightly stunned and immediately replied, "The real peace talisman is infused with the master's magic power. It can drive away evils, resolve calamities, and keep people safe. Master Donglin's magic power is profound. He is a highly prestigious Taoist master in Xinchuan province, and the talismans he draws are all very spiritual." "Are there really any ghosts and evil spirits in the world?" Ling Yunzhou asked again. "Ghosts and monsters say shadowless and invisible. The vast majority of people have not seen, those who have seen cannot be described, so it gives people a more evil feeling. You ask the guards around you, they may know a little more." The maid returned. Ling Yunzhou turned his head to look at Pang Hu and Tang Long. "Ghosts and monsters I've never seen either, but I have seen some people who have caused insanity after dabbling with evil spirits," Tang Long said. Pang Hu pondered for a moment and said, "The strongest exorcism of the White Lotus sect, a variety of dark evil arts, spells cannot be defended against. There is a peace talisman. Words can be a greater degree of avoidance of such dangers." "So you think there are ghosts in the world?" The two nodded their heads. Ling Yunzhou's heart immediately had a feeling that his three views were shattered. Years of scientific education had long been deeply rooted in his heart, and all of a sudden it was a little hard for him to accept. But he also knew that the two Pang Hu people had no need to lie to him, and there was no reason to lie to him. And, traveling through all appeared in himself, the ghosts and monsters say seems to be not unacceptable. Besides, are these rich people at the scene stupid? Only in this short while, the price of the peace talisman was raised at 8,000 taels. If it didn't work, who would spend so much money on a talisman? Even Ling Yunzhou was a bit tickled by the sight of it, but the price went up to 10,000 in the blink of an eye. 10,500. Although he had 10,000 silver in his hand, Ling Yunzhou still had a lot of things to do, and for the time being, he did not intend to spend the silver on a peace talisman.
As time passed, the peace talisman was eventually auctioned to a price of 12,000 taels. The last item was an antique, said to be a loan copy of a certain calligraphy master from thousands of years ago. The final price was also auctioned to the extent of 13,000 taels, and the one who auctioned this antique was still the owner of the first private room. In fact, in Lin Yunzhou's eyes, this antique is not as valuable as the peace talisman. At least the peace talisman can still save his life at critical moments. As the auction ended, the maid looked at Lin Yunzhou with a grudging look on her face, because from start to finish, he actually didn't bid on a single product. Seeing the forced smile on her face as she saw Lin Yunzhou off, Lin Yunzhou took out a silver dollar treasure and placed it on the coffee table before directly leading the team away. Of course, Lin Yunzhou didn't leave Wantong Trading House directly, but came to the backstage for the handover. The one who received him was still Elixir. After everything was handed over, Lin Yunzhou received a total of 19,722 taels of silver. Among them, 10,000 taels Lin Yunzhou asked Elixir to deliver it with 50 taels of golden treasure. The remaining 9,700 taels were delivered with the silver checks from the Tiancheng Money Bank, and the last 22 taels could just be delivered directly with silver. 20 large gold treasures were neatly arranged in a wooden box. Lin Yunzhou had never seen so much gold before. Seeing Lin Yunzhou's eyes glistening as he surveyed the gold treasures, Elixir signaled her intention to leave the room. Lin Yunzhou surveyed the surroundings to make sure that no one was around, then concealed the box and put a hand inside to secretly sneak all the gold dollar treasures into the space. Lin Yunzhou only needed to touch it with his hand, and a thought would go over to collect what he wanted into space. When all the gold was stowed away in space, Lin Yunzhou then closed the box with satisfaction. These gold treasures he was going to take back to Earth to sell as gold for Chinese coins. 1,000 taels of gold converted to Earth's weight would be 16,000 grams. The gold color is estimated to be over 95%. Let's use 95% to calculate it would be 15,200 grams. If the market price of gold is 450 yuan per gram, it would be worth 6,840,000 yuan. Nearly 7 million plus. Mastering the different resources of the two realms, making money shouldn't be too easy. Lin Yunzhou collected all the silver tickets as well as the scattered silver into the space before stepping out. Holding an empty wooden box in his hand, he met up with Pang Hu and Tang Long before directly handing the empty wooden box over to Tang Long. With the huge sum of money in hand, the next step was to open up the restaurant. Under Tang Long's leadership, Lin Yunzhou directly arrived at the home of Lin Jingxuan, the chief darkmaster of the Baiwei Dark Bureau. A spacious living room. Without letting Lin Yunzhou and the others wait too long, a woman in her 20s walked in. A loose bundle of arms was tightly girded above her slender waist, her curves hidden from view, not losing her feminine softness but also a sense of valor. The woman's gaze fell on Pang Hu and Tang Long and said, "Big brother Pang, big brother Tang, you guys are here?" "Missy." Pang Hu and Tang Long gave a respectful greeting. No matter what, she was once their main family, and the Lin family had not treated them poorly. "Eldest miss, let me introduce you." Pang Hu stepped forward and pointed to Lin Yunzhou and said, "This is our young master, surname Ling, first name Yunzhou. He is the one who wants to purchase the Baiwei restaurant." "Young master, this is the Lin family's eldest miss, named Manmai." "Miss Lin." "Greetings." Lin Yunzhou clasped his fist and said, "Young Lord Ling, this way please." Lin Manmai said as she introduced him to the seat. Lin Manmai sat on the main seat, Lin Yunzhou sat at the lower right head position, while the two of them, Pang Hu and Tang Long, stood behind Lin Yunzhou. After both parties were seated, a maid served tea to the two of them. Lin Yunzhou took a sip and savored it a little. The tea was rain-listening tea quality, then put down the teacup and said, "Miss Lin, I heard that your Baiwei restaurant is going to be sold. I don't know if it's true or not." Lin Manmai glanced at Lin Yunzhou, and then looked at the Pang Hu and Tang Long behind Lin Yunzhou, said with a dark face, "Ling Gongzi, I'll be honest with you. Baiwei restaurant we have put out the win some time ago to sell, and the offer is still below the market difference of 20%, but so far have not been able to bid. This restaurant is a little hot, you can think clearly." Lin Yunzhou's expression became grave, probably also guessed that this is feared to be related to the change in the Baiwei Dark Bureau. The purpose of the person behind it was obvious, to swallow the Lin family's family fortune. Now that it was time for the final picking of the fruit, if Lin Yunzhou dared to intervene and take food out of the tiger's mouth, he would definitely offend the person behind the scene. Lin Yunzhou was also weighing whether he could withstand the other party's anger, so he asked, "Miss Lin, I take the liberty of asking, who is the person who was blocking the others from taking over?" Hearing this question, Lin Manmai's eyes flashed a brilliant aura, and said, "There is no harm in telling you, the one who wants to take over my Lin family's property is the Tong family, and there is also the shadow of the Long Air Gang behind it, and the poison that was inflicted on my father was the work of the third gangmaster of the Long Air Gang."
Tong family? Dragon 2 gang? Ling Yunzhou frowned even more.
Tong family is also one of the 7 big families in Xuping County, and Long Air Gang is the #1 black force here.
Ling Yunzhou had to be cautious. Chapter 31, Detoxification.
After a pause, Lin Manmai had a slight disappointment in her eyes and said, "Sir Ling, if you have any scruples, let's call it a day." Ling Yunzhou was not in a hurry to refuse, and asked, "Xuping County still has the government in the end, could they still make it impossible for others to do business?" On the surface they don't dare to do anything, but everyone is afraid of the Tong family, especially the Long Air Gang retaliation.
In the city, they should not dare to make trouble, right?
In the city they naturally don't dare to take action easily, after all, Xuping County is not dominated by his Tong family. Lin Manmai said, "But, you have to know that there are many ways to make your business untenable."
Ling Yunzhou didn't make a decision, and turned to ask, "Miss Lin, I wonder what kind of poison your father is suffering from?"
Lin Manmai said with a sad face, "The snake poison of the third leader of the second dragon gang."
"What snake?"
"The king snake of the Overhill Wind. He's the best at raising the Overhill Wind, and the only snake that can poison my father is the king snake in his hand."
"Does it have a neck that expands outwards to intimidate opponents?"
"When the neck expands, does the back also show a pair of beautiful black and white spots that look like 2 eye-like patterns?"
"Right."
With the affirmative answer, Ling Yunzhou reckoned that the snake was the king cobra.
"Can you take me to see your father?" Ling Yunzhou asked again.
"You?" Ling Yunzhou knew that she had concerns, and said, "I have no ill intentions, perhaps I can possibly help your father detoxify the poison."
"Oh?"
Lin Manmai's eyes were full of disbelief. The poison of the mountain wind is notoriously strong, especially after being bitten by the king cobra. It is certain death.
Even the grandmasters can't do anything about it.
The reason why his father had managed to last until now was entirely due to his late Qi blood cultivation. However, now he would also be at the point of running out of gas, and if there were no accidents, it was estimated that he would only be able to hold out for 4 or 5 days at the most. Tang Long also saw Lin Manmo's disbelief. He was aware of Ling Yunzhou's miraculous medical skills, so he persuaded, "Miss, a few days ago, my son had a recurring fever, and I thought he was dying, but the young master gave him a few tablets to take down, and his fever subsided that night, and he asked for something to eat the next day. Let him have a look, there might be a miracle." Pang Hu also said, "This matter is 1,000 times true, letting the young lord take a look won't cost anything." Hearing the two say this, Lin Manmai then dropped her guard. "Alright then, you guys come with me." Ling Yunzhou followed Lin Manmai through the 2 courtyards to a room, only to see a middle-aged man with a dark and obscure face and white lips lying on the hospital bed. He was none other than Lin Jingxuan, the Lin family's family head. Seeing someone come in, the middle-aged man slowly turned his head, his feeble hand unable to lift even if he wanted to.
"Father, don't move."
Lin Manmai quickly stepped forward and pacified him. Ling Yunzhou quickly followed up to take a closer look at Lin Jingxuan's state. His forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat, and his hair was messily stuck to his face, revealing the sickness and helplessness within him.
His breathing was rapid and shallow, each exhalation carrying a faint gasp.
Lifting the quilt, the bitten right foot was already black and swollen, and there was even a thick black liquid that seemed to be seeping out. Obviously, it had reached an extremely serious moment. Ling Yunzhou checked his physical condition again: vomiting and salivating, blurred vision, chest tightness, slurred speech, respiratory paralysis, limb weakness, and a key symptom, even if he was in pain again, his sanity was still in a lucid state. After Ling Yunzhou check, Lin Jingxuan this difficult to spit out 3 words: "Let
me die, Dad."
Lin Manmai could not help but feel a stabbing pain in her heart. She also knew that her father in this state living was suffering, but she couldn't accept the pain of losing her only close relative. "Miss Lin, in your father's state, I am 50% sure that I can help him detoxify the poison." Ling Yunzhou didn't say too much.
"Really?"
Lin Manmai was instantly surprised. "I can only say that I am sure, but I have to try before I know." Ling Yunzhou's words changed. But
what?"
Lin Manmai said sharply.
"If I can get your father back, I have a request that I need you to agree to."
"What request?" Lin Nanmo's brow stared, and inwardly, she immediately thought that the other party might have some intentions towards her, but because it involved her father's life and death, she couldn't reject it out of hand. If I can get your father back, I want you and your father to serve me for 10 years, and after 10 years, I won't interfere if you still want to follow me. Lin Yunzhou said, of course, during these 10 years, I will pay you monthly money at the market price all the same. Miss Lin, you are a strong Qi blood second transformation, just like Pang Hu, 30 taels a month. Your father is a Qi blood third transformation, you can give 200 taels. What do you think? Lin Nanmo froze upon hearing this instead, staring at Lin Yunzhou's eyes for a few moments, seeing that the other party's eyes were still clear and had no other distractions. If he said this, it would be a heavenly favor to her. If he could really save her father, she would be willing to serve him even for 10 years for free, and now instead, he offered them a monthly payment at a not so low price. It's like this, I was thinking of doing some camping in Xuping County, but I don't know martial arts myself, so I need to recruit some strong people, and I think you guys are good. But recruiting us, aren't you afraid that the Tong family as well as the Long Air gang will find you in trouble? The chances of me going out of the city are not great, and besides, when the time comes, I will have your father escorting me around, so I'm not afraid of them. Then in that case, I won't be pretentious. Lin Nanmo said, as long as you can get my father back, we will serve you for free for 10 years. Free of charge is not necessary. Poor literature and rich martial arts, you as martial artists usually need to cultivate consumption is not small. I do not want you these 10 years because of money cultivation stagnation. As long as you don't think you're losing money. Will not. Ling Yunzhou affirmed. In fact, his heart thought that if there is a Qi blood third change sitting in the town, I can let go of my hands even more, and earn even more money at that time. Not only that, Lin Manmai is not very young yet, she is already at the second Qi blood transformation, her potential is even greater than her father's. I believe it won't be long before she breaks through to Qi blood third transformation as well. By that time, he would have 2 strong Qi blood third transformation guards by his side, and looking at the Xuping County, except for the few families that had zone masters, he wouldn't be afraid of anyone. Ling Yunzhou added, of course, the prerequisite is to get your father back. I need to prepare a little something. You arrange a room for me, it must be hidden, safe, and absolutely not to be disturbed by anyone. About a day or 2 I will be ready. Whether I can save your father at that time depends on God's will. Is the basement okay? Lin Manmai asked. As long as it is not disturbed. Ling Yunzhou said. Then you come with me. Chapter 32 Arrangement. As he was about to start, Ling Yunzhou said, right, you have someone send a barrel of wine over now, the sooner the better. Good. Lin Manmai replied back. When the wine was delivered, Ling Yunzhou followed Lin Manmai to the backyard and then walked into a hidden basement from a secret room. The basement wasn't small, it was 200 square feet. Ling Yunzhou unlocked the door from the inside, making sure no one could break in before storing the wine in space, before initiating the teleportation back to Earth. Ling Yunzhou quickly adapted to the Earth's environment before pulling out his mobile phone. A glance at the time was only around 4 p.m., and it was still possible to get the anti-cobra venom serum by rushing to the hospital now. Ling Yunzhou was planning to treat Lin Jingxuan with the anti-cobra venom serum. When snake venom enters the organism after being bitten by a snake, it is an antigen to humans. The injected anti-venom serum contains the corresponding antibody, which can neutralize the corresponding snake venom-specific binding, form a complex to make the toxin inactive, and be processed by the corresponding phagocytes of the organism, so that the toxin loses its effect on the person. If it was a plumbing problem, perhaps the true Qi of a patriarchal-level powerhouse would have special effects, but for a neurotoxin like cobra venom, no amount of true Qi could do anything. He then bet that the nature of the toxicity of the otherworldly cobra snake venom and the Earth's cobra snake venom was the same. Then using the Earth's anti-venom should work. Even if there is a little difference, it should still work, it's just that the dosage will increase a little, and the side effects will be a little stronger by then. And in the other world, as long as the snake venom can be removed, supplemented with many elixirs and precious medicines, coupled with Lin Jingxuan's strong physique of 3 changes in Qi and blood, it shouldn't be difficult to recover. Ling Yunzhou was preparing to go to the hospital when the missed calls from his mobile phone showed up. 3 of them were from Sun Hao, 2 were from yesterday and 1 was from today. 1 more missed call was from Lu Zhanglin. Ling Yunzhou first called Sun Hao back, and was quickly connected. Brother! I've arrived in Shirin City. Where are you? I haven't heard from you in the past 2 days. I've gone out to do some errands, so it's not convenient to answer the phone. Have you found a good place to stay yet?
I've settled down. Don't worry. What's next? Let's have dinner tonight, and I'll introduce you to the two core members of the factory. Okay. I'll be in touch tonight. I've got some work to do. Okay. After hanging up Sun Hao's phone, Ling Yunzhou dialed Lu Jinglin's phone again. Yunzhou, you're back? Yes, I am. How's the factory? The factory is operating normally. I'm calling you mainly to ask you, the land for the factory has been approved. The village is also asking, when will the construction start? We're doing the planning now. Tell the village, once the design is ready, we'll start construction in 10 days and a half a month. It's good that you have a plan. By the way, call Shui factory director at night, let's have a meal together. By the way, introduce someone to you to know. The meal is arranged a little later, around 8 o'clock in the evening. Good. After hanging up Lu Jinglin's phone, Ling Yunzhou suddenly thought of something, picked up the phone again, then flipped through the address book. Soon found a name, Mi Missy. Mi Missy, his surname is Mi, his name is Missy. This is his father to his name. Apparently his father is a name waste, because he ranked the oldest 5, is also the smallest one, directly with the youngest for the name. Later, after the understanding, Mi Missy also think this name is really difficult to hear. They changed the name, changed to Mi Jean, meaning courageous, progressive, financial resources into the rich and well-fed. But acquaintances still like to call him Mi Missy. Ling Yunzhou is one of the people who are more familiar with Mi Jean. Hello, brother Ling. Long time no see. Where are you? Have you left the stall yet? The sun is even more poisonous than Grandma Rong's today, so I'll wait until it goes down. Will there still be room for you then? She who dares to take my place, then he does not want to mix in Zhongshan Street. Mi Missy said with full of confidence. Well, to business, you did not stall just right. Come to my home a trip, there is a job to you. Hey, I know Ling brother did not forget me, I now go over, wait for me 10 minutes. Hanging up the phone, 7 or 8 minutes later, Ling Yunzhou's backyard door was knocked. Ling Yunzhou opened it. A youth with a skinny figure, revealing a wit and spirit, stood at the door. As soon as he saw Ling Yunzhou, the youth immediately called out excitedly, Brother Ling. Come in. Good Lu. Mi Missy's skin is slightly darker, her face is clear, and her features are delicate and three-dimensional. As soon as he came in, the pair of black eyes habitually scanning around, flashing the light of wit, sometimes deep, sometimes cunning. Ling Yunzhou brought Mi Missy to the middle hall and sat down. Brother Ling, what is the job this time? Mi youngest rubbed his hands. Is there a treasure to be shot? Mi Missy used to live next door, playing small and Ling Yunzhou acquaintance, before also helped Ling Yunzhou out a lot of objects. Every time you can always make a small fortune. Ling Yunzhou pushed a wooden box in front of Missy, and then opened it. Instantly, a touch of shining gold into the eyes of the rice youngest, to see inside neatly placed 20 gold treasure. Mi Missy two eyes light, suddenly stunned up. Ling brother, you will not be excavated which general tomb it? How to come you do not have to ask, in short, is not the proceeds of the offense. If I let you sell these gold dollar treasures, and then get me a batch of silver dollar treasures back as this, can you do it? Gold dollar treasures for silver dollar treasures? This is equivalent to making 2 transactions. Mi Xiao said, this is not a small price to pay, are you sure? Just do as I say. Okay. Missy promised, and then asked, urgent? Urgent, it is best to get tomorrow night or the morning after. So urgent? That may have to pay an extra 10% of the cost, a round trip is 20%. This cost is not too much? Missy said. It doesn't matter, as long as you can get it done by the morning after tomorrow, I'll give you 0.5% of the proceeds. 0.5%? Only a moment, the Mississippi counted out if the business can be done he can earn at least 200,000, Gulp swallowed his saliva, a little disbelief. Really? You calculate your commission, the rest of all help me to change into silver treasure, each silver treasure according to 160 grams of one. Good. Mi Missy left with the box. Ling Yunzhou looked at his departing shadow, and silently read in his heart, Mi Missy, I hope you don't do anything stupid. The reason why Ling Yunzhou directly let Mi Xiao take away millions of dollars worth of gold was actually testing him. He trusted too few people. If Mi Missy can withstand the test, it is possible to absorb him in. In actuality, Mi Missy left with millions of dollars worth of gold, and a hint of evil thoughts flashed in his mind. But he felt that if he was really swayed by that hint of greed, he would regret it for life. 200,000 was already more than enough. In the future, there may be 10 more, 100 more, 200,000. Missy finally suppressed this evil thought and resolved to handle this matter properly for Lin Yunzhou. Lin Yunzhou arranged the matter of the golden treasure, finally able to rest assured to go to the hospital to buy anti-venom. Came to the hospital to ask, anti-snake venom serum to 1,000 yuan, Lin Yunzhou directly by 20. Generally cobra bites are usually 4 serum shots in a month. Lin Yunzhou estimated that the toxin of the otherworldly cobras is even stronger, not to mention still king snakes, a few more are still necessary. At the same time, he also bought anti-allergy medicines such as loratadine and cetirizine hydrochloride, as well as anti-inflammatory medicines such as prednisone acetate and dexamethasone, just in case. After buying the medicine, Lin Yunzhou went straight back to his home and then distilled and purified the large altar of wine that he got back from the otherworld using a distiller. The distiller was bought and placed in the space before, but now he took it out and used it first. When Lin Yunzhou finished distilling that large altar of wine, he got about 4 or 5 liters of it. The distilled wine became extremely rich and mellow. One smell couldn't help but make one a little intoxicated. He couldn't help but try a sip. It was slightly spicy on the palate, but the never-before-seen aroma slid across his tongue, moistened his throat, flowed into his stomach, and a warmth arose wherever he passed. Lin Yunzhou suddenly have a kind of floating want to go up with the wind. Meng Waxi seemed to see flowers in the fog feeling. Wonderful! It's really too wonderful! Lin Yunzhou, who was usually not a drinker, couldn't help but linger over this feeling. This is the most beautiful wine he has ever drank. Chapter 33, Distilled Spirits Program Determined. Next, Lin Yunzhou used the alcohol tester to test it. It was 52 degrees, so it was perfectly fine to drink directly. Lin Yunzhou took out the mineral water bottles that he had prepared long ago, and filled up all these fine wines. Each bottle is about 500 milliliters, a total of 10 bottles. Who would not have thought that this cheap plastic bottles are loaded with top-quality immortal wine? After dealing with it, he took a look at the time and saw that it was almost 7:30 p.m., and it was almost time to go to the drunken fragrance house. Before he set off, he called Lu Zhanglin and Sun Hao. Lu Zhanglin had already set off, while Sun Hao was trying to move, so he drove directly to pick him up. The place where Sun Hao lived wasn't far from here in Lin Yunzhou. After picking him up and arriving at Drunken Fragrance House, Lu Zhanglin and Xuping were already waiting in the private room. After the 4 of them met, Lin Yunzhou introduced the 3 of them to each other. After everyone was seated, Lin Yunzhou took out the 2 plastic bottles that had been torn off the packaging, which were still filled with transparent liquid. The others were a bit surprised by the simple packaging. Sun Hao was the first to ask, "Is this wine?" Sun Hao was the first to ask, "Is this wine?" Lin Yunzhou replied back, "This is the specially brewed original wine provided by a friend of mine. Now let's take 2 bottles of the original wine for everyone to taste." Sun Hao picked up a bottle and carefully measured it, then unscrewed the cap. A rich and warm fragrance filled the air. This. Xuping and Lu Zhanglin, who were more knowledgeable about wine, were immediately a little stunned in their expressions. This unique fragrance immediately made them realize that this wine was absolutely extraordinary. Lu Zhanglin immediately picked up another bottle and looked at it. "Come on, show me." Xuping, on the other hand, was a bit excited and grabbed the bottle in Sun Hao's hand. Lin Yunzhou smiled and said, "Pour a glass and taste it to be more intuitive." The 2 of them were busy and started pouring wine for everyone. The fragrance of the wine was overflowing. Everyone couldn't help but taste it, and it instantly made them taste the sensation of immortal wine. "Good wine," Lu Zhanglin and Xuping said almost simultaneously. Sun Hao couldn't help but be intoxicated as well, and when he woke up, he excitedly said, "Yunzhou, we'll sell this kind of wine in the future?" Saying these words, it was as if he saw rolling wealth coming his way. "This kind of wine is not for sale," Lin Yunzhou said back. Sun Hao was instantly disappointed, but Lu Zhanglin and Xuping got thoughtful. Next, Lin Yunzhou really solved their doubts. "You guys who have drunk this wine know that it is not only delicious, but also beneficial to one's body, and extremely precious. It is not possible to sell this kind of wine directly, but it is possible to take this kind of wine in the winery's wine blending." Lin Yunzhou took a look at Lu Zhanglin and Xuping with a dazed expression. Obviously they had probably guessed it just now. Lin Yunzhou looked at Lu Zhanglin and Xuping and said, "If we use this kind of wine to blend with the wine produced by the winery, do you think there is a market for it?" "There is." Xuping said bluntly, "This kind of wine is extremely fragrant and mellow. Even if it is blended at a ratio of 1 to 100, its effect is certainly not worse than the world's top liquor." What if it was 1:1000? Ling Yunzhou asked. The aroma should be much lighter, the exact effect will only be known after trying it. Xuping said. Good. Ling Yunzhou took out 3 bottles to Xuping, said, these 3 bottles you take back to test, can be divided into several grades, the proportion of blending is not the same, the price is not the same. Specifically how to set, at that time you 3 discuss a program. Good. The 3 of them answered aloud. After only tasting a mouthful of the original wine, they were confident in the future of the wine. The next 4 people still looked as if they hadn't finished after drinking the 2 bottles of wine, and they all cast their eyes on the 3 bottles of wine that were being tested. Ling Yunzhou was a bit helpless. It seems that this is what completely tickled their wine bugs. These 3 bottles can't be touched for the time being, we'll reward you later when the volume is a bit larger. Good. The 3 of them excitedly replied back. Finally, Ling Yunzhou said to Sun Hao, you will go to the distillery with Grandpa Lu tomorrow, and then find someone to get the new distillery plan out, it's best to settle it within a week. No problem. Sun Hao answered. Ling Yunzhou added, remember, the current plan for the new distillery is to produce 5 or 6,000 tons per year, and in the future it is estimated that the scale will reach 50 or 60,000, or even 100,000 tons, and the land is not just 1 or 200 acres, but in the future, it may reach nearly 1,000 acres. Therefore, the layout should be planned for the coming, so as to achieve a reasonable layout, to avoid duplication of construction after the future expansion. Good. The next day at noon, Xuping tested out the 4 hookah rationing options. Ling Yunzhou received the news and immediately drove to the distillery. After some tests, the 4 grades were divided according to the blending ratio. 1:1000 large proportion of blending still contains a special mellow aroma, drink and there is also a weak warmth produced to let people taste than Feitian also better than some, coupled with its beneficial factors to the body, priced at 888 yuan a bottle is not expensive. The other 3 ratios are in order, 1:500, 1:100 and 1:10. The 1:500 is priced at $1,980 a bottle. The 1:100 is priced at $9,999 a bottle. As for the 1:10, it already tastes similar to the original wine, and if you can drink this kind of wine regularly, it will be extremely beneficial to your body. As a limited edition, it is not sold directly to the public, and all of them are sold through auction. The positioning of the distilled spirits was determined, and the specific marketing plan was left to Sun Hao to plan. And Ling Yunzhou would then have to create a base in the other world as soon as possible to facilitate carrying the original liquor back from the other world. But to travel to the other world will have to wait until tomorrow. He will have to get the batch of silver treasures in the hands of Mi Xiao before he can do so, because the next time he comes back he is expected to spend a lot of silver to buy a batch of otherworldly specialty products. Ever since Mi youngest took that batch of gold treasure, he had regularly called Ling Yunzhou to report on his progress. During this time, he had also videoed several times to reassure Ling Yunzhou. Although Mi Missy only graduated from junior high school and came out early to mix with the society, but the doorway is really quite a lot. That night, Ling Yunzhou slept well. The next day just dawn, the backyard rang the knocking sound. Ling Yunzhou got up and opened the door to see. Mi Missy drove over. Chapter 34, Huge Amount of Silver. Gold smelting total value of 6.8 million, draw off 20% is someone else's commission after the remaining 5.44 million, if according to Ling Yunzhou said, and then draw 0.5% of the commission to Mi Missy, then you have to subtract 340,000. But Mi Missy did not ask for so much, only to take a fraction of 40,000 only. The remaining 5.4 million all to 6 yuan per gram of the unit price of silver, get 900 kilograms of silver, according to each 160 grams into the silver treasure is 5,625. Putting it in the other world, it would be 56,250 taels of silver. Looking at the boxes piled up in the backyard, Ling Yunzhou instantly had a feeling of being a tycoon. After looking at the silver, Ling Yunzhou turned his head to Mi Missy and said, Mi Missy, said take half of the commission, how to take only 40,000 only? Ling, 2 days to earn 40,000 has been more than enough, I cannot want more. Ling Yunzhou also saw sincerity in the eyes of Missy, patted him on the shoulder, said, good brother. Next there is a task for you. Ling, please say. I will transfer another 2 million to you, you continue to help me make silver dollar treasure. And also? Mi youngest was instantly surprised. Yes. There will be quite a few more in the future, but there is no rush this time, just execute it with as much safety as possible. Ling Yunzhou said. Good. Give me your bank card number.
Ling Yunzhou got the card number and immediately transferred 2.04 million to him.
Brother Ling, why 2.04 million? Me youngest was a bit puzzled. 40,000 is your commission, the future is calculated by 2 points to your commission. Ling Yunzhou said. Okay, then I will not be polite. The youngest is happy to say. He was betting on the right, the future as long as follow Ling Yunzhou money-making opportunities. By the way, this matter must be kept secret. You know what? Ling, don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Good. Then you go and get busy. After Missy left, Ling Yunzhou put all these silver treasures into the space. Seeing that it was about time, Ling Yunzhou returned to his room, unlocked it, and began to activate to enter the other world again. It was still that familiar basement. Ling Yunzhou came out of the basement and directly found Lin Nanmu. The two of them came to Lin Jingxuan's room. 2 days had passed and Lin Jingxuan's state was even worse. Ling Yunzhou said, Miss Lin, this matter has a certain amount of risk, there is only a 50% certainty that we can save your father, in case there are any accidents, then. Lin Manmai said back, don't worry. I will not blame you, with my father's current state, even if you do not save it is estimated that there are no more days to live. Ling Yunzhou once again commanded, that's good. You stay and assist, everyone else go out. After the others retreated, Ling Yunzhou walked to the bedside and placed the medicine box on the small table next to him. After opening the medicine box, Lin Manmo looked inside and found that it was full of strange things and felt a little odd. Ling Yunzhou didn't give her an explanation and operated on his own. He first used tape to tie a circle around Lin Jingxuan's arm to make the veins bulge, then took out a bottle of anti-cobra venom serum, as well as a syringe. Now that Lin Jingxuan had fallen into a semi-conscious state, he could let Ling Yunzhou do whatever he wanted. When he was ready, Ling Yunzhou injected the serum directly into Lin Jingxuan's vein. The next step was to see the reaction. Right at this moment, Lin Jingxuan's body trembled, his face was unusually pale, followed by a shortness of breath reaction, breathing became difficult, he also pressed his abdomen with one hand, his body unconsciously curled up, obviously accompanied by abdominal pain. Ling Yunzhou immediately went forward and felt his pulse. The pulse was fine and rapid. He could go into shock at any time. This is an allergic reaction. My father. What happened to him? Lin Manmai's eyes were filled with anxiety. Normal reaction. Ling Yunzhou hurriedly replied to her, then quickly prepared. He first squeezed out 2 grains of loratadine and handed it to Lin Manmai and said, you come and feed him to swallow it, quickly. Good. Lin Manmo knew that time was urgent and immediately took the pills. And Ling Yunzhou picked up another syringe and a bottle of adrenaline. When he was ready, Lin Manmai had already fed the pill. After Ling Yunzhou told her to vacate her position, he immediately stepped forward and pushed the adrenaline into the outside of Lin Jingxuan's arm. As the adrenaline worked, his breathing finally became a little stronger. Gradually, his face began to flush, a sign that the oxygen supply was keeping up. After waiting for about a few minutes, Lin Jingxuan looked as if his symptoms were getting better, but it was far from what Ling Yunzhou expected. The serum was not enough. Ling Yunzhou took out another bottle of serum and a syringe and began to prepare. Another serum was pushed in and after 5 or 6 minutes, fever began to develop. Seeing this, Ling Yunzhou finally let out a slight sigh of relief. The fever proved that the autoimmune system was starting to work. This was a sign that the toxins in the body were lowering. This proved that the serum was useful. Seeing Ling Yunzhou's expression change, Lin Nanmai asked expectantly, how is it going? My father, he. Don't worry, it's good. The toxin is lowering, but it's still at the gates of hell, so it depends on whether your father can step through it or not. This process is estimated to be observed for 2 hours. Ling Yunzhou said. Once Lin Manmo heard this, her expression also slightly relaxed, but it was still permeated with anxiety, her eyes staring at Lin Jingxuan without blinking. Ling Yunzhou had nothing to do, and Lin Manmai was preoccupied with only focusing on her father's state, so for a while the room fell into the middle of silence. It wasn't long before Lin Manmai looked at Lin Jingxuan and then at Ling Yunzhou, and finally sensed that the atmosphere was a little awkward, so she took the initiative to find a topic and said, Mr. Ling, you're hungry, aren't you? I forgot that you haven't eaten for 2 days, I'll have someone arrange for what you like to eat. Feel free to get some pastries and tea over here, I can't stay away, I still have to deal with any emergencies in a timely manner, it's easier to eat some dessert. I'll go and arrange it. I will go and arrange it. Lin Mo walked out of the doorway and summoned the subordinates to make arrangements.
It didn't take long for someone to deliver some pastries and a pot of tea placed in the outer room. Ling Yunzhou checked on Lin Qingyi's state. His body was burning hot, proving that at this moment, the immune system in his body was fighting a fiery battle. If it was an ordinary person, I'm afraid that he would have perished long ago with this kind of continuous high fever, but Lin Qingyi was still hanging on to his breath, and his Qi and Blood 3 transformations physique was really strong.
This state of mind is not expected to be able to distinguish between victory and defeat for a while, so Ling Yunzhou said to Lin Manmai, Miss Lin, your father's state of mind won't produce results so quickly, you shouldn't have eaten anything in the morning, so why don't you accompany me to eat some pastries? Lin Mo paused for a moment or agreed, okay.
After Lin Mo explained that a servant came to watch by the bedside, the two came to the outer room. Ling Yunzhou and Lin Manmai cleaned up a bit, coming to a round table. After the two sat down, Ling Yunzhou's eyes were drawn to the two brocade boxes placed on the table. Each brocade box had 8 tantalizing pastries placed on it, each of them emitting a tantalizing aroma. Ling Yunzhou carefully picked up one of the pieces. The pastry was light and soft when cupped in his hand, and when he sent it into his mouth and took a bite, he instantly felt the dense and fragrant texture, blossoming into a light and sweet flavor in his mouth.
Chapter 35 Waking Up.
Because he was worried about Lin Qingyi's condition, Ling Yunzhou teleported to the other world before he had time to eat breakfast.
How was it? Was it good? Lin Man asked.
It tastes really good. Ling Yunzhou's words were not against his will. Maybe it was because of the good raw materials. You can't eat something this tasty on earth. As Ling Yunzhou chewed the dessert in his mouth, Lin Qingyi's figure immediately flashed through his mind. The vast majority of girls had a hobby, a fondness for sweets. Lin Qingyi was no exception. She used to share her sweets with him all the time. Not only did she like to eat them, she also liked to make them herself. Ling Yunzhou clearly remembered the first time he tasted a cake made by Lin Qingyi's own hands. The crispy texture of the outer layer of pastry, then the soft, dense and layered body of the cake, and finally the rich and sweet but not overly heavy cream frosting. He felt it was the most delicious dessert he had ever eaten, and it stuck with him to this day. From that day onwards, on every weekend or special day, Lin Qingyi would specially prepare an elaborate dessert for him. Sometimes it was a chiffon cake that was fluffy to the mouth, rich in texture and with a light fruity flavor, and sometimes it was a crispy apple pie with a burnt outside and a crispy inside. Every time he tasted these delicacies, Ling Yunzhou could feel Lin Qingyi's heart and care.
He enjoyed the two of them sitting on the balcony, enjoying the sunshine and breeze.
The beloved girl accompanied him as he savored the desserts while gazing at the distant scenery. He loved watching her eyes focus but with satisfaction as she ate the dessert. Such a simple and cozy scene made him feel satisfied. It tasted really good. Ling Yunzhou often let out such exclamations after taking a bite of the dessert. At this time, Lin Qingyi would always smile and gently say, "As long as you like it, I will always make it for you." Then, she would pick up a spoon and scoop up a mouthful of dessert and place it at Ling Yunzhou's mouth. "Here, have another taste." Ling Yunzhou gently opened his mouth and took a bite of the dessert in his mouth. The delicious sweet flavor spread out in his mouth. He closed his eyes and enjoyed that moment of happiness very much. However, from the time he was diagnosed with cancer, everything changed. Lin Manmai on the side looked at Ling Yunzhou, who gradually stopped chewing the dessert. She could clearly sense Ling Yunzhou's expression of enjoyment and satisfaction at the beginning gradually changed to loss and a hint of pain. A mood of despondency and loneliness was spreading. "Sir Ling, have a sip of tea." Lin Manmo's words interrupted Ling Yunzhou's thoughts and poured him a cup of tea.
Thank you."
Ling Yunzhou collected his thoughts and dispelled the distractions in his mind.
A sip of tea went down, his mouth was filled with the aroma of tea. This tea was a little more advanced than the one he drank the first time he came to the Lin mansion before, but it didn't reach the level of the purple sky jade dew. "Good tea." Ling Yunzhou praised a mouthful. "You also eat some. It's easy to have low blood sugar if you don't eat for a long time." "Low blood sugar?" Lin Manmai was full of doubts. What is blood sugar? Ling Yunzhou also realized that this was otherworldly and immediately explained, it can be understood as not eating for a long period of time, making you prone to weakness, sweating, palpitations, anxiety and other symptoms. "I can feel that you are in the midst of anxiety right now. Eat more. Fill up your stomach first so that you can cope with what comes next." "I can feel that you are in the midst of anxiety right now, so eat more." Lin Mo nodded and finally picked up a piece of pastry to eat.
Ling Yunzhou's stomach was uncomfortable and he ate very slowly. A pastry took half an hour to eat. After eating something to pad their stomachs, the two continued to return to the inner room to check on Lin Jingxuan's state too. Lin Jingxuan still had a persistent fever. At this critical moment, Ling Yunzhou didn't dare to give him fever-reducing medication because while fever-reducing medication reduces the fever, it also suppresses the immune system's work, and right now, the danger of toxins in the body is more serious than the fever, so it's not suitable for fever-reducing medication for the time being. If he could wake up naturally, the crisis should be lifted.
Time passed slowly as the two waited anxiously.
Finally, 2 hours later, Lin Jingxuan suddenly sucked in a mouthful of air and let out a pained groan. On the side, Lin Manmai was so nervous that her hands unconsciously grabbed onto Ling Yunzhou's arm. Ling Yunzhou was also too concerned about Lin Jingxuan's state and didn't notice any abnormality. His eyes were also staring at Lin Jingxuan on the bed. Lin Jingxuan's body trembled lightly and a pained grunt escaped from his mouth.
Is he going to wake up, my father?
Lin Manmai couldn't help but increase the strength in her grip on Ling Yunzhou's hand. Even a slight force from a chi and blood second change martial artist was not something that Ling Yunzhou's body could withstand. His Ling Yunzhou couldn't help but take a long breath as he suffered pain. Only then did Lin Manmai react and let go of Ling Yunzhou, apologizing with a blush on her face. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do it.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean it.
Ling Yunzhou finished and sat on the edge of the bed. At this time, although Lin Jingxuan was reacting, his sanity had not fully recovered. He just felt the pain stimulation and kept on emitting pain grunts. Ling Yunzhou said, "Your father is starting to feel sensation, proving that the toxins in his body are decreasing. I will prescribe some more medicine to ease his symptoms."
After Ling Yunzhou finished, he squeezed out 10 capsules of prednisone acetate and 2 tablets of ibuprofen respectively and handed them over to Lin Manmai, saying, "Send your father to take them."
Good. The combination of these two medicines could reduce fever, analgesic, anti-inflammatory. Ling Yunzhou actually wasn't too sure if it would be useful or not. He was just judging based on Lin Jingxuan's current state. It was suitable to prescribe this medicine to him.
And because Lin Jingxuan's physique was stronger, the amount he prescribed was twice the amount that an ordinary person would use.
After the medicine was taken, Ling Yunzhou actually became a little apprehensive in his heart. After about 10 minutes or so, Lin Jingxuan finally opened his eyes in a ghostly manner after breaking out in a cold sweat.
"Father! You woke up?"
Lin Manmai was pleasantly surprised. Hearing the sound, Lin Jingxuan turned his head slightly. Seeing his daughter, he squeezed out a smile with difficulty on his face. On the other side, Ling Yunzhou also let out a long sigh of relief. As it looked now, it should be out of life-threatening danger.
Thus, Ling Yunzhou did not intend to continue staying here, and said to Lin Manmai, "Your father is basically out of life-threatening danger now. I'm going out, and you'll feed this medicine again in 2 hours.
Ling Yunzhou handed her 10 capsules of prednisone acetate and 2 tablets of ibuprofen.
"Good," Lin Manmai said.
"Also, later boil some thin porridge for your father to drink. You can add some ground essence to follow along, but don't put more, just put a little."
"Good."
Lin Manmai nodded repeatedly.
"Then I will leave first, I will come back at night," Ling Yunzhou said. Lin Manmo sent Ling Yunzhou until he reached the door. "Go back.
Don't talk too much to your father, try to let him rest as much as possible."
Ling Yunzhou gave a final exhortation. "Thank you,"
Lin Manmai said gratefully. Ling Yunzhou waved his hand before leaving with Pang Hu and Tang Long. The place he was going to this time was Dong Mingguan. It was time to solve the problem on himself.
Chapter 36, Dong Ming. Guan Healing. Dong Mingguan was located on Panglong Mountain, 7 or 8 miles north of Xuping County City.
Ling Yunzhou hired a carriage to get there in half an hour. Dong Mingguan looked shabby, but when Ling Yunzhou indicated to the Taoist boy that he wanted to seek medicine from Taoist Master Su, he first had to pay 100 taels of incense and oil money before he could meet him. 100 taels was a huge sum of money that an ordinary person would never be able to save in a lifetime, and even the small and medium-sized property owners in Xuping County could not easily come up with such a large sum of money. And that was just to be able to meet Taoist Master Su. No need to guess, if you really want to let Taoist Master Su take a look at the disease, the price is definitely not low. However, Ling Yunzhou had prepared for this, and when he passed through the money shop on the way here, he exchanged another 1,000 taels of silver bills. Together with the previous ones, he had nearly 2,000 taels of silver bills with him, so he should have enough to look at anyhow. Although he was carrying tens of thousands of taels of silver, he couldn't take it out at once, otherwise it would be too shocking for people to see that. When he had an industry in Xuping County and gained a firm foothold, he would then gradually take out this silver and convert it into supplies or assets. After handing over 100 taels silver ticket to the Taoist boy, Lin Yunzhou smoothly met Taoist Su. In a hall, Lin Yunzhou and Taoist Su sat next to each other. Taoist Master Su was dressed in a plain-colored Taoist robe, with a slightly chubby figure and a head full of silver hair showing that he was probably about 60 or 70 years old. While looking again at his lustrous and delicate skin, it was evident that he was well versed in the ways of health and wellness. When Ling Yin met him for the first time, his eyes revealed a witty light, as if they could penetrate the hearts of people, making Lin Yunzhou feel that he had no secrets to tell in front of him. Grandmaster Su, Junior Ling Yunzhou, I have met Grandmaster Ling Yunzhou, respectfully said. While Su Dongming only nodded, a pair of eyes narrowed slightly looking at Ling Yunzhou's heart chilling. Before Ling Yunzhou could say anything, he heard Su Dongming say, "Are you here to cure your chronic gastrointestinal disease?" Ling Yunzhou was stunned. He did not expect that Su Dongming could probably tell where his illness was after just a few glances. So it seems that Master Su's medical skills should be trustworthy. He also directly made his intention clear and said, "Master Su, I am suffering from choking and diaphragm. I have heard that Master Su's medical skills are excellent, so I have come here to bother Master Su today, and I hope that Master Su will have mercy on me." "Come, let me take your pulse," Su Dongming said. Ling Yunzhou stretched his hand over. Only slightly sensing Ling Yunzhou's pulse, Su Dongming's face suddenly became grave. Ling Yunzhou's heart thumped. Not afraid of a Western doctor smiling, but afraid of a Chinese doctor frowning. Su Dongming already represented the highest level of medical skills in Xuping County. A problem that could make him frown was obviously not a small problem. Ling Yunzhou's heart sank to the bottom. Perhaps he had sensed Ling Yunzhou's mood swings from his pulse. Su Dongming looked at Ling Yunzhou's expression but did not explain. Instead he asked, "Have you recently taken any healing treasures or pills? Does brewing water with a 100-year-old portion of geomancy count?" Ling Yunzhou replied back. Su Dongming shook his head and continued, "Let me get this straight. There is a medicinal effect in your body that is continuing to work. It should be what you took some time ago to have this effect. Can't you find that your physical condition has been getting better and better in the past few days?" When Ling Yunzhou heard this, he immediately thought that Lin Qingyi had entrusted Gui Yunxin to send him an elixir. After he took it, his body did get a lot better. He thought it was because of the ginseng water he drank. A few days ago, he did take an elixir by chance. Su Dongming's eyes immediately blossomed with a strange color, and he busied himself by saying, "That elixir came from whoever, do you know?" "Do not know. It was obtained by chance at that time." Ling Yunzhou returned, "Is there any problem with the elixir?" "Pills have no problem. I also do not hide from you. You take that pill, the medicinal materials used is not rare, but the ratio of medicinal materials as well as the refining level is very high. With the low level of medicinal materials can be refined out of such a good efficacy of the pills is really rare. Can be made. This kind of pills must be from the alchemy of the master's hand, but according to theory, there is such a high level of refining level should not lack of high level of medicinal materials only right. Refining this kind of low level of pills is purely a waste of time." A waste of time. Ling Yunzhou was shocked in his heart. Could it be that there are still alchemy masters on Earth or in Huaxia? Earth should be a place where aura is depleted. Perhaps there is a small piece of land that contains aura, but such a precious land must be very valuable. If it is refined into a pill, it would be worth even more. How did Lin Qingyi get such an elixir? Even if she had a channel to get this kind of potion, the price must not be low. Millions? 10 million? Or even higher. After all, there are a lot of rich people on Earth, and in order to stay alive, millions of millions is nothing at all. But Lin Qingyi gave one away and asked Gui Yunxin to watch her take it before she gave up. At this moment, he suddenly wanted to find Lin Qingyi to ask for the reason. There should be another hidden reason. Suddenly a chill came over him, and Ling Yunzhou knew that it came from Taoist Master Su. After being awakened, Ling Yunzhou's surface or pretended to be suddenly said, "So, that pill is my chance to get, really do not know who refining." Su Dongming withdrew his meaningful gaze, and did not know if he believed or did not believe. "Master, how is my disease? Can it be cured?" Ling Yunzhou asked. "It can be cured, but the cost is not small. You have to be mentally prepared." "About how much silver is needed?" Su Dongming looked at Ling Yunzhou again with a critical eye, then slowly said, "I shot once to count you cheaper. Charge 200 taels of silver once every half a month, for 3 months. That is, you need to shoot 6 times, a total of 1200 taels of diagnosis." Ling Yunzhou's expression was shocked. Good guy. Ling Yunzhou knew that Master Su's consultation fee was expensive, but he did not expect it to be so outrageous. A mansion in Xuping County is only a few hundred taels of silver, more than 1,000 taels can buy a nice mansion. But this is only Su Dongming's out of the clinic fee, and the next Su Dongming's words are even more horrified him up. Just said only the consultation fee, medicine cost a total of 2,000 taels, of course, each diagnosis and treatment also have to cooperate with the needle, the cost of the needle also according to 200 taels once it. The total price is 4,400 taels. It's comparable to a Budweiser restaurant. His even with a huge fortune, Ling Yunzhou still couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This was the price of an otherworldly grandmaster's strike. But on second thought, compared to his life, Ling Yunzhou felt that it was nothing. He was in control of the resources of the two realms, and with a little bit of rewinding, he could earn a large amount of silver, so even a large price was affordable. Ling Yunzhou, whose expression returned to normal, calmly said, "No problem. Master Su can make arrangements at any time." Su Dongming did not expect Ling Yunzhou to recover so quickly, and secretly appreciated him a little more. Next, Su Dongming began to give Ling Yunzhou a detailed diagnosis before prescribing medication and leaving the prescription to the Taoist boy to prepare. In the end, Ling Yunzhou lay in a secret room with his bare back upwards. Su Dongming was going to administer needles to him. Chapter 37, Otherworldly Superior Medical Skills. Su Dongming gently took out the long needle, and with a gentle wave of his hand, the long needle was like a silver light cutting through the air, accurately and incomparably inserted into the acupoints on Ling Yunzhou's body. With the moment the tip of the needle pierced into the skin, a stream of pure true qi gushed out from Su Dongming's body in a steady stream. This true qi was like a fine stream that carefully followed the long needle as it slowly penetrated into Ling Yunzhou's body. As Su Dongming's fingers slightly twisted the long needle, the true qi began to travel through the meridians in Ling Yunzhou's body. And during this process, Ling Yunzhou had an unprecedented and wonderful feeling. He could clearly feel the bursts of warmth and relief coming from the true qi traveling through his body, as if there were millions of silk threads gently caressing over his body. It was as if he was in the middle of a hot spring feeling, his body and mind were soothed beyond measure. As time passed, the true qi's wanderings became more disciplined. Gradually they began to gather in Ling Yunzhou's abdomen, like the feeling of a thin stream gurgling and eventually converging in a lake and ocean. The warmth coming from his abdomen made Ling Yunzhou incomparably comfortable, and as his sleepiness grew, he unconsciously fell into a deep sleep. After an unknown amount of time, Ling Yunzhou opened his eyes in a ghostly manner. When he realized that he had actually fallen asleep unconsciously just now, he suddenly sat up in shock and pressed one hand on the tattoo on his chest. The space was still there, and everything inside was there as well. Slightly relieved, Ling Yunzhou secretly admonished himself in his heart that he could not be so careless in the future. The silver on his body was robbed, he is now afraid of, in case someone else has some kind of bewitching means and knows the secret of the jade tablet that would be troublesome. After all, this world is a world where ghosts and evil spirits exist, and there must be some kind of mesmerizing and soul-controlling techniques. But the disease still has to be cured, and in the future in Taoist Master Su will have to deal with quite a lot. Ling Yunzhou could only secretly decide in his heart that the next treatment could not be so asleep. As long as he kept his mind clear, the worst outcome would be nothing more than teleporting back to Earth in front of the enemy. Thinking of this, he immediately pressed down the anxiety in his heart and then methodically put on his clothes. After slightly checking his state, he found that his body was incredibly light at this moment, and his state at this moment was a vibrant feeling that he had never had before. Now Ling Yunzhou had a vague feeling that when Master Su administered the needles to him, the true qi traveling through his body not only killed the cancer cells, but also stimulated his body's potential and boosted his immunity. If that was the case, then this treatment not only cured the symptoms but also the root cause. If the treatment continues, is there a chance to cure stomach cancer? Whether the result is really true or not, we will know when we go back to Earth and go to the hospital for a checkup. Thinking of this, Ling Yunzhou's heart burst with anticipation. Ling Yunzhou walked out of the secret room, and Pang Hu and Tang Long greeted him, "Young master." Ling Yunzhou nodded, then looked at the sky, it was already evening, and asked, "How long did I sleep?" 3 hours. Tang Long returned. Ling Yunzhou understood and turned his head to the Taoist boy at the side and asked, "Where is Master Su? Please follow me." Ling Yunzhou was introduced by the Taoist boy to the original hall. Seeing Ling Yunzhou enter, Su Dongming put down his teacup. "How do you feel, Master Ling?" Master Su is truly living up to his name. I am now completely convinced that Master Su can cure me. Ling Yunzhou said, handing over 1,000 taels of silver tickets. Master, this is the consultation fee for this time. Please accept it. Since it was effective, he didn't mind spending a little more each time. There was no harm in being a little more generous and the other party being a little more attentive. Su Dongming's eyes narrowed to a single slit. Even so he could tell at a glance that the silver ticket in Ling Yunzhou's hand was 1,000 taels. He quickly put the silver ticket into his pocket with his quick eyes and hands and said under his breath, good to say, good to say. Master Su, what else should I pay attention to next? Ling Yunzhou asked. Just remember to come back for a follow-up in half a month. I have also refined your medicine into a dan, just take one every 3 days. Su Dongming said as he handed Ling Yunzhou a wooden box containing 5 black and colorful pills. You can now take one first. Su Dongming added. Good. Ling Yunzhou sent an elixir in with the tea. The feeling of this pill was similar to the one he had previously taken on Earth, except that after this pill entered his stomach, the warmth was quite a bit more powerful than the previous one, and it was clear that the medicinal effect was stronger. Alright. If there is nothing else, let's go down the mountain. After seeing Ling Yunzhou take the elixir, Su Dongming gave the order to leave. I'm sorry to bother the master. Ling Yunzhou didn't dwell on it and directly led the people away. It was already dark when he returned to the Lin mansion. Master Ling, you are finally back. Ling Yunzhou saw the anxiety in Lin Manmai's eyes. How is your father's situation? After you went out, I chatted with my father for a while, and after accompanying him to drink porridge, he has been in a deep sleep, and I do not know how the situation is. I will go and take a look. Back in the compartment. Ling Yunzhou sat on the edge of the bed. Lin Zhengshuan's breathing was steady and strong, and he was actually snoring slightly, obviously still in a deep sleep. Ling Yunzhou reached out and touched his forehead again. It wasn't hot anymore. Touching the pulse again, the pulse was still rather vague, but overall it was much better than before. He is recovering very well. Ling Yunzhou said, give him more time to rest, he should slowly recover in a few days. That's good. Lin Manmo actually had a judgment, only now that it came out of Ling Yunzhou's mouth she was even more relieved. Since your father is out of danger, can we talk about the transfer of the restaurant? Ling Yunzhou asked. Good. Let's talk outside. The two came into the main hall. Lin Manmai was also a dry person and said directly, the tavern is priced at 4,000 taels of silver, what do you think? Oh. 4,000 taels, you sold a la sa. Before I came to understand, Baiwei restaurant market price is not less than 5,000 taels of silver. This is the time and the other time, when I just think of selling the restaurant will pay off the debt, but someone even want to our Lin family bones are swallowed, even with 4,002 cannot sell, you can accept as already a great kindness to us, not to mention that you also saved my father. Lin Manmai said, talking about the consultation fee, I'm not how much? The consultation fee is not counted, that is the precondition that I want to recruit you, I hope that at that time you can convince your father, after all, this is in the case of your father did not realize the situation agreed. Although my father didn't give his first consent, with my understanding of him, he shouldn't refuse. Lin Manmai said. Then let's do it, if it's convenient first hand over the restaurant tomorrow, after that, I still have to go out, I guess it'll take a few days before I come back. Can. The next day. Ling Yunzhou arrived at the Baiwei Tavern. The Baiwei restaurant was basically located in the center of Tianlin Street, not too far from the Lin Mansion. The crowd quickly arrived at the Baiwei Tavern. At this time, the restaurant was in a state of closure and the doors were tightly shut. Ling Yunzhou didn't rush in, but looked outside. The Baiwei restaurant was at the intersection of 2 streets, facing the street on both sides, making it a prime location for doing business. Going back to the restaurant itself, it was an ancient building that was originally decorated well. The location and the main body of the building made Ling Yan feel very satisfied and said, let's go in and take a look. Lin Manmai had the door opened, and then several people entered in a line. And when they walked into the restaurant, there were several pairs of eyes at the street corner that were staring at them with a hateful gaze. Chapter 38, Buying a Mansion. Chief, those few people won't want to take over the Baiwei restaurant, right? One of them said. Another person's eyes blossomed with a brilliant aura and said with a hateful voice, Humph. He dares. No one dares to rob what our Tong family has their eyes on. Then. What should we do now? They seem to have gone in to look. Let's go back and report to the chief manager. Good. The tavern covered an area of about 300 square feet and had 3 floors. The first and first floors were for business and the third floor was the private space for the master's family. In addition, there was also a backyard, where the back kitchen and warehouse were located, and the area was not small either, it was 200 square feet. After visiting the restaurant, Lin Qingyi was still satisfied with the overall layout of the restaurant. There was no need to make too many changes to reopen the business.
Lin Qingyi had someone bring a pen and paper.
He didn't shield Pang Hu and Tang Long, letting them watch from the side, while Lin Manmai didn't leave out of curiosity.
Lin Qingyi didn't mind and started drawing on the paper.
He was replanning the backyard of the restaurant. The original layout was too much of a waste of space, and there were some special tools that needed to find a place to be placed. It didn't take long for a rough design to take shape. Lin Qingyi took the design diagram and explained it to the backyard while giving instructions, and finally asked them if they understood what they were talking about. The results proved that Pang Hu was indeed a martial artiste, who was probably still good at fighting and killing, but knew nothing about what Lin Qingyi was talking about, while Tang Long only had a half understanding of what he was talking about. Only Lin Manmai was perhaps from an extraordinary background, and her head was relatively bright, and she was the only one who understood what Lin Qingyi had set into place. Since this was the case, Lin Qingyi wasn't polite. The remodeling of the backyard would all be left to her. She would be recruited sooner or later anyway. In addition, the signboard had to be changed. Lin Qingyi was too lazy to think of a name, and directly used Drunken Fragrance House. At the end, Lin Qingyi asked, "How long would it take to rectify it like this?" Lin Manmai replied, "It is estimated to take 7 or 8 days." Lin Qingyi thought for a while and then asked, "Right, do you guys know if there are any mansions for sale around here? I want to buy a set." Pang Hu and Tang Long shook their heads to indicate that they didn't know. When Lin Qingyi turned his head and saw Lin Manmai's look of wanting to speak, he asked, "Miss Lin, do you have a recommendation?" Since Lin Qingyi asked, Lin Manmai said directly, "In fact, next to the restaurant next to the set of Wang family mansion is for sale. If you want to buy it, I can introduce it." "Oh?" Lin Qingyi heard this immediately came to the interest. We go to see. Next to the restaurant that is better to operate. However, Mr. Ling, the Jiang family mansion is not small, they ask for a price is not low, and more importantly, every year to pay the interframe tax and head tax, which is not a small burden. The tax is also the property tax of the other world. Between means 1 room and 2 rooms, referring to the number of houses. Frame is the front and back 2 pillars, 2 frames means 1 room, still referring to the number of houses. As the name suggests, this interframe tax is levied according to the number of houses, not according to the market value of houses like on Earth. This is also the reason why in the other world, many rooms or halls of many large mansions are made larger, and paying the tax is based on the number of rooms anyway. Poll tax is naturally the tax to be paid by the recruited household servants, guards, etc. The larger the mansion, the more people are naturally needed to maintain it. If you want to give these people status, you have to pay money, which is the head tax. How much is the estimated interframe tax? About 2,000 taels of silver per year. Lin Manmai said. Why is this Jiang family selling the mansion? Is it because they can't afford to pay the tax anymore? Lin Qingyi asked. Lin Manmai nodded. The Jiang family was running a porcelain business, but unfortunately, the drought has been constant in the past few years, and the people are generally not rich, so naturally, the porcelain business was greatly affected. The Jiang family's interframe tax plus the poll tax, the annual expenditure of at least 2,500 taels, not open source and cut costs they cannot maintain. And sell the mansion not only can save a large sum of tax, but also can recover a large sum of money to solve the urgent need. Our Lin family will soon face the same predicament. Without the support of the Baiwei Dart Bureau and Baiwei Restaurant, our family set of mansions will have to be sold sooner or later. How much is the tax on your family's set of interiors? 230 taels. With that said, Lin Qingyi probably has a bottom line. It seems that the Jiang mansion is estimated to be 10 times the size of the Lin mansion. Lin Qingyi estimated that the area of the Lin mansion is 2 acres large. That's about 1,300 square feet. So the Jiang mansion can't be 20 acres? You know, this is in the county. 20 acres is a big mansion. I'm afraid only the 7 great families are bigger than that. No wonder the head tax is so high. For the average family, without a stable and profitable industry, the annual 2,000 taels of inter-family tax is indeed a considerable burden. What about the selling price? Lin Qingyi asked again. I estimate it to be 20,000 taels of silver. Lin Manmai said, but now the market is not good, and the Zhang family is in urgent need of money. This mansion and so big, at once can come up with so much silver is not much, want to sell out is not easy, grinding a little bit of estimates can be less. Ling Yunzhou's mind had already been secretly calculating, and it didn't take long for him to have decided to take this mansion. Let's go, take me to see it. Seeing the expression of excitement in the midst of excitement on Ling Yunzhou's face, Lin Man Mo suddenly felt that she had still underestimated Ling Yunzhou. That was over 20,000 taels of silver. The group left the restaurant and headed towards the Zhang mansion next door. After knocking on the door, a servant soon came to open it. After explaining their intentions, the crowd was quickly welcomed inside. The Zhang mansion was a set of courtyard layout. The main door opened to the side, proving that there was no official in the house. Entering through the main door was a long corridor, and next to it was a row of inverted rooms where servants, and the like lived. Walking through the aisles and long corridors, Ling Yunzhou didn't know how many courtyards he had traversed, and finally came to the main room of one of the largest courtyards. At this moment, there was a middle-aged man sitting on the main seat in the living room of the main room. Seeing someone come in, the middle-aged man stood up and welcomed him. Lin Nan Mo acted as an intermediary to introduce Ling Yunzhou to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was Zhang Shuchen, the head of the Zhang family. After some pleasantries, they took their seats one after another. Ling Yunzhou sat next to Zhang Shuchen, while Lin Manmai and Pang Hu and the others sat at the bottom. Without chatting for long, Ling Yunzhou cut straight to the chase. Zhang family head, I heard that this compound of yours is for sale, what's the price? Master Ling, I'll be straight with you, this compound of ours covers an area of 22 acres, with 4 courtyards and a garden. In Xuping County it's estimated that apart from the mansions of those big families I'm the most grandiose. And our Zhang family is in decline, we can't afford to raise this mansion, so if you want it, it's 18,000 taels of silver. And you'll be responsible for 0.5% of the deed tax. Also, let's not negotiate the price, if you can accept it we'll go to the government office for the transfer. Ling Yunzhou knew the value of the mansion before he came, the other side reported 18,000 is indeed the real price, he did not need to dwell on this aspect, so said, okay. It's settled, or we will do the formalities in the afternoon? Lin Manmai's mouth was slightly open, she did not expect Ling Yunzhou actually so quick to close the deal. Zhang Shuchen was also slightly stunned for a moment, he did not expect Ling Yunzhou to be so anxious, but he did not refuse, he is also worried about money now, and agreed quickly, good. Chapter 39 Feng Shui Treasure Land must be taken down. After the people left the Zhang mansion, it was also noon. So, Ling Yunzhou found a restaurant to deal with a meal. After having a good meal, Ling Yunzhou let the others go back first, and then drove his own carriage towards the Wanong merchant line. Originally, Pang Hu and Tang Long were worried about his safety and wanted to follow him around, but Ling Yunzhou insisted on refusing. When he was almost at the Wanong trading house, Ling Yunzhou put the silver in the space into the carriage. When he came to the entrance of the Wanong trading house, he showed the identity token given to him by Elixir that only VIPs have, and immediately a few attendants followed his orders and carried all the boxes in the carriage to a private room, before having someone invite Elixir over. It wasn't long before Elixir walked into the private room with a smile on her face. As soon as she came in, the first thing she saw was the large boxes in the room, and the smile on her face grew even bigger as she said sweetly, Mr. Ling is here to take care of our business, welcome. Welcome. I do want to purchase a batch of things, I just don't know if I can get a discount on the price. Oh, need what first give me a number, I totaled totals, try to give you the lowest price. Half a caddy of purple jade dew. I'm not sure what I'm talking about, but I'll try to give you the lowest price. Should Zier stunned, after a pause before confirming, you just said how much purple jade dew? Half a caddy that's 8 taels. Elixir blushed and apologized, Mr. Ling, it's not a coincidence that the shop has sold a lot of purple jade dew in the past few days, and there are only 5 taels left in the stock. Why don't you take 5 taels first? It's fine. 1 caddy each of Zen bitter tea and plum blossom fuyu. Do you have this one? Yes. 1 caddy each of raining tea, jade jar of fragrant dew, bamboo tea, and falling geese tea. Can. 100 100-year-old goblins, 50 200-year-old goblins, and 10 300-year-old goblins. There aren't that many 200-year-old goblins in stock. Then we'll give you as much as we have. I'll give you as many as you have. Elixir said back, do you need anything else? 10 stones of spiritual rice, that's all for now, how much do you want? Wait a moment.
I'll leave for a while. After Xingyi finished speaking, she left the secret room. When she came back, she brought a list with her. Apart from the 200-year-old geomancy that didn't have 50 plants, so he was given 20 plants, the rest were all matched according to what Lin Qingyi had reported. Once calculated, the total price was 35,860 taels of silver. Xingyi gave him a 10% discount, and after the discount, she ended up charging 32,200 taels of silver. Lin Qingyi asked her to arrange for someone to inspect the silver, and let her help convert all the remaining into silver checks. The silver was inspected and there was no problem. The inspector even praised the silver for its higher purity. Can it not be high? The purity of the Earth's refined silver was at least 99.9%, much higher than the general 95% of the other world. Confirming that there was no problem with the silver, soon all the Wantong trading firms matched and sent everything to the secret room. Lin Qingyi inspected it and confirmed that the quantity and quality were correct, letting them be sent to the carriage. After Lin Qingyi drove for a while, he found a place where no one would notice and put everything in the carriage into space. This purchase was a preparation for returning to Earth to open up Earth's business. After the purchases, Lin Qingyi still had more than 32,000 taels of silver in his hands, which was more than enough to buy the mansion, the restaurant, and the subsequent operating funds for the restaurant. When Lin Qingyi drove to the government office, Zhang Xuchen and Lin Nanmu and the others were also waiting at the government office. The process went smoothly, and with Lin Qingyi secretly slipping the county minister 100 taels of silver, the formalities were quickly completed. For this, Lin Qingyi paid 18,000 taels of silver to buy the Zhang family's mansion, and the Zhang family was restricted to move out of the Zhang residence within 2 days. Paid 4,000 taels of silver to buy the Baiwei restaurant. In addition, also paid a total of 1,100 taels of silver deed tax. The Baiwei restaurant and the Zhang family's residence are now owned by Lin Qingyi. After the transactions were completed, Lin Qingyi followed Zhang Xuchen to the Zhang mansion and remodeled it according to his needs. The main area to be remodeled was to open up the part of Baiwei Tavern that was connected to the Zhang mansion, and carve out a piece of land from the neighboring Zhang mansion to be converted into a brewery. In the future, the wine required by the restaurant, as well as the raw wine required by Earth, could be produced from this brewery. After handing over the handover of the Zhang mansion and the transformation task to Lin Manmai, Lin Qingyi returned to Earth. It was only in the afternoon when he returned to Earth. It was still early. Lin Qingyi made a phone call and asked factory director Shui to send over 10 jars of wine in glass jars that could be sealed. He wanted to test the effect of soaking the wine in spirit ginseng. After unloading the wine, before leaving, factory director Shui guessed, "Qingyi, do you have any plans for this wine? It won't be another new original wine?" "Hey, you will know after half a month," Lin Qingyi said. Factory director Shui knew there was something in the air as soon as he heard it, and smiled. "Then I will wait for your good news. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. There are still things in the factory." "Wait a minute." Lin Qingyi stopped him. "What else?" Factory director Shui asked. "Take these bags of rice back to the brewery." Lin Qingyi said. His face became solemn. "These rice you must find trusted people or their own personal manual brewing. Pay attention to confidentiality. All the brewed wine will be sent to me." "Good. Since you said it so solemnly, I'll do it myself." "It'll be hard on you then." "How long will it take?" "Just 2 or 3 days. After saying that, factory director Shui moved more than 300 kilograms of spiritual rice into the car and pulled it away. According to the normal proportion, these 300 kilograms of spiritual rice should be able to produce more than 100 kilograms of 50 to 60 degree wine. He was also looking forward to the effect of the wine brewed from the spiritual rice. Just after sending factory director Shui away, Sen Hao followed him in with a laptop in his hand. "Qingyi, the design plan for the distillery is out, see which one you want to choose." Sun Hao opened the laptop. He specially looked for it in the past few days, and there were 3 design drafts in it. These 3 plans were all design drawings that came out with a future plan of 1,000 acres of land. Lin Qingyi looked at them one by one and chose a future plan with a main road leading straight to Longshofeng. The winery's wasteland continues to go inward. There is a short mountain called Longshofeng. In the future he intends to Longshofeng also want to take. Longshofeng is the end of the extended mountains, behind the mountain's ring guard, next to a few small slopes arching, which is also the origin of its name Longshofeng. The star shape was solemn, the weather was magnificent, and the sand guard was neat. This is a piece of valuable land. Situated in the north to the south,
next to the Anjiang River in a semicircle around and through. Feng Shui is also called the Beltwater or Baowater. This is also known as Jade Belt Water or Shungong Water in Feng Shui. This is also a piece of wealth land. Such a good piece of Feng Shui land, Lin Yunzhou is not going to let go, must be taken. In the past, he might not have believed in this, but after his trip to the other world, he felt that it was better to talk about it. After the distillery was done and Long Shou Feng was taken, he was planning to build a villa there. There were mountains and water, and the scenery was absolutely beautiful. Just imagining being able to live there was an indescribable comfort. Seeing that Lin Yunzhou had been silent and hadn't made up his mind, Sun Hao reminded, Yunzhou? Which of the three options do you want? Chapter 40 Picking Peaches. Ere Lin Yunzhou reacted and ordered the fancy one, choose this one. However, some details need to be adjusted, in the future we even if the expansion according to this program. Sun Hao replied. Sun Hao returned. The overall plan is good, then we still have to do the detailed design of the first phase of the new distillery. You let them come out as soon as possible for the latter design. Yes. Sun Hao replied, but if you are sure you want this family to come up with a plan, then you have to pay half of the design fee first. How much? The total price is 180,000 yuan. Okay, I'll give Grandpa Lu a call, and then I'll ask him for the money, and I'll just let the brewery's accountant do the accounting. Okay. By the way, have you thought of a brand name for the wine? Already registered 5, time is relatively tight, we added some money directly registered, I guess the trademark certificate will come down in a few days. Oh. Not bad. What are the names? Heavenly Brewing, Xianchun, Golden Wings, Coronation Chu, Zalet Chu. Which one do you think you should use? Well, Lin Yunzhou thought for a while and said, the series we discussed before will be Heavenly Brew. In 2 or 3 days, factory director Shui will brew a new wine, and that series will use Coronation Chu. In the future, there will also be a functional wine and health wine, so we will use Xianchun. Each of these 3 brands will make a set of packaging out of it, again divided into 4 grades. Are these 3 wines the most expensive of the Heavenly Domain Good wine? Sun Hao asked. No. The materials used in Heavenly Domain Good Brew were the least expensive. Coronation Chus would be much more advanced than Heavenly Domain Good Brews, and Immortal Chun was even made with the addition of Supreme Treasures. You can't be mistaken. The Heavenly Domain Good Brew is the most inferior? Sun Hao's eyes were filled with disbelief. He couldn't imagine what other wine could be even better than the original wine that he had drank before. You first have the packaging designed. What does it feel like? Won't you know when it comes out and you take a sip? Also. After reacting, Sun Hao was instantly excited. There were better wines out there, and that was really a lot of money. After Sun Hao left, Lin Yunzhou took out his mobile phone and found Long Yang's phone number and dialed it. Once the design is finalized, the new distillery will almost start construction, and it will require a considerable amount of money at that time. Now on hand is only more than 6 million, a drop in the bucket. Next to go to a trip to Yangqing physical examination, just to see before which Ru-Kill Narcissus Basin is authentic. If you can shoot a good price, then the money problem can be relieved immediately. Of course, if there is no Narcissus Basin, Lin Yunzhou also has a large number of means to get money, only a little trouble. Soon the phone was connected and a crisp female voice came from inside, hello. Lin Yunzhou guessed that it was probably Long Yang's secretary who answered the phone and replied back, help me find old Mr. Long Yang. What are you looking for my grandfather for? Lin Yunzhou paused for a moment and said, is he not in? Then tell him, I'm Lin Yunzhou from Beginning and City, just call me back when it's convenient for him. Well, good. The person on the other side said back, if there is anything you can tell me directly it's faster if I relay it. Lin Yunzhou thought for a moment is not a confidential matter, so said, I have a Ru-Kill Narcissus Basin, a few days ago, your grandfather saw, if the identification is authentic I want to hand over to your Yihua auction house auction, trouble you to help convey it. Are you the little brother who sold a ginseng to my grandfather? I think so, I did sell most of the spirit ginseng to old man Long a few days ago. Oh, that's right then. Let me introduce myself, my name is Long Mingqiu, I'm in charge of the Hoi auction house. There will be an annual auction in 5 days, you can send the auction items over, if they are authenticated, they might become the grand finale. Okay, I'll contact you tomorrow. Can you remember my phone number? Lin Yunzhou wrote down Long Mingqiu's phone number and then started to get ready. Just as he wanted to drive to Yangchang, a knock sounded outside the courtyard. When he opened the door, it was actually Zhang Liang, who he hadn't seen for a few days. Seeing Lin Yunzhou, Zhang Liang flicked his cigarette to the side, and the minions behind him followed suit and flicked off their cigarettes before directly forcing their way forward.
Brother Liang, what's the matter?
Lin Yunzhou frowned. The time to return the money has not yet arrived. If you are in a hurry, I will return you now is also fine. After having money on hand, Lin Yunzhou really doesn't want to deal with such people too much.
The matter of money is not urgent.
Zhang Liang looked around. Are you just going to let the brothers stand here and talk? Lin Yunzhou gave them a deep look, and finally stepped aside to let them enter the backyard. There was a set of stone tables and chairs in the courtyard. Zhang Liang came in and sat on one of the chairs with a big grin.
The four juniors, on the other hand, stood straight behind Zhang Liang with their hands clasped in an oppressive manner.
Lin Yunzhou happily and unafraidly took a seat opposite him, scanned them, and said with a calm face, "Just tell me what's going on." Seeing that Lin Yunzhou actually did not even send a cup of tea, the little brother behind Zhang Liang immediately said angrily, "Grass.
Where's the tea? Do you know the rules?"
Zhang Liang did not stop his little brother's rude outburst, but instead slowly lit a cigarette.
Lin Yunzhou honestly said, "Tea is used to entertain friends. You wanna be fine, go ahead."
"I grass." Just now that little brother burst another foul mouth. "So you are looking down on our bright brother?" Lin Yunzhou explained, "You are not to friends, have any misunderstanding. I only meet with you for the second time, and every meeting is not really pleasant, right? You guys have something to say."
You.
When that little brother was about to have a fit, Zhang Liang raised his hand, and that little brother immediately comprehended the meaning of his boss, and his aura was immediately restrained. Zhang Liang spit a mouthful of smoke, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, said, "Then I'll be straight. I heard that the winery opened up, so, money you do not have to pay back, into the shares. When you buy the winery only spend 800,000, we 500,000 do not want to be more than 51% of the shares on the line."
This is not a robbery?
Not to mention the other, just counting the share of capital, 500,000 simply cannot get 51% of the shares. Before the second uncle invested 200,000 operating funds, followed by Lin Yunzhou and invested 500,000, plus by land 920,000, how to calculate cannot take 51% of the shares. The other side is clearly to seize control of the winery to come. It is estimated that before coming they have done some investigation, know the planning of the new wine, but also see the money, which is thinking of coming to pick the peach. Lin Yunzhou's gaze instantly became sharp. "Sorry, I have no intention of partnering with anyone. You want money, I can return you at any time, but want a winery shares is impossible."
Grass.
Behind a little brother raging forced forward, with a finger pointed at the nose of Lin Yunzhou, said, "You are not a toast to eat a penalty wine?" Lin Yunzhou's surface when weak but did not flinch said, mouth clean point, and, "Do not use the finger pointed at me."
You fucking.
The little brother did not listen to the warning, but saw Lin Yunzhou stretch out a hand, accurately grabbed his finger, counterclockwise force a twist. The little brother suddenly flopped on the ground. Lin Yunzhou condescendingly glared at the little brother, said, "I have warned you, and then do not clean. I smoke you, believe it or not?"
Grass.
The first time I saw this, it was a very good thing that I was able to see it. Lin Yunzhou even really pumped past, a slap is crisp and loud. Zhang Liang behind a few other minions immediately surrounded up. Lin Yunzhou is not afraid to immediately increase the force. That little brother immediately issued a pig-like scream, "Ouch put!
Let go of! Broken! Broken!"
Lin Yunzhou's sharp eyes scanned them and drank, "Back off." Those few little brothers unexpectedly immediately stopped their steps and slightly backed up.